Chapter 991, Hell. 5. In the castle hall. The Duke of Blood Lake was holding a devil's banquet. The long table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. Steamed human brains, wraith wine, fried eyeballs, 9 revolutions large intestine. Earl Sarlin was sitting on one side, talking and laughing with the other counts. The Duke of Blood Lake was a 5-meter tall devil with a hideous pig's head and fangs. He finished the 9 revolutions large intestine and drank some bloody wine. Then, he said, "Everyone, I didn't call everyone here just to enjoy the delicious food. I'm sure you all know this. The Nora Plain, which is the world where the wizards are, had already converged with the Blue Frost Plain. The army of the Blue Frost Lord had already begun to infiltrate Nora. Now, some of the archdevils of hell in the depths of hell cannot sit still anymore. They want to send some people to the human world to participate in this gluttonous feast. Fortunately, I was chosen. I have already made a deal with a 5th circle wizard from the School of Death. She will use magic to summon us to the human world. I wonder if anyone is willing to go with me." After the Duke of Blood Lake finished speaking, he looked at the Earl. "Lord Duke, our devil bodies are different from those lowly undead. We can't leave hell for too long. How do we solve this?" asked the Red-Tooth Earl. "Don't worry. According to the deal I made with the 5th circle wizard, she needs to prepare the corresponding human bodies for us as the vessels for our descent. Those weak human bodies are human bodies. We can't fully display our strength," said Earl Sarlin. "She will try her best to choose the bodies of the human knights and some of the body-refining wizards to create vessels for our devil army. This way, although our strength is still not as good as in hell, it is not much different. Everyone, we are devils. We are different from those simple-minded demons. With your abilities, you will be like a fish in water in Nora. The wizards in Nora are all in the sub-dimensional portal. We are going to the mortal world. Other than the church and some wizards, no one is our match," the Duke of Blood Lake said confidently. "I see." Earl Sarlin pondered and said, "However, as everyone knows, the 2 most despicable and cunning groups in the plane are the devils and the wizard. I'm worried that the 5th circle wizard will have some sort of scheme against us if the wizard trades with us. Indeed, wizards are too cunning, especially those wizards from the School of Death. They often trick the lowly undead in my territory to work for them. We can't do anything about it," the Red-Tooth Earl grumbled. "Don't worry, I know what to do." The Duke of Blood Lake smiled and said confidently. "Now, let's make our positions known. Those who are willing to go with me, raise your hands. Those who are unwilling," the Duke of Blood Lake's voice gradually turned cold. "I'll go," said the Red-Tooth Earl. I'll go too." The other earls expressed their stance. How could they not go? Only Earl Sarlin looked hesitant. He was different from the other earl. He had a noble status and was powerful. Among the earls who attended the banquet, he was the number 1. He was the son of an archdevil of hell on the 6th floor. Therefore, he was not afraid of the Duke of Blood Lake. Suddenly, a subordinate sent him a message. After reading the message, Earl Sarlin's face turned gloomy. He looked at the Duke of Blood Lake and said slowly, "I'll go too." Hearing that Sarlin was going, the Duke of Blood Lake couldn't help but applaud. As expected of the son of the red-haired Archduke. "We'll definitely return with a bountiful harvest from this human journey, harvesting countless delicious souls. You can also become a duke as soon as possible and leave the desolate 4th level to return to the Archduke's side." Because he had something on his mind, Earl Sarlin was always absent-minded during the banquet. He hurried back to Black Sand Ridge and entered the castle. "Where's Madam?" he asked coldly. "Sir? Madam? Madam is missing," a 3rd circle undead spirit maid said in fear. "So many of you and you all can't even keep an eye on one person? Did anyone come to the castle after I left?" the Earl asked. "No. Absolutely not." On the city wall, the undead spirits appeared one after another, revealing their terrified faces. On this 4th floor, other than those dukes, there are also a few undead lords. No one can sneak into my castle without a sound. Just as I guessed, there's only one possibility for Madam's disappearance. Damned wizard! Under normal circumstances, after a wizard summoned an undead spirit, the undead spirit would return to hell. Therefore, Madam shouldn't have disappeared for so long. In this situation, it must be a wizard over there who was playing tricks and forcefully detained Madam. However, from the soul token that Madam left behind, she is not dead yet. She must have been imprisoned by a wizard. I planted a soul mark on her body. When I go to the human world, I can sense her location through the mark. When the time comes, I'll let that wizard know how foolish it is to steal the private property of a devil. Dusk Holy Temple. Levi's figure appeared. He sensed that Andrew was reading a book in the Knowledge Holy Temple. On the table were notes. When Andrew finished reading the book and left the temple, he saw the commander waiting there. He stood up straight and quickly greeted him. Chapter 992, Hell. 6. Not bad. In 2 to 3 years, you're already a mid-level apprentice wizard. Looks like your cultivation hasn't fallen behind. Levi smiled. It's all thanks to Commander's support. After becoming a wizard, as my spiritual force grew, I felt that my thoughts were sharper and more active than before. No wonder wizards are so powerful, said Andrew. How is the progress of the bloodline Dharma body? Levi asked. I've already cultivated to the peak of the 2nd level. I can now accomplish blood-chi separation. The next step is to condense bloodline Dharma body. Andrew was as serious as the students who reported their homework. Levi casually took out a first circle wizard tool from his storage bag. With your strength, you can somewhat use a first circle wizard tool. Take it for self-defense. Remember, only when you're alive can there be any possibility. He said meaningfully. Thank Commander, however, I don't have anything I can pay in exchange. Andrew was flattered. The price is to become a legendary knight or an official wizard as soon as possible. I have high hopes for you, young man. Levi patted Andrew's shoulder and turned to leave. On the training field of the 5-colored palace, Denise was sparring with Dino's. Denise's 5-colored blood chi was brilliant, while Dino's golden blood chi was magnificent. In the end, it was still Dino's who won. Just a little more and I will be able to reach bloodthirst perfection, Dino's sighed. There's no need to rush. Levi's voice sounded. Hello, Commander. The two greeted in unison. Have you found any good seedlings over the years? Levi asked. I found a double affinity one and they're even a grand knight. The other seedlings are not as talented, said Dino's. These special talents should be specially nurtured. Also, secretly take care of Andrew. We can't let his talent die prematurely. In the future, when he grows up, he will be of great use to our holy temple, said Levi. Understood. He left the Dusk Holy Temple. Levi was in a good mood. The human world had actually been very chaotic these years, but the Holy Temple could basically stay out of it. Because the main policy of the Holy Temple at this stage was to recuperate, develop quietly, and never participate in various disputes. When the Black Knight and the other core members advanced to become Blood Knights, they would be able to step onto the stage. He flew toward the mainland. Rosa Witch, whom he had not contacted for a long time, had something to tell him. Peacock Kingdom. In a small coastal city. In the private room of the Shining Tavern. Levi saw the Rosa Witch. It had been many years since they last met, but she still looked the same. However, she looked a little haggard. It's good to see that you're still alive, said Rosa Witch. What's wrong, madam? Do you remember Erlov? Levi replied, I remember. He's that 4th circle wizard. He's quite a nice person. Erlov had once tried to stop Barzan from killing him, but he was still scared off by Barzan using the power behind him. Even so, he was still a little grateful to that old man. It was already rare for Erlov to stand up for him. Erlov is dead. I sent him a message before, but he never replied. Later, I went to his secluded place and found traces of a battle. Erlov should be dead because the other party is very likely a 5th circle wizard. Erlov is a good man. Who is so cruel? Levi was confused, but he had already guessed what was going on. I think it should be the backer behind Balzan, the 5th circle wizard of the Spirit Catcher Steeple, Madame Ghost. Why did she kill Erlov? What's the motive? Barzan is dead. She has been looking for clues. It seems that she has found Erlov. Rosa Witch looked at Levi. Levi looked surprised as if he really did not know. Barzan is also dead. Yes. Rosa Witch's gaze moved slightly, and she sighed inwardly. She knew that Barzan was killed by Levi. Levi was not an ordinary nomadic wizard. After the wizard world and the human world were connected, she made contact with the other sisters. That was when she realized that Levi was an external wizard of the witch's family. He was very powerful and was even favored by the vice president of the Pharmacist Association, Triss. Triss's identity and status were something that even the current flower witch couldn't compare to. Rosa Witch naturally knew what it meant to be valued by Triss. After some thought, Rosa Witch said, "I reckon that Madame Ghost already knows who killed Barzan. She might have already started to take action. This woman is extremely vicious, and she has the support of the spirit catcher steeple. That's why she's becoming more and more unscrupulous." "Madam, you didn't call me here just to chat about this, right?" Levi asked. "You're already a fourth circle wizard, right?" "Yes. In the human world today, other than a few church saints and fifth circle wizards who are hidden like me, there should be no one else who is a match for you." "You can't say that. I've heard a saying that goes, beyond the mountains, there are mountains and towers. There's always someone stronger than me. I've just entered the fourth circle realm, and my realm isn't very stable. How can I be invincible under the fifth circle realm? The witch's family wants to build a wizard tower in the human world. I'm a member of the Sword Flower Oath Tower and also a member of the witch's family. Lady Witch asked me to take charge of the situation. I want you to be my assistant. As a reward, since the establishment of the Shining Tavern, it has been rooted in the human world for hundreds of years. You can use all the intelligence networks. You can be the deputy tower master," said Rosa Witch. Levi's heart skipped a beat. The Shining Tavern was spread all over the world, and its roots were as deep as the churches. Especially in terms of intelligence, no one could compare. If he could use this intelligence network at will, it would definitely be beneficial to him and the future development of the Dusk Holy Temple. After thinking for a moment, Levi said, "As a member of the witch's family, I agree to your request. If you need help, I won't decline if it's within my ability. If it's beyond my ability, then forgive me for not being able to help. However, there's no need for me to become a deputy tower master. It's not appropriate for a male wizard like me to become a deputy tower master. Sure, I believe in the primordial soul wizard's foresight, and I also believe in you. I wish us a happy cooperation." Rosa Witch raised a cup of 100 flowers wine. She said with a smile, "I also wish your future wife to be as beautiful as the Flower Knight." Levi's memory seemed to have been pulled back to the past. In the tavern of the Tuva Empire, the descendant of the Melon family, the old man who had avenged his great hatred, had also said the same words to him. This was the toast of the 100 flowers wine. "Flower Knight," Levi muttered to himself. Before they left, Rosa Witch called out to Levi. She paused and said hesitantly, "I'm a fifth circle wizard of the witch's family. If I go against Madame Ghost, it might bring about a war between the two towers. Be careful, the witch's family wouldn't care even if an external wizard is killed. However, you have a relationship with Madame Driss, so you can use this flexibly. You don't have to force yourself." A ray of light landed on Levi's palm. He looked at it and saw that it was all the information on Madame Ghost. He smiled and kept the information. He replied, "Thank you, Madam. Don't worry. My life, it's very resilient." He left the tavern and walked on the street. "Now that the other party might know that I'm the murderer, I can't take any chances. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that I'll be harmed, I'll nip it in the bud." In order to prevent himself from being harmed, Levi decided to strike first. Chapter 993, New Era, Level 15. 1. In the year 1143 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of the Northern Wind, within the Peacock Kingdom. In the Northern Territory, lies the Icewind City. Once bustling with life, now only remnants of its former glory remain. Occasionally, wandering blue frost undead would pass through, with their hollow, blue-flamed eyes scanning all living beings. On the hillside outside the city, frost and snow covered the nearby tombstones. A young knight clad in mithril armor knelt before one of the graves, gently wiping away the accumulated snow with his hands. "Grandfather, father! I'm here to see you again. Not only did I surpass legend, but I also reached realms beyond. Our commander said the path of a knight stretches far." "Oh, grandfather," the commander said, "you were his old friend, a fine lord." The knight's determined expression spoke of resilience. Kelvin, the Silver Dragon Knight, after enduring years of trials, finally entered the bloodthirst realm. Behind him, the sound of hooves approached. He glanced at the tombstone, his right hand lightly resting on the ice-wind sword by his side. Forged mainly from mithril and luminant gold, the sword exuded an air of significance. A blue frost undead knight, riding a skeletal warhorse, approached. His stature resembled that of a giant. He wielded a massive axe, leading the blue frost undead from Icewind City, pressing forward. Roar! Comparable to a legendary knight, the undead raised his axe, commanding the blue frost undead to swarm forward. The young knight drew his sword, roaring defiantly as silver blood chi surged within him, converging onto his blade. Sword skill, mountain wind. A piercing sound followed, accompanied by a burst of silver light. Under the entwined blood chi, the undead cried out in agony. After an indeterminate amount of time, Icewind City fell silent. The silhouette of the silver dragon knight disappeared into the snowstorm. Under the influence of the blue frost, winter in the northern territory seemed endless. The following day, inside the shining tavern in Peacock Capital, the silver dragon knight sat alone, sipping his drink. Two knights nearby were engaged in conversation. "Have you heard? Many knights have gone missing in the south recently. Rumor has it that even grand knights have disappeared in considerable numbers. The Church of Holy Light had intervened in the investigation, but there's still no result. I reckon these folks have no intention of investigating at all. They just take the knight's money and do nothing. It's outrageous. Lower your voice, will you? I want to live a little longer. Could such a topic be discussed in the capital? But then again, once upon a time, being a knight meant something in this world. People would address you as sir. But now, with all sorts of creatures emerging, what's the worth of a knight?" The silver dragon knight frowned. Targeting knights specifically. Could it be the enemies of the Dusk Holy Temple? But I hadn't heard of any knights disappearing before I arrived. Seems like they're only targeting knights outside the temple, but we still need to be cautious. I'll bring it up with the commander during the meeting, make sure everyone stays alert. For a long time, the Dusk Holy Temple had remained aloof from worldly affairs, prospering peacefully. It seldom got involved in conflicts. But as the world grew darker and more chaotic, trouble was inevitable for anyone here. With that in mind, the Silver Dragon Knight left the tavern. On the cold winter night streets, due to the presence of various dark creatures, the Seven Kingdoms had independently initiated curfews. In major cities, activities had to be reduced after dusk. And from midnight to dawn, movement was strictly prohibited. But with the strength of the Silver Dragon Knight, he wasn't afraid of being spotted by those patrolling knights. As he was leaving the city, a sword fell to the ground in a dark alley. He felt a stir in his heart and quietly made his way there. On a street in the outer city, he concealed himself in the shadows and watched silently. In the distance, the body of a knight lay prone. A ghostly figure stood silently before the knight, back turned to the Silver Dragon Knight. In the next moment, the shadow disappeared. The knight, already frozen, suddenly rose to his feet, picked up his sword, and walked into the darkness with a vacant expression. The Silver Dragon Knight's expression shifted slightly. An evil spirit. If it were an ordinary evil spirit, he could dispatch it with a single stroke. But he had a gut feeling that this was related to the recent disappearances of knights. So, he refrained from acting rashly. The deceased knight eventually vanished from his sight. The Silver Dragon Knight thought for a moment, then decided not to pursue, but instead left the capital and headed overseas. With his current strength and a lack of understanding of the enemy, hastily getting involved in this matter could jeopardize himself, even his organization. It would be better to report to the senior members and the commander. The Ancient Saint Plain. The Emperor's Palace. Levi was in a secret room, reviewing the information Madame Ghost had provided about the Spirit Catcher Steeple. Madame Ghost, high up of the Spirit Catcher Steeple. Fifth Circle Wizard, suspected to possess a Fifth Circle innate spell, and wield a Fifth Circle Wizard tool. She had quirky personality and deep thoughts. An accomplished apprentice of the Primordial Soul Wizard, Painful Banshee Amira, along with Mistress Cruel and the Wild Bone Wizard. Levi scrutinized the details carefully. He was about to face a true Fifth Circle Wizard, not some outdated cave wizard unable to keep up with the times. So, for all information about Madame Ghost, the spells, relationships, wizard tools, the more detailed, the better. It must have taken Rosa Witch considerable effort to gather this information. Chapter 994, New Era, Level 15. 2. Generally speaking, most wizards were cautious about revealing their spells, talents, and such for their own safety. Interpersonal relationships were usually the easiest to uncover. Many wizards relied on their connections to assert their authority. During this period, Levi leveraged the relationship between Rosa Witch and the Witch's family to gather a lot of information about the School of Death. The School of Death was an extremely complex and specialized school. However, the mainstream could be divided into three major systems: ethereal, corpse, and crafty. Ethereal, as the name suggested, specialized in dealing with spirit-type entities. Madame Ghost was an expert in this field, mastering various summoning spells for spirits. It could be said that Madame Ghost had mastered the manipulation of evil spirits and specters to perfection. Various bizarre methods could be achieved using these spiritual beings. Rosa Witch was once tracked by Madame Ghost using eerie specters. When dealing with Madame Ghost, one had to use corpse demons with caution. The spells and knowledge Levi possessed from the School of Death were child's play compared to hers. If used improperly, she might counterattack. At the same time, as a master of spirits, she may have possessed powerful spells to directly attack the mind. Levi needed to learn some spells to protect the mind and soul. Before confronting Madame Ghost, Levi had to research the purification elixir. With that soul artifact fragment, Levi could make his divine ring tower even more solid. With the tower's protection, Levi's soul and mind would be as solid as a rock. There wasn't much detailed information available about the specific spells Madame Ghost possessed in the intelligence reports. These were considered private, and like Levi, anyone who witnessed his actions usually ended up dead. Most strangers would have found it difficult to uncover her specific abilities. At most, it could be investigated that he practiced both spells and body refining. So Levi could only try to understand the spectral faction's spells as much as possible, especially those of 5th circle level, and think of countermeasures. Madame Ghost certainly wouldn't expect Levi, a 4th circle wizard, to actively come after her. This was Levi's advantage, he remained in the shadows. From the intelligence, Madame Ghost had rarely been active in the mortal realm in recent years. She remained secluded within the Spectre Kingdom's restricted area, whether for secluded cultivation or other reasons. In other words, Levi still had relatively ample preparation time. During this period, he could selectively enhance his own abilities. Besides, Madame Ghost's interpersonal relationships also need attention. These could potentially be my future enemies. Mistress Cruel was Barzan's mother. She had had a close relationship with Madame Ghost and had been a death wizard of the crafty faction. She had excelled in transforming powerful corpse puppets and had been even stronger than Madame Ghost. She had had 2 5th circle corpse demon kings and several level 4 corpse demons by her side. Apart from corpse demons, there had likely been other powerful corpse puppets. Creating these had been the crafty faction's specialty. These had just been the displayed strengths. This person may have had even stronger cards up her sleeve. In any case, she had been definitely on par with the Blue Dragon Lady. This woman had probably still been in the realm of hell, not in the mortal realm. Wild Bone Wizard, the nomadic 5th circle wizard I had encountered at the auction in the Nether capital, shouldn't have been weak either. She had belonged to the corpse faction and had excelled in summoning various non-spirit type hell creatures. She had been in the Endless Sea and had long since left the Spirit Catcher steeple. The likelihood of her causing trouble for me had been small, but caution was still necessary. Finally, the biggest trouble had come from the mentors of those 2 old women, Painful Banshee Amira. The Spirit Catcher steeple had currently had 8 primordial soul wizards. Painful Banshee had been one of them. She may not have been the most powerful, but she had been the most troublesome. Because she had successfully transformed into a lich. The wizards of the School of Death had probably been the most profound researchers of souls and death. Only by constantly confronting death could one have grasped the true essence of life. Since tens of thousands of years ago, a primordial soul wizard named Vina had proposed the theory of soul box technology and eternal life of the soul. Within the School of Death, a new faction had gradually emerged. That had been the Lich faction. Primordial soul wizards could achieve, as long as the primordial soul was not destroyed, the wizard could not die. However, this immortality here was only within the lifespan of the wizard. Ultimately, since ancient times, birth, aging, illness, and death had been a kind of truth, or rule. So, the soul at the core of the primordial soul would age. Any wizard would reach their limit. Even legendary wizards only had a lifespan of 10,000 years at most. Wizards were certainly not satisfied with the status quo. The concepts of soul box and lich were born from this. By using special arrays, potions, and transformation rituals, the primordial soul was preserved in a special object that was not affected by the rules of birth, aging, illness, and death. From then on, theoretically, the primordial soul was immortal. At the same time, the connection between the primordial soul and the physical body remained. There was still consciousness in the physical body, which could be controlled by the soul in the soul box. And, as long as the primordial soul existed, relying on primordial soul spells and various resources, wizards could reshape their physical bodies at any time, achieving a quasi-immortality in this way. These wizards were called lich. Unfortunately, this theory, so far, was only in its early stages, with many restrictions and drawbacks. Chapter 995, New Era, Level 15. 3. Currently, only powerful primordial soul wizards could barely manage to have their primordial soul enter a soul box. The souls of ordinary wizards, although they could temporarily enter low-level soul boxes, still couldn't resist the limitations of lifespan. When their time was up, they would still perish. The soul box Tower Master gave Stella was just like this. It was merely a temporary vessel for the soul, with no connection to longevity. To truly resist aging and death, a soul box created by a primordial soul wizard would have a chance of success. However, as time passed, the effectiveness of the soul box would gradually diminish, and ultimately, the primordial soul would still face the fate of dispersal. Moreover, the success rate of the lich transformation ritual was not high. If the transformation failed, it meant death, and such souls that defiled the rules couldn't enter the underworld for reincarnation. After transforming into a lich, the lifespan was several times longer than that of an ordinary primordial soul wizard, comparable to some longevity species. However, in the soul box, the spiritual force of the primordial soul would not grow stronger. This also meant that wizards had no further potential. They completely cut off their path of advancement. Unless, like Tower Master, they became alchemical creatures with human consciousness. By giving up the path of wizardry and relying on the iterative upgrade of alchemical creatures to replace the advancement of wizards. However, despite this, many primordial soul wizards from the School of Death, who were nearing their end, still had many choices to transform into liches. Even primordial soul wizards from other schools began to join in. Painful Banshee was one such example. She was a 6th Circle primordial soul wizard, reportedly living for 3,000 years, far exceeding the 2,000 years of a 6th Circle wizard. It seemed that this old thing could live quite a long time without any problems. Once Levi decided to take action against Madame Ghost, he would have to consider one thing: how to face those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years if the spirit catcher Steeple launched an investigation into her death. In terms of knowledge, vision, or social connections, he was no match for them. In front of a 5th Circle wizard, Levi felt confident about escaping. But facing a primordial soul, he knew it was impossible. This time, I absolutely cannot leave behind any clues or traces. If necessary, I'll seek help from Madame Triss, even if it's embarrassing, to save my life. Triss was the only primordial soul wizard Levi knew who might confront another primordial soul on his behalf. She was loyal and had no airs about her, and Levi had a sort of mentor-friend relationship with her. Moreover, she owed Levi a favor. I wonder if the Flower Knight is easy to deal with. From the descriptions of the 24 flowers, she seems to have a good character and is interested in the path of knights. If necessary, when 100 Flowers returns, I could offer her a deal, my method to break free from the legendary shackles of knighthood in exchange for her protection. That's an option. And then there's Yggdrasila, the immortal banyan dragon. If all else fails, I'll trade the Holy Grail to her first if I get it. Let her provide me with shelter until I surpass her in strength later. I'll reclaim the Holy Grail and the immortal banyan dragon together. Of course, ultimately, he needed to become powerful on his own. But that would take time. Engaging in direct confrontation with a primordial soul wizard in the short term was out of the question. In the secret room, Levi planned his future retreat. So far, there were no signs of danger. From the intelligence reports, Madame Ghost was currently preoccupied. Levi still had time to develop to take the initiative against a fifth circle wizard. Every step must be calculated, and everything must be prepared. Without any room for error, only then could he act, otherwise, it would be walking into a trap. Levi pondered over what aces he had up his sleeve to deal with the fifth circle wizard. Firstly, he had a formidable defense with his stacked armors, capable of withstanding attacks from any fifth circle wizard and even ordinary fifth circle attacks. Secondly, he possessed a powerful six-dimensional breathing technique and a destructive sword chi in his transformed state, which could barely break through the protective force field of an ordinary fifth circle wizard. Thirdly, he had a mishmash of various things like the bloodline dharma body, rune language, bloodline divine weapon, wizard tool, puppets, combat arrays, and so on. But his greatest trump card was the array he had just researched, the Hell of the Seven Kings. In confronting a fifth circle wizard, he needed to lure them into the array, otherwise, Levi's chances of winning were slim. Even if he managed to defeat the opponent, it would be difficult to detain them, posing a potential threat if they escaped. With these thoughts in mind, Levi immediately began preparations according to the urgency of the situation. In the year 1144 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, on the first day of the month of beginning, the 43rd round table meeting of the Twilight Knights proceeded smoothly. This time, the Black Knight was absent. "Commander, the Black Knight is currently in a crucial period of seclusion. Once he emerges, he will become the Blood Knight," Emperor Mu stated. He, Elsa, and the Black Knight were all in the Earth realm. "As for me, I've already become the Blood Knight," Emperor Mu chuckled smugly. "You're showing off." The Goddess Knight glared at Emperor Mu. "Commander, I've also broken through to become the Bloodthirst Knight," the Silver Dragon Knight announced. Only the Dark Moon Knight wore an embarrassed smile. "Looks like I'm still the only legendary one left. No need to rush. Arrange things reasonably according to your own progress. Hurrying might lead to disaster," Levi advised. The Blood Knight raised his hand. "Allow me to go first. I'm currently in the Forsaken Land of the God. The situation here is even more complicated than we imagined. I've heard that there are numerous level 5 caves just here." Chapter 996, New Era, Level 15. 4. In the deeper regions of the Forsaken Land of the God, it's said that there were caves of level 6 or higher. This indicates the presence of primordial soul wizards lingering in this area. "Commander, I also acquired information about the fifth circle wizard you mentioned. He's the cave lord of the Black Light Crypt, which possessed a level 5 cave. He has some Shadow School wizards under his command. However, after the demise of the Black Light Master, the Black Light Crypt was absorbed by nearby forces. Now, major forces in the Forsaken Land of the God are integrating. In the near future, they would commence large-scale invasions into the New World. We needed to be prepared." "Understood. Blood Knight, keep an eye out for any clues regarding rare minerals in the Forsaken Land of the God. If you come across any of the minerals I mentioned, report to me immediately. I'll come find you." "Understood, Commander." After the Blood Knight's report, the Silver Dragon Knight took a deep breath and spoke, "Commander, there have been numerous knights disappearing in the human realm recently. Upon initial investigation, it doesn't seem to be the work of ordinary evil spirits. It appears more like the work of controlled monsters, abducting knights. I'm concerned that the temple, as an organization of knights, might be affected." Levi nodded slightly, intending to ask the Rosa Witch for more information. Her intelligence should have been more detailed. Nighthawk spoke up, "Commander, I also reached the peak of the Bloodthirst realm. I intended to venture into the realm of Crimson to seek some opportunities. Additionally, I believed that since we had this remote method of communication through the round table, we should explore new places rather than confine ourselves to one location." Go ahead," Levi agreed, finding Hogg's suggestion reasonable. After the meeting, Levi resumed his practice. Half a year later, in a volcanic community of the ancient Dragon Empire, an ancient saint discovered the traces of the Flame Blood Rampage Dragon. Levi personally went to the scene and subdued this level 4 fire mixed blood dragon. Consequently, the level 3 Flame Blood Earthly Dragon Beast was released back into the Sea Beast Garden, regaining its freedom, aiming to propagate and produce more offspring with superior bloodline essence. Levi's progress in practicing the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique had significantly increased. Advancement was no longer distant. At the same time, Levi's lover's rune had also reached level 4 through cultivation. His luck bonus had increased to 30%. After testing it, he felt that his card draw rate was steadily improving. This indicated that the lover's rune was indeed effective. The noob was evolving into a luck god. He had a plan. With the increasing boost from the lover's rune, his previously discontinued trembling ring and snake eye demon ring might come in handy. These control god rings that relied on luck might be useful, especially in battles against Madame Ghost. He could try them out, and if they worked, they would greatly assist him in killing the 5th circle wizard. In wizard battles, momentary control could change or even influence the outcome of the battle. While Levi peacefully practiced in the ancient Dragon Empire, in the distant Tuva Empire, atop the god of Storm's mountain, where storm clouds perpetually loomed, a saint in a purple divine robe meditated with eyes closed. 12 thunder drums and the storm spear surrounded him. Groudon, aside from some beings in the forsaken land of the god, was considered the strongest creature in the human realm. He wielded the divine powers of storms and lightning and possessed 2 powerful sealing sacred objects. With the resurgence of the Dark Wave, any malicious forces causing trouble in the Tuva Empire were swiftly dealt with by Groudon. One day, a figure appeared in the sky. Clad in a plain grey-white wizard robe, the figure seemed unremarkable at first glance. However, there was an indomitable spirit and undeniable arrogance in his demeanor. As he stood there, the weather began to change, and faint thunder rumbled. "You again? Who are you, and what do you want? Do you think the church is easy to mess with?" In the midst of the thunderstorm, Groudon's voice rang out, tinged with impatience. The wizard remained calm. "If you think I'm not to be trifled with, then prove it." With those words, he reached out into the void. A spear of thunder, nearly a dozen feet long, materialized in his grasp. "Today, we'll see whose power reigns supreme, your storm spear or my thunder spear." The battle between 5th Circle Wizard and Groudon began in earnest, unlike the previous encounter with the Cave Wizard. Groudon's expression grew solemn, evidently feeling some pressure from his opponent. 2 vastly different forces of thunder clashed in the sky, their thunderous roars echoing for miles around. As Groudon and the wizard clashed in battle, on the god of Storm's mountain, other saints and apostles were filled with shock and anger. "Beast! Release the statue!" Groudon's expression shifted. Behind him, a thunderous serpent, possibly hundreds of meters long, devoured a level 3 thunder apostle and sent a level 4 apostle flying with a flick of its tail. Then, it wrapped itself around the statue in front of the temple. Amidst the lightning and thunder, with a sudden force, the statue was uprooted. The ground cracked open. A level 5 creature. Groudon's expression changed. "We'll call it off. Farewell." The wizard sneered. The 5th circle talent, Thunder Dragon's split claw. In the sky, the thunder clouds converged abruptly, and in the next moment, they dispersed. A thunderous dragon claw, about 100 feet long, descended from the heavens, seemingly intent on crushing Groudon like an ant. Groudon snorted coldly, his 12 thunder drums protecting him as the storm spear shattered the thunder dragon's claw. However, the wizard had already mounted the level 5 giant serpent. Like a streak of lightning, they vanished without a trace. Chapter 997, New Era, Level 15. 5. Blaspheming the idol of the god, you shall be punished. I will report this to the Emperor. Groudon's expression darkened as he retreated into the thunder clouds. The statue itself was nothing special, nor was it a sealing sacred object. It was a sculpture carved from an extraterrestrial odd stone that had landed in the Tuva Empire long ago. Legend had it that hurricanes and thunder phenomena surrounded the strange stone. The church claimed that the odd stone was the condensed tears of the Lord of Storms, and had taken the form of a statue for worshippers to admire. Before the Dark Wave revival, during the last days, the Church of Storm relied on the apparent sanctity of this statue to maintain the faith of its believers. The theft of the idol was a severe blow to the reputation of the Church of Storm, as other churches would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to denigrate them. The next day, in a remote location overseas, on a deserted island, a wizard descended from the sky riding a thunder snake, landing on the island. Accompanied by the rippling waves of an array, the figure vanished from the island. Meteorite iron, an extremely rare dual-element metal of the 5th level. Its value is several times that of elemental metals of the same level. Even if the purity of this ore is low, with such a large piece of raw ore, we can still extract a considerable amount of meteorite iron. Its value is no less than that of an ordinary fifth circle wizard tool. Elsie, with your purple thunder fire, melt this meteorite iron. Let's see how much elemental metal we can extract. The grey-robed wizard's face changed from plain to incredibly handsome. It was none other than Sorcerer, the long-lost clan leader of the Thunder Dragon family. He had named his pet Blue Dragon Lady, a clear testament to his intense hatred for her. The level 5 Thunder Serpent, a female thunder snake, nodded, rubbing her head against Sorcerer. Elsie, thank you. If it weren't for your advancement to the 5th level, it would indeed be difficult for me to take this thing. Now, I only have you. Elsie. He gave her an odd smile and gently kissed Elsie's snake tongue. Elsie's snake tongue licked Sorcerer gently. Her snake body began to shrink, then gently coiled around Sorcerer, comforting him. One man and one snake, dependent on each other, wandering the world together, how romantic. Gaia Kingdom. Spectre Kingdom. In a dark palace surrounded by soul rings and filled with resentment, Madame Ghost, dressed in black palace attire and with a pale complexion, sat among a group of spectres. Before her lay an ancient mirror. In the mirror, a rough-looking witch with scars all over her face was sewing together a doll-like corpse. Isabella, I've found information on the murderer who killed Barzan, Madame Ghost said to the mirror. Isabella, also known as Mistress Cruel, was Barzan's mother. Oh, Naira, tell me about it, Mistress Cruel's eerie large eyes opened, filled with madness. Let him tell you himself. His name is Erlove, and he knows Rosa Witch. Before Barzan died, the three of them, along with someone named Levi, were on a mission together. Madame Ghost waved her hand, and a confused and agonized undead spirit slowly materialized. The undead spirit looked exactly like Erlove, his deathly appearance gruesome and unrecognizable. The refining of undead spirits using human souls had long been prohibited by congressional law. Most related knowledge had been sealed or destroyed. This was a taboo practice highly detrimental to the healthy development of wizard civilization. Clearly, Madame Ghost possessed such forbidden spells. Under Madame Ghost's control, the confused Erlove recounted the situation when he inadvertently witnessed the fight between Barzan and Levi, including many of Barzan's words, such as asking Erlove to mind his own business, and so on. It must be that Levi coveting my precious son's wealth. It's all his fault. After listening, Mistress Cruel laughed strangely, her madness evident. I investigated a bit. This Levi Erlove mentioned should be a wizard from the Ocean School of Thought. He has been practicing in the Endless Sea and later retreated to seclusion in the human realm. Other than that, there is little information about him. This person is extremely low-key, leaving very few traces behind, and it's unclear where he is now. The soul imprint I left on Barzan has also been erased by him. He seems to have mastered some kind of anti-tracking spell. So, our current lead is cut off. The old woman Rosa Witch should know something. However, she refuses to cooperate. She is a senior member of the witch's family, and I am currently at a loss. After saying this, Madame Ghost looked at Mistress Cruel. Among the three elites under the painful Banshee's command, Mistress Cruel is the most powerful, followed by the Wild Bone Wizard, who is the weakest. So, are you giving up, my sister? Mistress Cruel's voice was low as she asked. No, but we can't find him now. What should we do? I will ask our teacher to intervene and use primordial soul magic to see if we can find him. Closing the communication, Madame Ghost looked grim. Insane hag, she really treats me like a servant. When my grand plan is complete, you will be nothing in my eyes. I am the most outstanding student of the teacher. In the shadows of the Great Hall, knights stood silently, like statues. In addition, there were also some low-level body refining wizards. Still not enough. The bodies of these ordinary knights can only serve as vessels for minor demons. If the Devil Lords are to descend, we need even more powerful bodies. Chapter 998, New Era, Level 15. 6. Recently, I've heard some rumors, the authenticity of which I cannot confirm. There's a powerful knight organization in the Outer Sea region, where perhaps I might find what I need. She had already dispatched some of her subordinates to investigate in the Outer Seas. Once they had any information, they would report back to her. 3 days later, Mistress Cruel's face appeared again on the ancient mirror. How did it go? Did you get the teacher's help? Madame Ghost asked. Yes, I did. What's the situation? We didn't find anything. The premise of the teacher's tracking primordial soul spell was that Barzan's soul could smoothly enter the underworld and undergo reincarnation. Could it be that Barzan's soul has become an undead creature in the hell plane, without undergoing reincarnation? No, if that were the case, the teacher would have found it. That Levi intercepted Barzan's soul somehow, preventing Barzan from even having the chance to enter the underworld for reincarnation. He came prepared. I suspect it's someone from our opposing organization. Mistress Cruel closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, they were filled with a mad-killing intent. In the Holy Brilliance calendar of the year 1145, during the month of grass. In recent years, the Twilight Nights had grown rapidly. The Black Knight successfully advanced to the realm of Blood Source last year, becoming the third Blood Knight of the Twilight Nights. However, the Black Knight did not rush back. He remained in the Earth realm, searching for an opportunity to break through to become an official wizard. He was already a level 3 knight, with such a strong foundation. Even with average wizard talent, he could still earn extra money in the wizard world by playing tricks and taking some small change from dark wizards. Then, he could quickly accumulate wizard resources to support his wizard training. So, breaking through to become an official wizard wasn't difficult. This path had already been successfully experimented by Emperor Mu. As a child of chaos, Emperor Mu had average talent, but he still became an official wizard. For them, becoming a wizard wasn't about achieving high cultivation but about being able to use some wizard means to compensate for the knight's shortcomings. There were many universal low-level spells in wizard magic, seemingly insignificant but actually very useful. Even in the advanced stage, they could still be utilized. In addition, they also aimed to become wizards. Then, they could learn some spiritual connection spells, just like the commander, and have their own knight pets. They continued to implement the commander's green sustainable development concept. As for the goddess knight, her wizard talent was already impressive. Being double affinity, she had been walking the path of both knight and wizard cultivation. Now, she had reached the second circle wizard level and had achieved some success in the ice body tempering technique. The Blood Knight continued to explore the forsaken land of the god, searching for elemental metal for Levi and gathering more intelligence. The Divine Light Knight and the Golden Lion Knight remained at the Dusk Holy Temple, while also preparing for advancement to the Blood Source. Having long entered the realm of First Circle Wizard, the Golden Lion Knight, with his double affinity talent and family resources, smoothly advanced to the Second Circle Wizard. He became a Second Circle Wizard purely to better research Knight bloodline runes. The Dark Moon Knight, the latest addition, was getting closer and closer to breaking the legendary shackles. As for Andrew, the child of the elements who Levi was most concerned about, his cultivation speed didn't need much explanation, Levi didn't need to worry about him at all. The deciphering work of bloodline runes had also made significant progress. Everything was developing in a better direction. Time passed like sand slipping through fingers, leaving only faint traces. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. In the month of winter of the Holy Brilliance calendar of the year 1145, the cold wind of the Northern Territory swept through the Peacock Kingdom. The once warm and spring-like flower city had begun to enter winter. That year, all the Blue Frost undead forces in the Northern Territory converged at the relic of Montenegro Mountain City. These undead creatures seemed to have been summoned. Between the Evernight Kingdom and the Peacock Kingdom, a kingdom of Blue Frost undead was established in the Northern Territory. Saints sent by the church went to investigate, but none returned. Even the strongest saint under the saint's command went personally, only to return disappointed. A new ruler ascended in the Northern Territory, declaring her return and openly challenging the church. Rumors had it that the ruler was an extremely young lady with frost-like silver hair, who called herself the Blue Frost Lord's daughter. She possessed extremely formidable strength, backed by a vast army of Blue Frost undead. Blue Frost warriors, knights, spellcasters, and even bone dragons. It was said that in the gloomy skies above Montenegro Mountain City, 3 Blue Frost bone dragons circled day and night, blocking out the sun. The largest among them had a wingspan of over 100 meters. Even saints had been defeated by it. The Blue Frost Lord's daughter released the saints and instructed them to tell the saints, "Winter has come." In the same year, in the south of the Molten Kingdom, in the southernmost part of the Seven Kingdoms continent. Here, mountains were densely packed, the weather was humid, miasma filled the air, and swamps abounded. This was a wilderness, and since the Dark Wave revival, rumors of demonic beasts had become even more prevalent. This place had become a forbidden zone for ordinary people. Only some bold knights or wild wizards dared to venture into it. Since ancient times, this area had been called the Lost Mountain Range. That year, some adventurers unintentionally entered it and discovered that within the Lost Mountain Range, there lived some barbaric tribes. They were primitive, living off hunting. Their skin was a disgusting shade of green, covered in sores and boils. They seemed infected with a severe plague, yet they remained lively and vigorous. They ate raw meat and even raided the graves in the Molten Kingdom to feast on corpses. They never bathed, claiming it was blasphemy against their father. The men of these tribes were all as strong as knights, if not stronger, and there were also some spellcasters of witch doctor ilk among them. They warmly treated the adventurers with rotten flesh and intestines, sincerely introducing them to their deity. A kind father who loved all mankind equally. They claimed that the Heavenly Father at the other end of the continent was a false father who only used his believers as tools, while only this kind father was the true embodiment of love, the Father of all. On the first day of the month of beginning in the year 1146 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, a new kingdom rose in the Lost Mountain Range at the southern end of the continent. This kingdom kindly welcomed the afflicted who were troubled by the plague, abandoned by their countries, and forsaken by their families. The plague doctors in the kingdom would alleviate their suffering, making them immune to all diseases. In this kingdom, the afflicted would not be ostracized or abandoned. Because the kind father would accept them and let them feel the long-lost paternal love. Following the Blue Frost Empire, another kingdom called the Benevolent Father Empire rose. It became the ninth kingdom, and within the original 7 kingdoms, a tense and uneasy atmosphere brewed. Outside the ninth kingdom, in the ancient Saint Plain, there was a hidden, little-known ancient dragon empire. The ruler of the empire, the Inferno Divine Emperor, along with a series of titles such as Initial Ancient Saint, opened his eyes. The Crimson Emperor Dragon has reached level 15. Chapter 999, Dharma Idol Crimson Emperor burns the sky. 1. Crimson Emperor Dragon. Flame Dragon of World Annihilation, Incarnation of Strength. This was Levi's most powerful breathing technique. There was no other. Levi's current defense could be said to have reached the limit of the current stage. Without the advancement of the Golden Snake breathing technique, it was already difficult to advance an inch. At most, he would master a 4th circle protective force field. With a powerful defense, it would be useless if he couldn't kill the enemy. Levi recalled the battle between him and the Ice Level Witch. The other party was also considered ordinary among 5th circles. However, his strongest attack had only barely broken through a layer of the other party's force field. If he did not increase his attack power, if he relied on stacked armor, it would be impossible for him to cross a major realm and kill Madame Ghost. The most important thing for Levi was to increase his strength. Thus, all these years, he had focused on cultivating the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique. The Crimson Emperor Dragon was not far from the perfection realm. After obtaining the Flame Blood Rampage Dragon, a 4th circle mixed blood dragon clan, he soon stepped into the level 14 perfection realm. Furthermore, unlike the Golden Snake, the Crimson Emperor Dragon was at level 14 perfection. There was no maximum, but he broke through to level 15. Levi based his previous observations. This situation meant that the Crimson Emperor Dragon's potential was too high and could still be unearthed. For the time being, he did not need potions to stimulate his advancement. After all, the 4 strength breathing techniques that formed the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Red Lotus, King Kong, Dragon Demon, Black Whale. They were all top breathing techniques. These elites formed the Crimson Emperor Dragon. One could imagine the level of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. If he hadn't cultivated these 4 breathing techniques with all his might back then, there probably wouldn't be the Crimson Emperor Dragon today. Levi's intuition told him that even if he advanced from level 15 to level 10, the Crimson Emperor Dragon did not even need to break through the limit. Along the way, the Crimson Emperor Dragon's advancement was smooth sailing. At this moment, in Levi's body, at the heart, beside the Golden Divine Palace, another even more majestic and gorgeous red palace appeared. On it was written Crimson Emperor Divine Palace. This Golden Snake Divine Palace is not even half the height of the Crimson Emperor's Divine Palace. Could this be caused by the difference in breathing techniques? Levi looked at the 2 palaces and muttered to himself. His consciousness entered the Crimson Emperor's Divine Palace. The layout here was somewhat different from the Golden Snake Divine Palace. In the center of the Divine Palace, there was a golden pillar that reached to the heavens. Golden snakes coiled around it. In the Crimson Emperor's Divine Palace was a tall lava throne. A Crimson Emperor Dragon was lying on it elegantly. Now that the Golden Snake and the Crimson Emperor Dragon have a house, the other breathing techniques should be unsatisfactory. He left the cultivation chamber. Levi arrived at the back mountain of the Emperor's palace. He felt a power that was completely different from the second transformation of the blood source. The warm current surged and flowed endlessly in his body. He willed it. Crimson blood chi surged out of his body. These blood chi circulated around his body. In the end, it transformed into the phantom of a burly and thick crimson dragon. It was the appearance of the Crimson Emperor Dragon Seed. The extreme of strength, the Crimson Emperor Dragon. The head of the Red Emperor Dragon was like a sculpture, filled with golden aesthetic power. The golden eyes scanned the surroundings indifferently. Thick flames spewed out of his nostrils. Including its tail, the Crimson Emperor Dragon was probably 50 to 60 meters long. Its wingspan was close to 100 meters. Levi was at the heart of the Crimson Emperor Dragon and was protected by the Dharma Idol Phantom. Blood Lady, Guillermo, Phoenix, Maria, come at me together. Attack with all your might and don't hold back. Don't worry about hurting me. Levi ordered. All four of them were fourth circle wizards. Master, we won't stand on ceremony then, Maria said with a smile. Phoenix was overjoyed. You said to go all out. Don't blame me for being ruthless next. If I accidentally kill you, won't I be free? Hehe, Flame Avenger Anveda is coming back. If Phoenix was like Guillermo, he would often be Levi's sparring partner. It would not have such naive thoughts. The Poison Fire Corpse Demon's black poison fire swept out. The blood-armored corpse demon slashed with the Moonlight Greatsword. Maria's purple whip, which was emitting a strange fragrance, exploded. Phoenix exerted all his strength. Endless flames gathered behind him and turned into flaming feather blades. Levi stood in the Crimson Emperor Dragon Dharma Idol with a calm expression. These level 4 attacks all landed on the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Succubuses were not good at frontal attacks. She did not break through the defense of the Crimson Emperor Dragon Dharma Idol at all. Not only that, but the flames rolled back along her whip. She couldn't help but retreat with a soft cry. Blood Lady's attack broke through his defense. However, under such a terrifying flame Dharma Idol, the scarlet armor on her body actually began to slowly melt. She had no choice but to quickly evacuate Levi's surroundings. The most powerful was the Poison Fire Corpse Demon. It had high fire elemental resistance and wasn't afraid of the Crimson Emperor Dragon's flames. After the claws tore apart the Dharma Idol, Guillermo stopped and did not continue attacking. He would spar with the leaders and stop when necessary. This was the way of the world. How could the smart mind flayer not understand? This was a principle that even a fool knew. Phoenix, the only bird, was attacking Levi seriously. Its attack was indeed powerful, leaving the Crimson Emperor Dragon Dharma Idol in a state of devastation. Phoenix could not help but feel pleased. He thought to himself, are the three of you noobs worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me? In the next moment, the Crimson Dragon roared at the sky. The Crimson Emperor Dragon leaped up from Levi's body. In an instant, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Chapter 1000, Dharma Idol Crimson Emperor burns the sky. 2. Then, the Crimson Dragon spread its dragon wings. In an instant, a meteor shower fell and the magma river hung upside down. The Crimson Emperor Dragon Dharma Idol descended from the sky accompanied by endless flames. A dragon chariot sent Phoenix flying. Its body disintegrated, turning into sparks that filled the sky. Fortunately, it was a fire element, so it did not burn to death. However, the pure impact brought about by this level of attack also made its body much weaker. The other three looked at Phoenix as if he was an idiot. They thought to themselves, you're really a hothead. 130 Ka. Levi looked on with satisfaction. Crimson Emperor burns the entire sky. This Dharma Idol shall be called Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor. The last dragon chariot was a small lesson for Phoenix. Let it know how stupid it was to play tricks. He opened the panel. Levi. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 15, 1/700,000. Special Effect, Flame Dragon's True Form, Level 3, Special Form, Giant Dragon Warrior, Furious Dragon Lord, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor, Exclusive Weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, Level 3, 3456/10,000. Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor's defense cannot compare to a Dharma Idol that specialized in defense like the Golden Snake Dance. However, it is still much stronger than most ordinary 4th Circle Wizards' defensive field. It can't be helped. The Crimson Emperor Dragon's level is too high. Even if it isn't specialized in defense, it definitely wouldn't be bad. From the looks of it, knights with non-defensive breathing techniques like the Black Knight. After advancing to the 3rd transformation of the Blood Source and giving birth to a Dharma Idol, the basic defense can also be guaranteed. It is not much inferior to an ordinary wizard's 4th circle defensive field. Moreover, Dharma Idols are born from Blood Chi. The recovery speed and endurance of Blood Chi are better than wizard spell power. This is also the advantage of the Path of Knights. Overall, after giving birth to the Bloodline Dharma Idol, the basic defense of a knight will rise by a level. In addition, Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor's strongest ability is his offensive ability. If the fire element that the Crimson Emperor Dragon had hit was not Phoenix, it's the other wizards below the 5th circle. I don't think many of them can withstand it. Their ordinary innate spells or defensive fields will shatter and ignite in front of the Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor's impact. Overall, Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor's attack power should be at the level of a top-notch 4th circle innate spell. After level 3 of the Flame Dragon's true form, Levi's basic strength and fire element resistance attributes had increased significantly. At the thought of this, the strength rune flashed on his arm. Levi held the Crimson Dragon Slash. He rose into the sky like a huge dragon and swung his sword. Flames wrapped around the sword. He transformed into a majestic Crimson Dragon man. His body grew larger, and dragon horns began to grow. The flames of anger were overwhelming. Behind him, the Phantom of the 9 Swords Azura appeared. Night fell in the sky around him. At this moment, Levi had reached his current realm. It was the maximum attack he could achieve. Destruction Sword Chi. Black Sword Chi mixed with the Crimson Emperor Dragon flames surged out. Like a volcano erupting, like a long river washing over. On a small mountain a few kilometers away. Under this sword, it split into 2 and was directly cut open. The incision was incomparably smooth, and there were charred burn marks that emitted high temperatures. 260 Ka. As the mountain peak split open, Levi looked at the numbers in front of him. The attack power of a 5th circle wizard is between 150 and 500 Ka. Among them, basically all 5th circle powerhouses are above 300 Ka. One has to be at least a 5th circle senior wizard. Among the 5th circle cultivators, the ratio is not very high. Such 5th circle wizards are all famous people. For example, Sorit and Blue Dragon Lady. The further one progresses, the more difficult it is to increase 1 Ka. Even the Fire Ouroboros's 5th circle spell, World Burning Flame Snake, only has the power of more than 300 Ka. The range of 150 to 300 Ka is the attack range of most ordinary 5th circle wizards. From the information, Madame Ghost is most likely in this range. However, I mustn't rule out the possibility that the other party is hiding her strength. Hence, from the looks of it, if my all-out attack hit my target, it should be enough to seriously injure her. My defense is no weaker than hers. Coupled with the 4th circle array, I finally have a chance of winning. Moreover, my chances of winning are not small. However, it is not enough. Madame Ghost's methods are strange and varied. She definitely has many life-saving abilities. I can't just defeat her. I have to kill her. It has to be clean and efficient. It would be best if I could kill her in an instant. Otherwise, once I give the other party a chance, it's extremely difficult for me to kill a 5th circle wizard. As long as he succeeded in this hunt, he could not fail. Killing a 5th circle wizard in seconds seemed like a fantasy. But in Levi's opinion, it was not impossible. As long as he gave it his all at the right time, it was possible to unleash the ultimate strike. In fact, Levi's multi-buff overlay state also could not last for too long. He had to deal with Madame Ghost before the various states subsided. It's not enough. I have to continue improving. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, a black-robed figure stood in the sky outside Dusk Island. He hid in the clouds and used spells to conceal his aura. I found it. It's hidden quite well. A mere knight organization was doing well. This hall was quite grand, but it was too old-fashioned. It was said that there were several powerful legendary knights in this organization. Chapter 1001, Dharma Idol Crimson Emperor Burns the Sky. 3. What legendary knight? He can't even defeat a first circle wizard. This black-robed wizard was a third circle wizard and Madame Ghost's subordinate. The Dusk Holy Temple would go to the Seven Kingdoms continent to recruit new blood regularly. Even though it was done very secretly and low-key. However, it would still be discovered by some observant people. There had been an invasion of second circle wizards before. He was killed by the Blood Knight and the others in the Grand Array. Madame Ghost had made a deal with the Duke of Blood Lake. It required a large number of ordinary knights' bodies. It was used as a human body to carry the arrival of the Devil Army. The body of a legendary knight could be used to refine the human body of a Devil Lord. As for body-refining wizards, they were too rare. Moreover, wizards often involved some large factions and organizations for safety reasons. In the end, Madame Ghost decided to focus on knights. After hearing that there was a so-called sacred land for knight cultivation in the Outer Sea region, she then sent out ghosts and subordinates to search for clues. Today, the black-robed wizard finally found it. He chanted an incantation, and a red parchment appeared in his hand. There was a strange pattern drawn on the parchment. This was also a type of ghost. He quickly passed the coordinates of this place through the parchment. He would pass it on to Madame Ghost, who was far away in the Gaia Kingdom. Kill them all and bring them back. Not long after, Madame Ghost's message arrived. Obviously, Madame Ghost felt that such a small matter was not worth her time. Moreover, she was busy every day and could not leave. The black-robed wizard chuckled. After staying in this world for so long, my hands are itching. He casually waved his hand. There were more than 100 ghosts entwined behind him. Each ghost was enough to kill a so-called knight. This was the power of wizards. Go, kill everyone here. The ghosts howled and surged towards the island. For a moment, resentment soared into the sky, and a cold wind blew. In the Dusk Holy Temple, Dinos, who was preparing to upgrade his advancement medicines, opened his eyes, and his expression changed. He came to the outside of the hall. In the sky outside, a black mass of ghosts attacked. This is a wizard invasion. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Dinos didn't panic. The entire Dusk Island had a third circle array set up by the commander. On the other side, Denise, who had sensed the situation, also came out of the five-colored palace. Enemy attack. Yes, he's a third circle wizard. He shouldn't be able to pass the array. However, I still sent a message to our commander. When those ghosts descended to the low altitude of the island, elemental power surged suddenly. 4 colors of light shot into the sky. The expression of the black-robed wizard in the sky changed. This is an array, and it looks like a third circle array. Isn't this an organization of knights? Why would they know how to use wizard arrays? Could it be that these knights are all subordinates of a certain wizard? For a moment, the black-robed wizard thought about many things. He was very glad that he did not rush over rashly. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the enemy's trap. He did not know anything about arrays. If he stepped into it, he would be doomed. Not long after, the ghosts that he used to probe were all killed by the array. He couldn't even get past the King of Fire array. To these spirit-type creatures, fire and lightning were their nemesis. After some thought, the black-robed wizard asked coldly, "Which wizard organization are you from?" He had a condescending attitude. Piss off. Dinos didn't care about him at all. He could not defeat the black-robed wizard. However, he had the protection of the array, so he was not afraid at all. Another reckless intruder. The Divine Light Knight sighed. The other knights also stopped cultivating. He stood behind the 2 hall masters and looked at the wizard in the sky. They were experienced people, so they were not too shocked and afraid. Other than a second circle wizard, they're all weak knights. You're not the owner of this place, are you? The owner of this place is at least a third circle wizard. Get him to come out. You're not qualified to talk to me. The black-robed wizard laughed in anger. He was a third circle wizard. How dare these knights be so rude to him? Didn't they know? Even the legendary knights whom they regarded as gods were just ants that he could easily crush. With this thought in mind, more and more ghosts began to emerge from his body with a wave of his hand. As a member of the ethereal sect, they had all refined their bodies into vessels for specters. There were already countless ghosts in his internal organs. He was like a ghost cave. More ghosts than before swept over. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the ghosts that were released were all wiped out. The black-robed wizard's heart ached. These ghosts were not cabbages. They all required him to use spells and resources to accumulate. If he used one, he would lose one. He had not even started fighting, but he had already lost so many ghosts. The damned array! If not for this array, he would kill all the ants below in one go. Come out if you dare! The black-robed wizard said to Dinos. Come in if you dare! Dinos laughed. Very well. The black-robed wizard was no longer infuriated. He quickly calmed down, waved his sleeves, and left. He could run away, but he could not get in. He had no way of breaking the third circle array, so he could only invite other experts. The next day, Levi received a message from Dinos at the round table. Chapter 1002, Dharma Idol Crimson Emperor burns the sky. 4. Third circle wizard invasion, but left on their own again. Levi looked grim. He got up and left the Emperor's palace. Then, he left the ancient Saint Plain and flew towards the Dusk Holy Temple. He arrived at Dusk Island and looked at some black dust on the ground. This is, the spectre's dust, a commonly used casting material. The remnant of a spectre after death is similar to the evil spirit dust. Thinking of this, he called Dinos over. Commander, you're here. That person left yesterday. I feel that he will come back, Dinos said. I already know who it is. Gather all the members. I have important arrangements. Levi sat in the Extreme Path Palace and pondered. It's obvious that this person is Madame Ghost's subordinate. She knew that I was Barzan's murderer. Moreover, she had also investigated my whereabouts and came looking for me. This way, I wouldn't have any hope of getting lucky. It's impossible to avoid this calamity. Gaia Kingdom. The black-robed wizard returned. In the palace, Madame Ghost was setting up some complicated ritual array. Where are the knights' bodies? Madame Ghost asked with a frown. Lord! I didn't get it, the black-robed wizard said in a low voice. You, a third circle wizard, can't even deal with a group of knights. No, Lord. The knight organization's base is protected by a third circle array. That array is not simple. Even with my strength, I can't break it. Array. Yes, I suspect that this knight organization was secretly established by a certain wizard. The knight organization is just a cover. In fact, it should be a wizard organization. I sensed the spiritual power fluctuation of a sorcerer and a second circle wizard among them. How many knights are there? 200 or 300. What's their strength? Other than a few powerful ones, the rest are all official knights and grand knights. If it wasn't for the array, I could have killed them easily and brought them back. It's not bad to have so many knights. Don't alert them. Go and camp first. It's impossible for those knights not to go out. As long as you leave the array, capture one alive and ask about the details. If it's a wizard organization, investigate clearly. Which organization is behind it? Lord, if you send a fourth circle wizard, this array should be able to force its way through. There's no need to go through so much trouble, the black-robed wizard said. I have something important to do, so I don't have any extra manpower. Besides, the fish dragons are mixed in the human world now, and many high-level wizard organizations have started to set up strongholds in the human world. If this knight organization is a pawn of some big shot, and we rashly go and pull it out, it will bring endless trouble or even calamity. I naturally don't need to go through so much trouble for a simple knight organization, but it involves sorcerers. It's better to be careful, understand? Madame Ghost said coldly. I understand. Leaving the Gaia Kingdom, the black-robed wizard mumbled as he flew in that direction. It seemed like he was not satisfied with Madame Ghost's arrangements. He sneaked to the surroundings of Dusk Island and found a place and began to lie low. In the Extreme Path Hall, Levi opened his eyes. With his cultivation as a fourth circle wizard, he could easily sense that wizards were wandering around. He sneered and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, in his hand, a dying black-robed wizard had already appeared. With his strength, it was too easy for him to capture a third circle wizard alive. "Do you want to live?" Levi asked. "Yes. Yes, don't kill me." The black-robed wizard was shocked. He knew that there must be a wizard behind this night organization. Judging from the spiritual force fluctuation, he was still a fourth circle wizard. How unlucky! Excalibur appeared behind Levi. "Now, swear on the sword according to my request. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death," Levi threatened. He was worried that he knew too little about Madame Ghost. If he could take down this person, he could know his enemy and himself. "I'll do it, I'll do it." After the black-robed wizard swore, his face turned pale. Levi began to question him. After asking, his expression turned solemn. As expected, Madame Ghost is also behind the disappearance of those knights. What does she want these knights for? This third circle wizard was only following orders. He did not know Madame Ghost's true motive. He only knew a portion of her spells and methods. Other than that, there was nothing of value. Levi did not kill the wizard. This person had left a soul token with Madame Ghost. If he died, Madame Ghost would be alerted. Levi bound him with a spell and took away his storage bags. He imprisoned his mental strength to prevent him from casting a spell to send a message to Madame Ghost. Then, he placed him around the holy temple and was guarded by Blood Lady. Madame Ghost can't leave for the time being. During this time, we have to properly set up the battlefield. I only have one fourth circle array. It is impossible to gather the second set of fourth circle array materials and refine them in a short period of time. It is not appropriate to lure Blood Lady to the entrance of the ancient Saint Plane to fight. That might expose the existence and coordinates of the ancient Saint Plane. Madame Ghost already knows the coordinates of Dusk Island and can come at any time. Therefore, the most suitable battlefield is Dusk Island. I'll temporarily remove the fourth circle array from the ancient Saint Plane and switch it with the third circle array of the Dusk Holy Temple. Chapter 1003, Dharma Idol Crimson Emperor Burns the Sky. 5. Next, we have to wait for Madame Ghost's arrival. 3 days later, under the lead of the Golden Lion Knight, the members of the Dusk Holy Temple moved into the ancient Saint Plane. Initially, Levi wanted Dusk Island to be his bridgehead in the human world. But now that he was in big trouble, he was no longer inflexible. The water in the human world was getting deeper and deeper. It was better to let the Holy Temple survive on the ancient Saint Plane first. Levi didn't move everyone. He left some knights behind. This was to prevent Madame Ghost from suspecting him when she saw him playing the empty city strategy. After that, Levi went to the ancient Saint Plane and temporarily used the third circle array to protect it. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Then, he brought the Hell of the Seven Kings. They arrived at Dusk Island and began to make arrangements. 7 days later, this fourth circle array was finally completed. From the outside, Dusk Island looked no different from an ordinary island. The holy temple above was built against a mountain. It was majestic and spectacular. The knights were cultivating everywhere on the island. Everything was operating in an orderly manner. However, if an enemy stepped in rashly, they would discover that there was another world around the island. The seven-colored hell protected Dusk Island. Levi sat alone in the Extreme Path Palace. He sent Dinos and the others to the ancient Saint Plane to preside over the knights. From then on, when it concerned the Dusk Holy Temple and the ancient Dragon Empire, one was dark, and the other was bright. They would govern the ancient Saint Plane together. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Levi waited in the Extreme Path Palace for half a year. Madame Ghost did not come either. She did not send any other subordinates to investigate. In this half a year, Levi was studying the purification elixir in the Extreme Path Palace. He had finally succeeded. In the laboratory, Levi looked at a fresh potion. The potion was transparent and 5-colored, and there was no smell. If it wasn't for the damn saint fruit, he would have come out long ago. Levi could not help but complain. With a thought, a black mirror fragment appeared in his hand. It was the soul artifact fragment he had bought from Jacob. As a primordial soul, Jacob is hiding in an ordinary market. He's so low-key. I've never heard of such a number 1 primordial soul wizard. In this world, there are indeed many people who quietly develop. There were marks left behind by other primordial soul wizards on the soul artifact fragment. Without a special method, even a primordial soul wizard could not remove it. Levi could not guarantee that the purification elixir would succeed. But from the description of the Tomb of Fireflies, it could purify terror bugs into totem rule bugs. A special transcendent system like the bug luminist was born. It shouldn't be a problem to purify this mark. With that, Levi placed the fragment into the purification elixir. Gradually, tiny bubbles began to appear in the purification elixir. In the bubble, Levi seemed to see countless little people. These little people all looked the same. This appearance was exactly the same as the dead primordial soul wizard Levi had seen in the newspaper. It's working. Levi was excited. This primordial soul wizard was really unlucky. The Endless Seas primordial soul wizards were as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. Ordinary wizards might not even meet one in their entire lives. In the end, he bumped into Jacob, who was hiding in the fish pond. Purification was not something that could be completed overnight. While waiting for the purification to succeed, Levi practiced his swordplay on Twilight Island. Another way to increase attack power was to cultivate destruction sword chi. If only he could do it before Madame Ghost arrived. After cultivating the destruction sword chi to level 9, his attack power could be increased again. A month later, the soul artifact fragment soaked in the purification potion. There were no bubbles at all. Levi examined it. There shouldn't be any marks left. Just to be safe, he waited a few more days. He even added a new purification potion. The cost of this thing was not low. In the end, he confirmed that there was indeed no mark on the soul artifact fragment. Next, I can absorb the remaining primordial soul power. Levi placed the soul artifact fragment in his palm. Then, he began to meditate. Seconds ticked by. Gradually, Levi realized that there was an extremely faint warm current. It began to surge into his mind from his palm. As soon as this warm current entered his mind, the Divine Ring Tower cheered excitedly. Even the 251 drops of spiritual force dew began to tremble. Then, the Divine Ring Tower spun rapidly. A strange suction force came. That warm current circled around the Divine Tower. Every time it flew a circle, it would become smaller. Correspondingly, Levi's Divine Ring Tower became more and more solid. In the end, when all the warmth disappeared, the Divine Ring Tower in Levi's mind expanded visibly. The degree of condensation was also different from before. Not only that, but when Levi's consciousness sank into it, he was surprised to discover that in the Divine Ring Tower, the original 251 drops of spiritual force dew actually became 252 drops. Levi could also clearly feel that his spiritual power had strengthened a little. How can it increase spiritual force? Levi's expression was grave. When he was researching previously, that person did not say anything. Refining a soul artifact fragment had such a function. Could it be that there's still spiritual force left in some soul artifact fragments? Levi pondered. It should be different soul artifact fragments with different refinement effects. However, it should be common to strengthen one's primordial soul power and condense the Divine Ring Tower. Chapter 1004, Dharma Idol Crimson Emperor Burns the Sky. 6. 1 point of spiritual force. It looked inconspicuous. But for Levi, this was equivalent to 3 months of hard work. This might be a year or even several years of bitter cultivation for other wizards with ordinary talent. Without a doubt, this was a major discovery. Levi was a little excited. Then, he slowly calmed down. Soul artifact fragments are too rare and difficult to obtain. Furthermore, there might not be any residual spiritual force. This method can only be said to be icing on the cake. It is difficult to be the main method to increase one's mental strength. I shouldn't expect too much. Moreover, the increase in spiritual force is too simple and crude. Without meditation, there is no process of improving my state of mind. I'm afraid that there will be hidden dangers in the future. It's better to focus on cultivation. Even so, Levi decided to pay more attention to the soul artifact fragment in the future. Even if he did not have spiritual force, absorbing the primordial soul power inside to strengthen the Divine Ring Tower was also a good thing. After some thought, Levi called Guillermo over. Guillermo, attack me with your mind spell. Mind spells were a type of spiritual force attack. Through this, he could test the changes in the Divine Ring Tower. Guillermo nodded, and purple tentacles appeared on the poison fire corpse demon's face. The Mind Flayer revealed its true form. In the next moment, a purple light flashed. Illusory octopus tentacles went straight through Levi's golden scale defense to his mind. The next moment, the Divine Ring Tower shone brightly. Thump! Amongst them, it even made a sound like a yellow bell. Under this voice, the octopus tentacles began to melt like snow. Dong! With another sound, it vanished into thin air. The Mind Flayer grunted and looked a little dispirited. He smiled bitterly. My mental spells are ineffective against you, Master. Not only that, but my mental strength has also suffered some injuries. Stand down. Levi was pleasantly surprised. As expected, after the Divine Ring Tower solidified, its defense against spiritual force attacks had increased by a lot. Although the Mind Flayer was not level 5, even a 5th circle wizard might not be his match in terms of spiritual force attacks. He was born to make a living from this Divine Ring Tower. Now, not only could he passively resist the impact of spiritual force, but he could even take the initiative to attack. He used the magical bell to wear down the Mind Flayer's mental attack. Moreover, it would cause it to suffer backlash damage. In that case, it wouldn't be a problem to defend against Madame Ghost's mental attack. At the very least, he wouldn't be at her mercy. Now that everything is ready, we're just waiting for Madame Ghost to come. I feel uneasy if I don't deal with her. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1146, Month of Harvest. Gaia Kingdom. The Forbidden Spectre Zone. In Madame Ghost's huge laboratory, armored knights were immersed in transparent containers. Other than knights, there were also body-refining wizards. There were also some giants with powerful bodies and other humanoid races. Madame Ghost seemed to have forgotten about the Dusk Holy Temple. Hell couldn't wait any longer. She had to release some devil lords to the human world in advance. Therefore, during this period of time, she could not care about anything else. Her cooperation with the Duke of Blood Lake concerned whether she could become a 5th circle senior in the future. Behind Madame Ghost were many of her subordinates. There were 4th circle, 3rd circle, and low-level wizards. After everything was prepared, Madame Ghost began to set up a complicated summoning array. Then, she and her subordinates began to summon. As they chanted, pitch-black doors appeared in the void of space. On the other side of the door was a dark hell that emitted the aura of death. He. Madame Ghost, is my human body ready? A terrifying voice sounded. It was the Duke of Blood Lake. Blood Lake, I've already prepared it. However, apart from you, the number of vessels now can only accommodate 18 demon lords and 300 little demons. There are still hundreds of vessels that I haven't had the time to retrieve, Madame Ghost said coldly. That's enough. Let's do this for now. We'll wait for the second batch. Our deal is long-term cooperation. The Duke of Blood Lake's voice sounded. With the strength of their army, it would be considered an organization of 5th circle wizards in the wizard world. In this world, it could be said to have swept through everything. At that time, he would have to have a good fight with those fellows from the church. They would make these sanctimonious fellows of the church, who were always defaming the devils of hell, pay the price. Moreover, if the devils wanted to harvest the souls of the human world, there would definitely be a conflict with the church. Hurry up and let us descend to the mortal world, the Duke of Blood Lake urged. Madame Ghost's eyes flickered. She had to be careful when making deals with devils. After some thought, she said, before I let you out, I'll confirm our deal. I'll provide you with the opportunity to descend to the human world in a human body. You need to send someone from hell to collect the materials on our collaboration list for me, right? What? Madame Ghost, do you think I, the dignified Devil Duke, will go back on my word? The Duke sneered. That's not it. I'm just confirming, Madame Ghost said. Don't worry. As long as you let me out now, I can immediately provide you with a batch of resources from hell. These are all things that you wizards like. Without the status of us devils, even as a 5th circle wizard, it will be very difficult for you to obtain these things in the hell plane, the Duke said with a smile. Madame Ghost pondered. With her strength and the spells of the School of Death, she could head to the first 5 levels of hell. However, that would definitely be accompanied by a huge risk. What if she met some archdevil of hell who was so bored that he wandered around the first few floors? She was definitely doomed. So, she thought of a way to make a deal with the devil. She gave the devil the chance to go to the human world to harvest souls. The devil had provided her with the unique resources of hell. This was strictly forbidden by the Wizard Council. After being discovered, the severity was equivalent to colluding with the abyss. But in this era, if she didn't do anything illegal, how could she improve her strength? How could she compete with her senior sister, who was favored by their teacher? With this thought in mind, Madame Ghost no longer hesitated. She and her subordinates chanted an incantation. She brought all the devils from hell to the human world. Black smoke gushed out of the crack. Then, it drilled into the prepared containers in an orderly manner. As the thickest black smoke emerged, arrogant laughter sounded in the laboratory. Ha ha ha, the great Duke of Blood Lake is back. The black smoke entered a vessel refined by a third circle water giant. In an instant, the water giant's body began to change drastically as blood gushed out. Not long after, a huge demon with a pig face and fangs that looked like a mountain of flesh appeared. As soon as he appeared, he opened his mouth. Accompanied by a stench, beams of light surged in front of Madame Ghost. These lights included medicinal herbs and ores. There were also some materials for the hell creatures. This is the deposit. I'll give you the rest after you finish making the other vessels, the Duke said with a smile. Madame Ghost put it away. After confirming there was no problem, she said, you guys can leave. I'll make up for the rest. Prepare what I want to. Happy cooperation, madam. Accompanied by a strange laugh, these devils turned into black flames and flew out of the forbidden area. Their arrogance was extremely arrogant. On Dusk Island, in the Extreme Path Palace, Levi, on the other hand, waited patiently. As he waited, he prepared. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the Greenfield Immortal House. Levi's expression changed and he entered. Leon finally woke up after sleeping for so long. He did not know what had changed in his sleep this time. Chapter 1005, The Fallen Fifth Circle. 1. Evernight Kingdom. In the cold wilderness, there was a valley with dense frost elements. There was a wizard tower. This wizard tower was completely carved from ice and was crystal clear. At the top of the wizard tower, a giant bird covered in gorgeous blue feathers stood proudly. It gently combed its feathers. Occasionally, some feathers would fall. The moment they left its body, they would turn into white cold flames and disappear without a trace. This was a fifth circle creature, the frost flame ice bird. It was the ice phoenix Furlan's primordial spiritual beast. The frost flame ice bird absorbed the elemental power and was actually cultivating on its own. The growth of spiritual beasts could also be reflected in spiritual wizards. Therefore, in the early stages, the cultivation speed of psychic wizards was relatively faster. Of course, this sect was limited by the quality of spiritual beasts in the later stages. There were very few experts. Since its birth, not a single legendary wizard had appeared, and there were very few grand wizards. The last time a grand wizard was born was also tens of thousands of years ago. The current school of spiritualism truly respected the primordial soul. Compared to the traditional elementalist school, which had a large number of people, it looked shabby. Of course, this was not the worst. According to the Wizard Council's last census report, after being certified by the Congress, they could form their own wizard school. The worst was, the School of Insects. The School of Insects originated from the School of Spiritualism. But now, it was declining. The abilities of the wizards of the School of Insects were all on the Zergs. Their combat strength was relatively low. It was also a sect that controlled other creatures to fight. The spiritual beasts of the School of Spiritualism could at least fuse with wizards. This would increase the ability of wizards to protect themselves in all aspects. The wizards of the School of Insects could not do it. This was because the Zergs were not strong individually, but in groups. To most wizards of the School of Insects, selecting a single Zerg as a spiritual beast did not have much combat strength. Moreover, because the Zergs had to be placed in the bug house, very few wizards from the School of Insects had entered the Dark Ancient Tower since ancient times. It would be useless even if they went. There were so many Zergs that one could not bring them in at all. As time passed, the School of Insects was declining. Today, even the primordial soul wizard was gone. Only a very small number of School of Insects wizards were still struggling at death's door in the wizard world. Under the choice of survival of the fittest, the only way to welcome the School of Insects was probably to die. It was said that if the School of Insects reached the later stages, they would have countless zergs and could sweep through their peers. However, the biggest problem was that they would not be able to survive until the later stages. The nurturing mode of the zerg made the resources consumed by the School of Insects far exceed those of the other schools. The so-called late stage was simply a beautiful idea. In the icy steeple, there was an empty cultivation room. The ice phoenix was among them, wearing an experimental robe. In front of her, there were insect eggs. These eggs were like ice crystals and were as big as hailstones, emitting a dense cold aura. Everyone thought that Ice Phoenix was a fifth circle wizard from the School of Spiritualism. Little did they know that she was the last descendant of the extinct wizard organization, the Calamity Steeple. The Calamity Steeple was one of the few high-level wizard organizations in the history of the School of Insects. However, it had already gone extinct 10,000 years ago. The reason for its extinction was the Tower Master of the natural Calamity Steeple. Calamity Wizard, Inset. To find and nurture powerful zergs, he stepped into the dark ancient tower ignoring everyone's advice, and never returned. They would be left in the dark ancient tower forever with the catastrophe wizards. There were also the high-grade zergs ranked 7th on the zerg ranking. Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. This was one of the few zergs that specialized in individual combat. It was extremely strong and invulnerable. Although it had the name dragon, it was not a mixed-blood dragon clan. However, because of these mere ants, their strength was even more terrifying than sub-dragons. They fed on mixed-blood dragon clans, so they were called dragon ants. The Calamity Wizard imitated the School of Spiritualism. He would use this Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant as his primordial spiritual beast. Then, he placed it in the spiritual space and brought it into the Dark Ancient Tower while leaving the other zergs in the wizard world. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. In the end, the Catastrophe Wizard did not return from the Dark Ancient Tower. Since then, the wizards in the steeple believed that the Tower Master was dead. Without the primordial soul suppressing them, they all had ulterior motives. They divided up the resources of the steeple and the mutated eggs. The remaining high-level organization also fell apart. The Ice Phoenix's ancestor was once a member of the Calamity Steeple. Her ancestors obtained several high-grade and medium-grade mutant eggs. However, as time passed, time changed. These zergs were either dead or running. Now, only the Ice Phoenix was left. There was only a zerg illustrated book and some zerg cultivation and control knowledge. As for the eggs, there was only one left. The ice crystal egg in front of her was one of them. Frost Dragon Centipede, high-grade zerg, 32nd on the zerg ranking. Just like the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant, it is also a zerg that focuses on individual combat strength. If it's nurtured to its full form, it should be comparable to a 4th circle senior wizard. On the zerg rankings that were circulating outside, was actually because of Inset, the master of the School of Insects. He studied the list of zergs from ancient times, which had been passed down to this day. There were hundreds of zergs on the entire rankings. After the 108th place were low-grade zergs. For example, the red-faced sea ghost spider that Levi had obtained. It was the best among the low-grade insects, close to the middle-grade insects. The 37th to 108th place were middle-grade insects. Chapter 1006, The Fallen Fifth Circle. 2. The top 36 were all high-grade zergs. The further they progressed, the stronger they became. Among the high-grade zergs, very few won by themselves, such as the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant and the Frost Dragon Centipede. Most of them won by numbers, such as the Black Calamity Ants and the Blood-Devouring Mosquitoes. The cost of the Insect Sea strategy was too high, and the nurturing time was too long. The Calamity Wizard had always been focused on researching powerful single-target zergs, such as the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant and Frost Dragon Centipede. They were all powerful zergs nurtured by the Calamity Wizard, and they were a series of them. The Frost Dragon Centipede was a failed product of early experiments. It was ranked lower, while the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant was a successful product. All along, because of the decline of the School of Insects, the focus of the Ice Phoenix's cultivation had always been the School of Spiritualism. But now, her primordial spiritual beast, the Frost Flame Ice Bird, was already at the maximum of the 5th circle, and it was difficult to advance any further. After suffering a crushing defeat in the last battle with the Arctic Wizard, she had been thinking about how to increase her strength. As for the high-grade Zerg passed down from her ancestors, she remembered it again. The eggs of these frost dragon centipedes were somewhat special compared to the other mutated eggs. Using a secret technique to preserve the living being in the egg, it could sleep in the ice for 10,000 years without dying. When the time was right, she would unseal it. Zerg nurturing consumes a lot of energy. I originally planned to find an opportunity to auction it off. However, the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower is an opportunity. As long as I obtain the key and enter the Dark Ancient Tower before it opens, then I can use the Frost Dragon Centipede to find the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant of the Calamity Wizard. These two types of Zergs are of the same lineage. There should be a special connection between them. The reason why the Ice Phoenix was certain that 10,000 years had passed was that there were still Heaven Crystal Dragon Ants in the Dark Ancient Tower. It was because the Calamity Wizard had brought in an Ant Queen. According to her research, the Calamity Wizard's feelings for the Queen Ant named Red Queen were comparable to his wife's. She felt that the other party would definitely not let the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ants go extinct so easily and die in the Dark Ancient Tower. There was a high chance that the Ant Queen would give birth in the Dark Ancient Tower. Therefore, the inheritance of the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant should not be cut off. As long as she could think of a way to obtain the egg of the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant, Ferlin was also confident that she could become the top expert below the primordial soul even if it wasn't purebred. Primordial souls were in seclusion most of the time. In the current wizard world, if one did not take the initiative to provoke the primordial soul, the world was so big, where could one go? That damn brat stole my cold pond. Otherwise, after refining the water of the cold pond, my spiritual beast might be able to increase its strength a little. Even if it can't be upgraded, it can still be used to hatch this frost dragon centipede egg. I'm so angry. I wonder where that brat went. Although she did not know who the kid who snatched the cold pond was, Ferlin knew the identity of that kid's accomplice, the old wizard with the fifth circle wizard tool. Hence, when she was done with her work here, she wanted to return to the Endless Sea for a period of time and wait for that body-refining wizard named Salmon. Then, she would force him to tell her where that kid was. She could not afford to offend the Ocean Abyss Alliance. But now, she was alone and had nothing to worry about. As a fifth circle wizard, it was not a problem to catch a fourth circle wizard. The last time she was defeated was because the other party had more people than their side. Furthermore, she did not expect Salmon to have a fifth circle wizard tool. This time, she was ready. Emperor's Palace. In the Greenfield Immortal House, a golden armored Zerg with red spots and a body as big as a bull was lying on the ground. This Zerg had wings on its back and a scorpion stinger on its tail. Its head was similar to a knight's helmet. It emitted a metallic luster, and one could vaguely see a human face pattern. As the wings flapped, a strange and sharp sound could be heard. "Master, I'm hungry," Leon suddenly said. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Leon would forget about him when he woke up. Now, it seemed that the psychological hint he had made when it entered the dream had succeeded. Unfortunately, the knowledge and inheritance of the school of insects are too rare. It's a little difficult to create a high-level insect control spell by relying on the existing knowledge. Levi sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he hadn't looked for the inheritance of the school of insects. It was not easy to find. No one learned about this kind of unpopular sect. Since no one learned, no new knowledge was born, thus the old inheritance gradually passed away in the sands of history. As time passed, it formed a vicious cycle. But from the looks of it, Leon's loyalty is not a problem. Levi called Leon out. Then, he fed it the mountain of sea beast corpses. "Leon, did your body change after you woke up?" Levi asked. "Yes. I can eat even more." "Howl." After saying that, Leon plopped into the sea beast's corpses and incarnated into a heartless rice drying machine. Not long after, these corpses were devoured by it. Next, Levi used some methods to test Leon's strength. He realized that the defense of its shell was comparable to his golden scales. If Leon is also considered a Zerg, then it must be a high-grade Zerg. Leon and Levi reckoned that ordinary fourth circle senior wizards would not be able to defeat him. Other than the increase in strength, Levi felt that there should be some other changes in Leon that he needed to gradually unearth. This little guy's IQ was still a little anxious, and he could not communicate in depth. The other transcendent creatures can choose not to enter the dark ancient tower. However, he had to think of a way to bring Leon in. This little guy was a little special. Chapter 1007, The Fallen Fifth Circle. 3. If Levi brought Leon in, it could greatly increase his strength. In particular, the ability to devour souls and track marks was extremely useful. If it didn't work, there would be additional keys to the ancient tower. I'll give it to Leon. I just don't know if he will use it. After Leon woke up, Levi was even more confident in his plan to kill Madame Ghost. This little fellow was a soul master. Madame Ghost was from the ethereal sect. Her strength was basically on all kinds of spiritual creatures and servants. Since Leon could devour those troublesome death falls, these specters must be Leon's food. But why isn't there any movement from Madame Ghost? Did she forget about me? Levi made his preparations, only to find that the enemy had yet to arrive. However, he did not dare to relax and continued to cultivate in the extreme path hall. Just like that, another half a year passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1146, month of flowing fire. On this day, Levi was reading the newspaper from the endless sea as usual. A major piece of news came into view. A mysterious expert barged into the realm of all things on the Thousand Spirits Day and attacked the wizards at the festival venue. They abducted many rare transcendent creature eggs and younglings from the spiritualism steeple's transcendent creature breeding base. This included an egg of a sub-dragon. According to witnesses, the wizard tool used by the mysterious expert was a 10,000 feet tall white bone tower. This accident caused huge losses to the school of spiritualism. 3 Fifth Circle wizards from the spiritualism steeple who maintained order had died. The primordial soul wizard of the spiritualism steeple had already chased after the robber. The case is being investigated further. At present, no dark wizard organizations are responsible for this accident. Upon seeing this news, Levi's first thought was the accident at the Star Auction a few years ago. The all-in-one festival was similar to the Star Gathering. It was a major festival of the School of Spiritualism. On this day, the wizards of the School of Spiritualism would gather and exchange their experiences in beast taming. At the same time, many rare spiritual beast eggs and younglings would be auctioned off. Levi remembered when he left Nether Capital, those 3 assassin-type wizards used the standard white bone wizard tool. It was obvious that the mysterious expert who attacked the School of Spiritualism was the same faction that had attacked the Star Auction. This mastermind organization should have more than one primordial soul wizard. Their background is not small. Perhaps they have the backing of a grand wizard. Fortunately, I'm in the human world. Compared to the wizard world, this place is still God-forsaken. That mysterious force shouldn't have come here to cause trouble. Speaking of which, some time ago, a mysterious person seemed to have snatched away the statue of the Church of Storms. Could it be this group of people? In that case, I have to be careful in the human world. However, snatching away the church's statue. This kind of thing is too wicked. Well done. Levi had completely forgotten about his youth. He had also snatched the church's statue, and it was also from the Church of Storm. It was only because of the ambergris statue that his black snake breathing technique successfully entered the Grand Night realm. Looking at the world, I have the best scenery. Just as Levi finished speaking, his expression changed. He looked at his arm. Previously, it was only an occasional warning, but at this moment, all the hairs on his body stood up. He calmed himself down. There was only one possibility for such a situation. Madame Ghost is here. On that day in the Gaia Kingdom. In the Forbidden Spectre Zone, someone saw a rolling dark cloud leave this place and fly overseas from afar. Wherever the dark clouds passed, vengeful spirits wrapped around them, and Yin Qi soared into the sky. In the Church of Earth, a beautiful and holy woman was chatting with a benevolent-looking young man in linen clothes who looked like a married couple with the woman. The holy woman was Saint Teresa of the Church of Earth. As for the youth in sackcloth, he was Saint Yelin of the Holy Brilliance Church. Teresa's expression changed slightly as she said, Madame Ghost has left the forbidden area. I wonder why. Yelin said, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. The most important thing now is how to deal with Blue Frost Lord's daughter. Her body contains the Blue Frost Lord's bloodline of God. She is a true descendant of God. If she grows up in the future, it will be a complete disaster for us. Teresa frowned and said, with just the two of us working together, even if we defeat this woman, it would be difficult to keep her here. She could hide in the blue frost plain at any time. If we can invite Groudon or Caroline. Yelin shook his head and said, Groudon and I don't have a good relationship. Besides, he's in a terrible fix now. A mysterious wizard snatched the statue of the god of Storm's mountain and disappeared. Groudon is busy complaining to the Lord of Storm about it. A fifth circle wizard also came from Caroline's side in the Evernight Kingdom. The wizard world had just undergone a drastic change in the past 100 years. The structure of the past no longer existed. Promises can also be broken. Other than those evil gods, we have to be careful of the wizards. In the sky above the outer sea region, a dark cloud that was about an acre in radius was rapidly flying forward. These dark clouds were all made up of specters, and their speed was extremely fast. Madame Ghost was sitting on the clouds with ghosts surrounding her. After trading with the Duke of Blood Lake, she used those resources to cultivate for a period of time and her strength improved slightly. This made her eager to continue trading. After the investigation of the people she sent out. Chapter 1008, The Fallen Fifth Circle. 4. In the end, it was confirmed that this night organization probably had a wizard background, but it didn't belong to any large wizard organization. The leader of this night organization seemed to be called a Supreme Knight. Moreover, his name was the same as the one that killed Barzan. He was called Levi. They just didn't know if these two Levis were the same person. After all, such a name was too common. Whether it was the same person or not, it did not matter anymore. In Madame Ghost's heart, this night organization would no longer exist after tomorrow. Since the knight was the leader of the organization, that meant that the upper limit of the organization was there. As a fifth circle wizard, there was no need for her to be afraid. The most important thing was to complete the remaining transaction with the Duke as soon as possible. Not long after, Madame Ghost came to the sea area that was rarely visited because of the frequent storms based on the coordinates sent to her by her previous subordinate. She spread out her spiritual force. Not long after, her face lit up. As expected, there's a night organization here. She stood in the clouds and looked at the island below. She could feel with her powerful spiritual force that many knights were cultivating in the hall. The only one who made her expression change was a fourth circle wizard who was meditating. Judging from the flashing body refining runes on the surface of his body, this person was a body refining wizard. Furthermore, why did that person's body refining runes feel similar to Barzan's? As expected, Levi, who killed Barzan, is the leader of this night organization, the Supreme Knight Levi. She had searched high and low for him, only to find him without much effort. After searching for the murderer for so long, she did not expect to find him here by accident. Furthermore, this person's body tempering realm is actually at the fourth circle. If he's refined into a vessel, it's enough to withstand the Archdevil of Hell's descent. I can use this to make a deal with the Archdevil of Hell. Madame Ghost, who had already tasted the sweetness of making deals with demons, was already controlled by greed. But she forgot to make a deal with the Archdevil of Hell. That was an extremely dangerous matter. Madame Ghost's heart turned cold. She clenched her right hand gently. The spectres under her formed a giant spectre hand. A huge hand descended from the sky and grabbed at Levi. Levi, who was in the Extreme Path Palace, opened his eyes. His expression changed as he flew out of the hall. In an instant, the hall was reduced to dust by the big black hand. The other knights on the island retreated to the bottom of the island to take refuge. There was a prepared protective array there. A fifth circle wizard. Lord, what is the meaning of this? Levi asked, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Although he did not panic, this was the attitude a normal fourth circle wizard should have when facing a fifth circle. He had to let the enemy be careless so that he could win better. You killed Barzan, right? Madame Ghost sneered. Who's Barzan? I don't know him. Levi was still stubborn. Under the attack of the spectre's huge hand, he kept dodging and scurrying away like a rat. He looked extremely pathetic. Since you don't want to say it, you'll speak when I turn you into an undead. You killed my senior sister's child. Today, I'm under senior sister's orders to avenge her. It's reasonable. Actually, Madame Ghost wasn't that obsessed with avenging Barzan. The one who died wasn't her child, but her senior sister's. If not for the fact that she was afraid of her senior sister, she was worried that she would find trouble with her after coming to the human world. She wouldn't care about this. Her motive for killing Levi now was purely because she was envious of his strong body and could make a deal with the devil. By saying this, she was using her senior sister's name. What if there was really a powerful force behind this kid? She had to drag her senior sister down with her. She was determined to kill. The ghostly dark clouds under Madame Ghost surged into her body. The next moment, at her ribs, two ghost arms that were 1,000 feet long and as thin as firewood suddenly stretched out. The pitch-black ghost arm emitted a heavy aura of death. Upon closer inspection, the ghost arms were all made up of specters. Madame Ghost had already entered the range of the array. Levi smiled enchanted. On his body, 7 small flags of different colors flew out. They flew in 7 directions and quickly sank into the sea around Dusk Island. With a snap of his fingers. Snap! The next moment, it was as if 7 volcanoes had exploded at the same time. A total of 7 thick rays of light erupted from the sea around Dusk Island. They shot straight into the sky. Immediately after, a colorful world descended. Because of what happened to the third circle wizard, Levi deliberately turned off the array before Madame Ghost arrived to prevent her from being too cautious and sensing that there was an array around Dusk Island. He wanted her to step into it to fight. He also specially made a sub-array to activate the array in an instant. When Madame Ghost entered the range of the array, she would activate the array and he would catch the turtle in the jar. Now, Madame Ghost was already enveloped by the array. This was Levi's territory. At this moment, Levi finally had the confidence to fight her. Welcome to the 7 Kings of Hell. She looked up at the sky. Meteorites fell from the sky, unstoppable. She lowered her head and looked at the ground. Countless earth spikes shot out densely. An array. Madame Ghost's expression changed slightly. Then, everything returned to normal. Looks like it's a 4th circle array. Fortunately, I can break it with brute force. Chapter 1009, The Fallen 5th Circle. 5. Madame Ghost did not know much about arrays. Little did she know that this was no ordinary 4th circle array. She was currently in the first level of the Rolling Stone Hell. There were still 6 levels of hell behind. Moreover, these hells could be presided over by Levi, the owner of the array. He could change the order at will or even combine them at random. Levi was in a sea of fire. He had already prepared all his trump cards. Let's wait and see what trump cards she has through the array. To prevent me from using my ultimate move and not instantly killing the other party. In the Rolling Stone Hell, the meteorites that fell from the sky could instantly shatter the 3rd circle wizard's protective force field. Even a 4th circle wizard could not stay inside for long. But Madame Ghost was a 5th circle cultivator. No wonder he could kill Barzan. It turns out that he relied on the power of the array. She was filled with disdain. The 1,000-foot-long ghost arms on both sides of her body waved. The rolling stones were all shattered or sent flying, and debris fell from the sky. The earth spikes that shot towards her from below was also blocked by the black cloud formed by the countless specters below her. If you think you can defeat a 5th circle wizard with a mere 4th circle array, you're too naive. Madame Ghost laughed angrily. As a 5th circle wizard, she was toyed with by a 4th circle. It was as if a lord was trapped by a trap set by a child. This made her very unhappy. But Levi ignored her. He was taking the opportunity to observe Madame Ghost's methods. When the time was right, he would make his move and instantly kill Madame Ghost with lightning speed. Not long after, Madame Ghost passed through the Rolling Stone Hell. Just as she was about to start a massacre, she realized that the world was spinning. She was in an endless sea of fire again. Inferno Hell. This time, it was a meteor shower. They were small suns that were almost as powerful as the sun flame explosion. They exploded beside Madame Ghost. Rumble. Flames soared into the sky everywhere. Madame Ghost's expression changed. Her spectre was most afraid of lightning, followed by flames. These 2 factions were also the nemesis of most Death Sect wizards. The endless specters that formed the protective force field around her gradually faded. Although this change was not obvious, Levi could tell it. These specters are also consumables. It's just that there are so many of them that I thought they were endless at first. Then, I'll use the array to exhaust her. I'll take the opportunity to launch sneak attacks. She won't be able to figure out whether it is real or fake. In the end, in the lightning hell, we will rely on the powerful restraining ability of lightning against specters to kill them. With this thought in mind, Levi's snake-shaped hermit rune flashed. The next moment, he disappeared into the array. His current spiritual power was 255 points. In theory, it was very difficult for ordinary fifth circle wizards to see through his invisibility. Of course, practically, if the difference in mental strength between the two sides was too great, she could sense someone approaching even if she couldn't see Levi. Just as Madame Ghost was about to break out of the sea of fire, her powerful spiritual force sensed danger approaching. With a clap of her hand, a black ball of ghosts flew out. Boom! Third circle talent soul explosion bomb. Boom! With her fifth circle cultivation level, even if it was a third circle innate spell, its power was comparable to an ordinary fifth circle spell. It was as if a black hole had formed in the void. The shock wave cleared the sea of fire. After everything calmed down, there was nothing on the spot. Pretending to be mysterious. Wait until I break this array. On the other side, Levi, who had dodged the attack, still had lingering fears. The power of a casual attack is more than 200 Ka. This is a genuine fifth circle wizard. Fortunately, I have an array. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to defeat a fifth circle. Levi was already hiding in the next level of hell. Madame Ghost tore the sea of fire apart with a spell. She had finally arrived at a clear blue world, but her expression was still solemn. What array is this? How many levels are there? Damn it! Madame Ghost realized the seriousness of the problem. With her strength, she could easily break the array. But if there was no end to this first level, even if she was a fifth circle wizard, she would be exhausted to death. Impossible. He's just a fourth circle wizard. How can he set up such an array? In the face of absolute strength, these little tricks are useless. On the surface of the sea, there was a loud rumble. An azure wave that was 1,000 feet tall filled the sky. At the same time, thousands of green wind blades whistled over. Wind blade hell and Dead Sea hell. Joint attack. Madame Ghost was calm as she pressed her palms together. It was the same for the 1,000-foot-long ghost arms on both sides of her. Fourth circle talent god of death's scythe. Immediately after, a 1,000-foot-tall, pitch-black undead spirit that looked like a demon god appeared. The undead held a huge sickle that was as black as ink in its hands. One slash could flatten a small mountain. The aura of the undead spirit was immensely strong. Levi, who was hiding in the next hell, paled slightly. What a powerful summoned creature! I don't think I can withstand its attack even if I use all my defenses. I have to think about how to deal with it when the time comes. An incomparable black light appeared. It was as if the world had been cut apart. The huge wave and wind blades in front of Madame Ghost disappeared. With one strike, he broke through the two hells. This was the might of a fifth circle. However, Madame Ghost's expression was still dark. That was because she still had not escaped the control of the array. Earth, fire, wind, and water. Even if she didn't know anything about arrays, she knew what kind of obstacles lay ahead. Chapter 1010, The Fallen Fifth Circle. 6. As expected, a cold wind blew over. The world seemed to have entered winter. The undead behind her had just split open this world of ice and snow. In the sky, countless knights' longswords condensed from metal power and emitted a cold light. They formed a long river of sword chi that swept over majestically and stretched for 1,000 meters. Petty tricks. Her powerful scythe undead spirit tore open this world again. Next should be the last one. That kid should be waiting for me there. Are you trying to use the lightning element to restrain me against me? Then I'll let you know how big the gap between a fourth circle and a fifth circle is. Madame Ghost took a big step forward. As expected, she arrived at a sea of purple lightning. In the sky, lightning spread like a spider web, tearing the sky apart. Bolts of lightning that were comparable to third circle spells fell from the sky. Although its power was inferior to fifth circle lightning, the quantity was too dense. The protective force field around Madame Ghost became weaker and weaker. I have to break the array quickly. Otherwise, the situation will be disadvantageous to me. Just as Madame Ghost was about to attack, a purple thunder dragon phantom flew over quickly accompanied by the sound of thunder. A 100-foot-tall golden-scaled dragon man with dragon horns was in the phantom. Golden snake dance and golden shields surrounded the dragon man. There were even layers of protective force fields of different colors stacked up, densely packed with various spell runes. Madame Ghost was shocked. What kind of insecure and bored wizard would spend so much effort to stack so many armors? Behind the dragon man, the three-headed and six-armed nine-swords evil spirit raised the crimson dragon slash. Night descended, plunging this world into darkness. Die! The dragon man slashed out. It was like the breath of a giant dragon. The sword chi was pitch black like ink and wrapped in flames tore through the sea of lightning and arrived instantly. Madame Ghost, who sensed the extraordinary sword, didn't have time to think about how a mere fourth circle could release a fifth circle attack. She just thought that this kid had a special treasure or a fifth circle wizard tool. Fifth circle force field, nether cloud barrier. Tens of thousands of ghosts surged out of Madame Ghost's body. In the purple sea of lightning, it spread in all directions like ink. The black sword chi collided with the black force field. The black light exploded. The entire lightning hell trembled. This was a fifth circle collision. The spectre force field was torn apart. In an instant, a wizard tool that looked like a shroud flew out from her body. It blocked the aftershock of the sword chi. A fifth circle wizard tool. Levi had long known that Madame Ghost had a fifth circle wizard tool. In the next moment, the force field around him flashed wildly. Unknowingly, the scythe undead had already arrived behind him. Like the real god of death, the scythe was raised and was about to take his life. Crack! Crack! The golden shield was sent flying, and the golden snake seed, which was connected by blood, felt a sharp pain. Then, the golden snake Dharma idol was torn apart. The saber light was unstoppable. After destroying all Levi's defenses, he still had energy left. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual force, even the form of the blood fog could not be used. At this moment, Levi's next slash was already out. The crimson dragon slash collided with the scythe. Crack! The divine weapon whined. However, it also blocked the terrifying scythe. Not only that, cracks appeared on the terrifying scythe as it was forcefully shattered. The scythe turned into countless fragments and landed on Levi's body covered in golden scales. Flames splattered everywhere, scales exploded, bones shattered, and internal organs shattered. To other wizards, these were already fatal injuries. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. Blocked it. Countless negative energy auras seeped into his body through the wound. At the same time, the Death Ember power surged over crazily and clashed with this power to repair his injuries. Levi also had the protective force field of the fifth circle wizard tool, but with his spell power, he could only use it once. He planned to use the world-burning flame snake to deal the finishing blow. Therefore, he had not used the wizard tool yet. Moreover, Madame Ghost still had several innate spells that she had yet to use. Although he had made sufficient preparations, the power of the fifth circle was still slightly beyond Levi's imagination. On the other side, Madame Ghost was even more shocked. This scythe undead spirit was one of the most powerful methods she had mastered. It would consume a lot of her energy to let it fight. There's something strange about this person. We have to kill him before the scythe disappears. After receiving the scythe undead's attack, Levi released Leon, the blood-armored corpse demon, and the poison fire corpse demon. Leon, hold it off! Leon howled and attacked like a face-hugging bug. With its small body, it lay on the undead's face and started biting it. The scene was extremely cruel. Without the scythe, the undead tore at Leon with its sharp claws. It left scars on Leon's impenetrable shell. Unexpectedly, Leon bit through the unbreakable spiritual defense of the scythe undead and entered its brain. The undead's body visibly decreased. On the other hand, Leon began to expand uncontrollably, as if it was about to explode the undead's head. The little guy said that his appetite had increased. Levi did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Moreover, the undead seemed to be instinctively afraid of strange insects like Leon. It seemed that all transcendent existences that involved souls and spiritual bodies were within Leon's hunting range. The poison fire corpse demon and the blood-armored corpse demon became foils and tickled the undead at the side. No matter what, these guys had temporarily stalled the undead. Chapter 1011, The Fallen Fifth Circle. 7. Levi took advantage of this opportunity and used all his strength to slash again. Coupled with the might of the lightning in the lightning hell, the huge undead spirit collapsed under his sword and dispersed into endless mist. At the same time, the the door to hell opened, and the fog seeped in. It was obvious that he had run away. Madame Ghost's expression changed. Her most powerful summoned creature had abandoned her and slipped away. Her heart skipped a beat. Since the other party was good at body tempering, she would use mental attacks. Fourth circle talent, Howl of Resentment. The specters around her all opened their mouths like the abstract painting scream. The terrifying spiritual force impact gathered into a sharp spike. Mind shock. Guillermo, who was protected, cast a mind spell on Madame Ghost. After the remaining mental attacks entered Levi's mind, they were all blocked by the divine ring tower. Clang! 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 The bell rang 3 times. The mental attack rebounded. Beside Madame Ghost, countless spirits exploded and dissipated. Her face was pale, and her head felt like it was being pricked by needles. You actually gave birth to the divine tower. When her spiritual force attacked, she saw the divine tower in Levi's mind. As a fifth circle wizard, she didn't even have a divine tower. This was something that could only be born from a primordial soul. He must be the descendant of some giant. Otherwise, how could a mere fourth circle cultivator be so abnormal? Madame Ghost began to think of retreating. Here, her strength was restrained. If it was just the lightning hell, she would not be in such a sorry state. However, the strange bugs around this person and him were too strange. It didn't make sense. She began to worry that she might fall. Break the array and leave first. Fifth circle talent, Divine Spectre Body. Madame Ghost opened her mouth. All the spectres that were running around in the array were sucked into her body. In an instant, she transformed into a pitch-black spectre giant that was 1,000 feet tall. With a rip of her hands, the lightning storm in the sky was torn apart. The entire lightning hell was torn open, revealing the normal world outside. There were a total of 20 lizardmen figures. Judging from their auras, these lizardmen were actually comparable to level 4. Praise the Emperor! The attacks of all the ancient saints gathered together under the enhancement of the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. Boom! Another fifth circle attack came. The spectre giant that had just leaped out and was about to retreat was sent flying back. Below it, a thick sword chi shot into the sky. The spectre giant was split into 2. Madame Ghost's panicked expression was revealed. If you dare to kill me, the spirit catcher steeple won't let you off. Seeing that Levi was unwilling to give up, Madame Ghost made up her mind and detonated the giant. Tens of thousands of specters exploded in unison. The lightning hell was shattered and could no longer recover. In the face of such a large-scale attack, a portion of the entire 7 Kings of Hell array was destroyed. Madame Ghost turned into a black light and was about to disappear. A fire snake quickly attacked from below. Levi's strongest attack had finally made its move. The world-burning flame snake with power exceeding 300 Ka. It was as if an oil barrel had exploded, and flames swept through the sky. Countless specters were burned into nothingness. However, a phantom still rushed out of the fire. It was Madame Ghost, who was wearing a shroud. Despite so many powerful attacks, she still did not die. This fifth ring wizard tool was the main reason. Levi's cloak fluttered and the thunder dragon flashed. He turned into a bloodlight and activated Scarlet Escape without hesitation. Soon, he caught up to Madame Ghost. At the same time, array items flew out. Fourth circle array demon cage. Madame Ghost was colliding with them, and she couldn't get away for the time being. Protected by the shroud, it charged toward Levi. Petrification. Snake Eye Demon Art. The 2 pitch-black magic rings on Levi's fingers emitted dark light one after another. It was a pity that even with the blessing of the Lover's Rune, it still didn't work. But Levi hadn't counted on that in the first place. He propped up his defense and fought Madame Ghost again. Leon also joined the battle. The little guy was sent flying by Madame Ghost again and ran over again. The ancient saint, corpse demon, Phoenix, and Owens also joined. A group of people surrounded Madame Ghost and attacked her. With Levi's decisive slash, Madame Ghost's shroud, this fifth circle wizard tool, was torn open. Without the fifth circle wizard tool, she was already exhausted. Leon hugged her face and gnawed on it. As they fought, Levi realized that Madame Ghost's head was gone. Her life force quickly dissipated. Stop fighting! She's dead! On the other side, Leon was snacking on Madame Ghost's head. Even her twisted, struggling, and unwilling soul was bitten and devoured. At the same time, a green skull-like soul imprint appeared. The mark didn't fly toward Levi. Instead, it flew toward Leon. It was as if it wanted to brand Leon. It could be said that it was walking into a tiger's den and courting death. Leon, who didn't know the truth, grabbed it and ate it too. Wow, this is delicious. Leon spun around happily. Levi's heart fluttered. That skull was the symbol of the painful banshee. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield, took away the knights under the island, and put away the array of the 7 kings of hell. As Levi recited the incantation, the detonation array that he had buried under the island was awakened. Amidst the loud bang and dust, Dusk Island began to sink. Goodbye, Dusk Island. Chapter 1012, Flatten the Forbidden Area, Book of the Undead. 1. Dusk Island. The island that had carried the history of the Holy Temple for more than 100 years slowly sank. To the vast and boundless sea, it was not even a wave. Levi's figure faded into the distance. He didn't bother to rest. He looked at the former 7 Kingdoms continent and the current 9 Nations continent. Behind him, 20 elders stood solemnly in the sky. Come with me. To cut grass, one had to remove the roots. Although Madame Ghost was dead, she still had a base in the human world. That was the Spectre Kingdom. There should still be her subordinates there. Since he had already killed Madame Ghost, he would go all out and completely uproot her faction. This way, he could better protect himself. Otherwise, when the headquarters of the Spirit Catcher Steeple came to investigate, they might even be able to trace it back to Levi. Levi put the Ancient Saint, the Corpse Demon, and the others into Alice's ring. He flew towards the Spectre Kingdom as fast as he could. In the subspace, the realm of hell. This place was like hell, filled with negative energy. Death energy, miasma, poisonous gas. It was simply a forbidden area for life. On the ancient battlefield that could be seen everywhere, weak undead were wandering everywhere. As Nora's sub-dimensional portal, this place was originally not like this. After the end of the ancient era, some powerful existences in hell had once led a vast army of archdevils of hell and countless devil lords and little demons to invade this place. A war broke out between the existence of hell and the legendary wizard here. In the end, the existences of hell were killed and died here, just like the wizard fall phenomenon of wizards. It was a hellish existence comparable to the gods and the archdevil of hell's corpse. After death, it still contaminated this sub-dimensional portal. The existence of hell had even turned this place into a purgatory on earth with a vicious curse. Endless negative energy filled this place. Most traditional elementalist school wizards avoided it. Only a small group of people remained. This was the School of Death. Apart from high-level maps like Hell and the Underworld, no place was more suitable for them to cultivate than this place. Moreover, because they often studied corpses, they were accompanied by those dirty things. The School of Death was still often stereotyped. Evil, cunning, brutal, and so on. This made it relatively easy for the wizards of the School of Death to be isolated by other schools. The reclusive wizards of the School of Death were very happy about this. Here, they continued to take root, grow stronger, and develop until today. It had already become second only to the 4 traditional schools. With a legendary wizard in charge, the Death Wizards became tougher. It was different from the Endless Sea, where the administrative area was divided by the number of rings. The realm of hell was divided into 4 regions. Decay Swamp, Howling Wilderness, Dragonbone Mountain Range, Devil Plains. Every region had a high-level wizard organization similar to the 6 towers of the Endless Sea. In the Howling Wilderness, the dominating party was the Undead Spirit Steeple. As an organization that had given birth to several grand wizards, the Undead Spirit Steeple had faced pressure from its neighbors in recent years. This neighbor was the Spirit Catcher Steeple. Other than the fact that no archmages had been born, the Spirit Catcher Steeple was not inferior to the Undead Spirit Steeple in terms of the number of primordial soul wizards. The reason was that 2 primordial soul wizards in the Spirit Catcher Steeple were about to die. They were all lucky enough to become liches. One of them was a famous figure in the Howling Wilderness. Painful Banshee. Somewhere in the wilderness, hundreds of thousands of feet underground, there was a luxurious underground palace. There were terrifying undead creatures everywhere. Even a 5th circle wizard would avoid some powerful existences. For example, the huge bone dragon lying in the underground lake had an aura comparable to that of a primordial soul wizard. If it was Levi, a dragon school of thought master who knew his stuff, it was obvious at a glance that this bone dragon should have been a pure-blooded dragon clan when it was alive. However, it seemed that it had become an undead creature when it was still in its growth stage. In the wizard tower at the center of the underground palace, a pale witch in a black robe was conducting an experiment in the laboratory with a focused expression. She was the painful banshee, Amira. In her long lifespan, the lich's favorite thing to do was research. Because they had lived for a long time, liches were more knowledgeable than regular primordial soul wizards. Not only that, but their strength was also above average. They had honed their spells to perfection, and the number of spells they had mastered was far higher than others. The 864th experiment failed. The painful banshee looked at the data in front of her, her heart calm. How can I solve the problem of the lich meditating without increasing my spiritual force? Can it be that without matter, one's spirit cannot be entrusted and strengthened? Then, how did the astral world where the gods are located exist and operate? If the astral world is formed by the spiritual force projection of living beings, the gods of the astral world should be some kind of pure mental energy body. The gods can grow stronger by absorbing the power of faith. Then why can't my primordial soul grow stronger through meditation after leaving my body? I really want to. I really want to capture a god to study. Amira's eyes were eager. She craved knowledge, strength, and true immortality. Currently, the lich could only be considered a longevity species. According to her research, after transforming into a lich, her life expectancy could be 2 to 3 times longer than her original life expectancy, but this depended on the individual. Chapter 1013, Flatten the Forbidden Area, Book of the Undead. 2. Even if a legendary wizard turned into a lich, he would have a lifespan of 30,000 years maximum. However, so far, no legendary wizard had successfully transformed. Let's continue. Begin Experiment 865. The painful banshee was not discouraged. If 1,000 times didn't work, then 10,000 times might do the trick. At this moment, a crazy woman-like figure appeared in the underground palace. What is it? The painful banshee asked with a frown. The crazy lady was Mistress Cruel, Isabella. She knelt on the ground and lowered her head. Teacher, there's news from the organization that Nala is dead. So be it. The dead can't be resurrected. Don't disturb my experiment. The painful banshee said coldly and mercilessly. If it wasn't for the organization's mission, she didn't want to take in a disciple. As a lich who had lived for 3,000 years, these people's level of knowledge was on a completely different level from hers. There was no use in taking them in. It was a waste of her time. However, for the sake of the continuation of the organization, the Spirit Catcher Steeple required every primordial soul wizard to develop at least 3 fifth circle wizards every 1,000 years. The painful banshee only developed 3 disciples to meet her performance indicator. Mistress Cruel, Madam Ghost, Wildbone Wizard. Among them, because Mistress Cruel was the most talented, she had a chance of advancing to the primordial soul in the future. That was why the painful banshee paid more attention to her. As for the other 2, they had long been set free. Teacher, the organization wants me to investigate the truth in the human world. At the same time, take over Nala's role in hosting the human division. Mistress Cruel said in a low voice. Go ahead. However, you want to avenge your stupid son, right? Other than causing trouble every day, it's useless. If it were me, I would rather make such a son into a corpse puppet, the painful banshee said. Mistress Cruel remained silent. Clearly, her teacher was right. Although she was crazy, her maternal love for Barzan was real. Most wizards did not want to be dragged down by their children to cultivate. They all only started to give birth after their cultivation was successful. They could even establish a wizard family and spread their roots, leaving their traces before they died. Many of such wizards treated their descendants as tools. Their feelings were very indifferent. However, Mistress Cruel was different. She came from the human world. Before she became a wizard, she already had a child. Later, both mother and son were tested to have wizard talent, so she took Barzan on a wizard journey together. She was very talented while Barzan was just average. She was only 18 years older than Barzan. She was already a 5th circle senior, but Barzan was only a fourth circle body refining wizard before he died. In fact, without her help, Barzan's fourth circle would have been very difficult. After some thought, Mistress Cruel said, "Teacher. I'm sorry, but I only have Barzan as a child. The thought that he wouldn't even have a chance to reincarnate, that the murderer might still be at large, I can't control my emotions. I'm afraid that I'll go completely crazy. I have to solve this problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pursue the path of the primordial soul." After a long silence, the painful Banshee said in a low voice, "Don't cause trouble for me outside. I just want to quietly do my research. After you reach the fifth circle, our master-disciple status will be severed. Even if you die, I won't stand up for you. These trivial matters are not worth my time. Remember, I raised the three of you to help my teacher and the organization. I also hope that you can stop worrying after this matter is resolved. If you spend your time on learning and cultivation, with your talent, there's still hope for you to advance to the primordial soul." After hearing this, Mistress Cruel was a little disappointed, but she didn't dare to show it. She promised, "I understand. I can solve it myself." The painful Banshee sighed as she watched Mistress Cruel leave. The reason why she could transform into a lich was with the help of her teacher, the Tower Master of the Spirit Catcher Steeple. Therefore, there was no way for her to abandon the organization. Her teacher was only one step away from stepping into the Grand Wizard realm when he was alive. However, in the end, his lifespan was about to end, and he had no choice but to become a lich. He was already 5,000 years old. Under normal circumstances, this was the lifespan of a Grand Wizard. The accumulation of 5,000 years made her teacher stronger and stronger. It could be said that in the entire realm of hell, only a handful of people who could be compared to her teacher other than Grand Wizards. However, her teacher was not satisfied. He still wanted to step into the Grand Wizard realm, or even legendary. Therefore, he never stopped experimenting and researching to solve the problem of the stagnation of the lich's spiritual force. Her teacher was very normal until an experiment accident more than 1,000 years ago. He went missing for hundreds of years. During this period, no one knew where he went. After he returned, his temper became more and more eccentric, irritable, and crazy. It was also during that period of time that the Spirit Catcher Steeple was led by him. It began to grow savagely, expand rapidly, and make enemies everywhere. It almost had a conflict with the veteran organization, the Undead Spirit Steeple. In the end, a high-level wizard war did not break out under the mediation and deterrence of a Grand Wizard in the Congress. As for her teacher, many people secretly called him, Crazy Lich Pan. On this day, in the sky above the Forbidden Spectre area, a figure appeared. Behind Levi, the sages of the Senior State Assembly, the corpse demons, and the puppets stood in the air. He gave the order, "Destroy this place." The ancient saint entered the uninhabited realm and killed wantonly. Chapter 1014, Flatten the Forbidden Area, Book of the Undead. 3. Leon was like a demon, causing the specters and souls to avoid him. Colorful attacks rained down one after another. In the end, the entire restricted region was razed to the ground under the indiscriminate bombardment. All of Madame Ghost's subordinates were killed. Levi had also purified the undead creatures in the forbidden area with flames. "Let's go." Levi recalled his troops. After cleaning up the battlefield, they quickly retreated. The commotion here was too loud. Soon, there would probably be people watching. The next day, Levi returned to the ancient Saint Plain. After consuming some healing potions, he endured the pain and began to set up an array. Dusk Island is gone. We can't lose the ancient Saint Plain. It wasn't just because of a small plane. On this day of the plane convergence, no small plane near Nora was more aloof from worldly affairs than the ancient Saint Plain. As an experimental ground, Sauron must have used some methods to isolate the ancient Saint Plain to avoid being found by other primordial soul wizards on plane travel. Now, because of the irresistible force of plane convergence, the ancient Saint Plain inevitably bordered Nora. The entrance also began to appear in the human world. Levi must secure this entrance. Before he grew up, this would be his last home. After setting up the fourth circle array at the entrance of the plane, Levi was exhausted to the extreme. He had prepared for a year or two for this fifth circle battle. During this period of time, he had been extremely tense and mentally and physically exhausted. This was something that even a powerful physique could not change. Levi asked the ancient saint and the corpse demon to guard the entrance while he returned to the emperor's palace. He was not even in the mood to count the spoils of war. After taking some medicine to nourish his body and mind, he closed his eyes. He didn't even know when he last slept. This sleep lasted 3 months. There was no panel, no cultivate, no worries. It was just sleep. He slept until the month of northern wind. The cold wind in the northern territory blew to the south of the Peacock Kingdom again. Along with them were the blue frost undead that covered the entire mountain, as well as the 3 frostbone dragons that swept through everything. It was winter this year. Under the mobilization of the church, an intense battle broke out between the Peacock Kingdom's army and the blue frost undead. The battle line stretched across the entire northern and southern borders. The price of mithril kept rising. The war of the north wind that could change the fate of the kingdom had begun. To fight against the undead spirits, the church summoned knights to the front line in the name of a benevolent father. The regular army and militia were all on the battlefield. Even so, they were still forced to retreat. The Blue Frost Lord's daughter on the Frostbone Dragon's back had the terrifying ability to transform mortals into blue frost. Coupled with the undying characteristics of the Blue Frost undead, it caused the undead army to increase in numbers and grow like a snowball. Saint Yelin and Saint Teresa had no choice but to use their strongest sealed artifacts. They paid a huge price to join forces to defeat the Blue Frost Lord's daughter. Of the 3 bone dragons, 2 had died, and only 1 was left. It fled back to the Blue Frost Plain with the severely injured Blue Frost Lord's daughter. However, this did not change the fact that the War of the North Wind was about to end. Unless they could crack the unsolvable blue frost and prevent the mortals from being corroded. It was rumored that saints had already prayed to the astral world, praying for the gods to send divine power. However, judging from the continuous defeat of the kingdom's army, be it the Heavenly Father or the Mother of Earth, there was no response. When it rained, it poured. No one knew how long it would last. The rumor that the devil had appeared in the human world gradually spread, but no one knew if it was true. Meanwhile, in the Lost Mountain Range, the conflict between the Benevolent Father Empire and the Molten Kingdom continued to escalate. The Church of Eternity felt that the existence of their neighbor's Benevolent Father Empire would endanger their rule. After sending troops to the Lost Mountain Range many times, the final outcome was not ideal. The situation of the 9 nations continents standing side by side was a foregone conclusion. The era of the devils has arrived. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. Whether it was a peaceful era or a dark and chaotic world, the most bitter ones were ultimately mortals who were used as tools and firewood by various big shots of interest groups. On this day, in the sea area where Dusk Island used to be, Saint Estella was wearing a starry dress in the air. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion as she looked at the empty sea. Beside her was a burly man with a heroic aura. He wasn't at home every time I came before, but this time, his home is gone, Estella said helplessly. A saint-level battle once broke out here. Dragon's expression was solemn. He grabbed at the air, and the ruins of a holy temple appeared in front of him. I heard that the restricted area in the Gaia Kingdom also disappeared a few months ago. It should be related to the disappearance of this place, Estella said. Who is it that can destroy a forbidden area? A 5th circle wizard is guarding it. Madame Ghost's strength is enough to make Teresa wary. In this world, who can defeat Madame Ghost other than Groudon? Dragon was puzzled. It should be an internal conflict between wizards. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go. It seems like he doesn't want to work with us anymore. Estella was slightly disappointed. Month of winter. Levi woke up in the Emperor's palace. At this moment, he was like a metamorphosis. He was in high spirits and full of vigor. We still have to strike a balance between work and rest. After waking up, Levi called the Feather King over. Chapter 1015, Flatten the Forbidden Area, Book of the Undead. 4. During this period of time, nothing happened in the Empire, right? No. Then let's retreat. Levi left the Emperor's palace and arrived at the plain's entrance. He asked the ancient saint guarding this place and the poison fire corpse demon. In the end, he confirmed that it had been 3 months since he destroyed Madame Ghost and the Forbidden Area. The organization behind her did not come looking for her. He had already asked Leon to devour all the tracking marks and souls of those people. He had truly destroyed their corpses. He felt that unless a primordial soul wizard personally came to the spirit catcher steeple, he wouldn't have been able to find him. Even if he found out Levi did it, he wouldn't be afraid. As long as the coordinates of the ancient Saint Plane were not exposed and he hid here, no one would be able to find him. After confirming that he was safe for the time being, Levi returned to the Emperor's palace happily. This time, he had killed a genuine fifth circle wizard. He would definitely gain a lot. To leave some anticipation, Levi placed Madame Ghost's storage bags for last and started opening the storage bags. He first checked the storage bags of those ordinary wizards. Then, he looked happy. The small fries under Madame Ghost provided him with a total of 3 million ether stones. I'm rich. Originally, I only had 2 million ether stones left. In an instant, I have another 5 million. There was no way he could spend it all. Levi felt refreshed. Previously, he had spent a lot of money to study the fourth circle array. As expected, the only way to solve one's worries was to become rich. In addition, there were dozens of various wizard tools. Most of them were low-level wizard tools. There were only 5 third circle and above wizard tools, and only 1 fourth circle wizard tool. They're all from the Death Sect, and many of them are standard wizard tools from the Spirit Catcher steeple. I can't deal with them for the time being. I'll keep them for now. With Levi's current weapon refinement, array realm, and knowledge level, he didn't even need to find Newt to appraise those low-level wizard tools, and he knew how to use them. He chose some wizard tools that were useful for the development of the organization and the empire. He then placed them in the treasury of the Dusk Holy Temple and the Shinik Academy. Spellcasters who contributed enough could exchange for them. As for the rest, he would find time to get rid of them. As for other resources and medicinal herbs, they were all related to the School of Death. These miscellaneous items, together with the wizard tools, were worth at least 2 million ether stones. It was just that he could not cash it out for the time being. Levi estimated that he had to go to the realm of hell if he wanted to sell these things quickly. In other places, the School of Death wizards were scattered and could not be digested in a short period of time. However, if he went to the realm of hell to deal with it, he might be targeted by the Spirit Catcher steeple. He didn't think about this for the time being. After sorting out the spoils of war and categorizing them, Levi stored more than 100 types of spell knowledge from the School of Death, from cantrips to fourth circle spells, into his knowledge base. He thought about it and waited to finish learning the Elementalist School's innate spells. He began to learn about life, death, and other factions. Finally, Levi rubbed his hands and looked at Madame Ghost's storage bags excitedly. It took him a lot of effort to break the restriction on the storage bags with his knowledge of arrays. A terrifying specter appeared and attempted to attack Levi's mind. It was grabbed by Levi's large hand that was wrapped in blood chi and turned into ashes. The storage bags were filled with ether stones, blinding Levi. After scanning with his spiritual force, Levi was pleasantly surprised. 5.6 million ether stones. What a rich lady! And this is just an ordinary fifth circle wizard. If it's someone like Blue Dragon Lady or Sarit, their assets would probably be in the tens of millions. Levi's imagination ran wild. He put the ether stones into his storage ring. 10.6 million ether stones. It was like a dream. He still couldn't believe it when he woke up. Tens of millions of ether stones in cash. Who else could be this rich? What Levi didn't know was, actually, most ordinary fifth circle wizards did not usually have so much cash on them. Everyone would only leave some as backup and exchange them for wizard tools or resources to increase their strength. Madame Ghost was so rich because Spirit Catcher Steeple sent her to establish a branch in the human world. A portion of it was publicly funded by the Spirit Catcher Steeple. Now, all this money went to Levi. All of it. There are so many ether stones. If it were an ordinary fourth circle wizard, they would only earn money and not spend it. It might take several generations to save them. I'm considered a damned rich person. Of course, 10 million seemed like a lot. It was only the price of 2 top-grade fifth circle magic artifacts that could not be spent. I don't need a wizard tool. Just the fire Ouroboros alone is enough for me to use for the fifth circle realm. I have to plan this money well. I have to use good steel on the blade. The hard requirement is the ingredients for the meditation supplementary potion. I must spend this. There are still more than 10 years until the dark ancient tower opens. Before it opens, I must prepare enough potion materials for decades. I don't want my cultivation progress to slow down because I can't find enough raw materials inside. Then, there is the knowledge inheritance. I have to buy this too. Knowledge is the ladder of progress, and it is also the condition for the panel to evolve. Only by mastering more knowledge can any transcendent profession understand the reason. In his storage bags, other than the ether stones, there were only a few spell crystal balls. Levi went through them one by one. They were all fifth circle spells, some from the School of Death, and some from other schools. He had collected a total of 5 fifth circle spells. Among them, the spell that was most useful to Levi was the fifth circle summoning undead spirits. Chapter 1016, Flatten the Forbidden Area, Book of the Undead. 5. This spell could summon a level 5 existence like the Scythe undead spirit. Such undead spirits usually lived on the 5th level of Hell. Of course, it was also possible for it to appear on the first few levels, but the probability was not high. Generally speaking, the deeper one went into Hell, the richer the negative energy. Just like the roots of plants, whether it was demons or undead, if they had the strength, they would go deeper. Of course, there were always some existences like the Duke of Blood Lake who might try their best to sneak to the front to avoid their enemies or other motives. After depositing Madame Ghost's knowledge into his knowledge base, he realized that he already had about 3,000 cantrip models. There were even 132 rare third circle spell models, 41 fourth circle spell models, and 9 fifth circle spell models. With so much knowledge, Levi could create his own fifth circle wizard organization. Back then, the Grey Tower's knowledge base was nothing compared to Levi's. Levi would incorporate this knowledge into the Dusk Holy Temple's knowledge management system. It allowed those with wizard talent to exchange for cultivation. At the same time, the Chinook Academy of the Ancient Dragon Empire could also supplement their knowledge. Madame Ghost's storage bags were like a huge treasure vault. Including the shroud that Levi had torn apart, Levi had also obtained more than 10 wizard tools from Madame Ghost. Moreover, they were all third circle and above. These wizard tools were not only limited to the School of Death. Other schools also had them. It was obvious that Madame Ghost had done a lot of killing and arson. Among these wizard tools, a fourth circle wizard tool that looked like a book caught Levi's attention. On the surface of the book, twisted vengeful spirits were drawn. They kept squirming and changing shape, trying to get out of the book. The Book of the Undead. Under the cover of the book was the name of the creator. Soul Drawing Demon Wizard Wagner. It's him. Levi's heart skipped a beat. This was the black wizard that the immortal Banyan Dragon had mentioned back then. She also obtained a primordial soul wizard tool book of 10,000 spirits. This wizard tool was similar to the Book of 10,000 Spirits. However, it looked even more ancient and the aura of time was even thicker. Levi guessed that this Book of the Undead might be an early creation of the soul-drawing demon wizard. Therefore, its functions should be similar to the Book of 10,000 Spirits, but it was a low-end version. He looked at it. There was another paragraph on the title page of the Book of the Undead. Everyone will die, except me. How arrogant! Didn't you get hammered to death by the immortal Banyan Dragon? Don't plant flags randomly, buddy. Levi flipped open the Book of the Undead and realized there were methods to use it. There were even methods to create and advance the Book of the Undead. It was as if the soul-drawing demon wizard had deliberately allowed the wizard who had obtained this book to use the Book of the Undead. In other words, Levi could use it without an appraisal. This made Levi pay special attention to this wizard tool. He was worried that this was a trap the soul-drawing demon wizard had set up. The Book of the Undead had 2 functions. One was to summon undead spirits. As long as one recited the incantation in the book, even if one was not a wizard from the School of Death, they could summon a level 4 undead from hell to fight for them. The other function was to seal the undead. The Book of Undead could seal spirit-type creatures in the book as the artifact spirit of the book. During the battle, he would release these undead spirits to deal with the enemy. A 4th circle Book of Dead Souls could seal 100 dead souls. Among them, a level 4 undead spirit had to be the main artifact spirit. Of course, there couldn't be too many high-level undead spirits. This way, the Book of Death wouldn't be able to withstand it. Undead spirits would backfire on wizards, and the consequences would be serious. The Book of the Undead was a wizard tool that could grow. It was also very simple to grow. Firstly, the user had to ask the weapon craftsman to use level 5 negative energy materials to strengthen and upgrade the Book of the Undead. Then, as he advanced the main artifact spirit to level 5, a 5th circle wizard tool would be born. After growing, the upper limit of sealing undead would become 1000. It's a very powerful wizard tool, but it's a little dangerous. Levi opened the Book of the Undead. Every page was sealed with an undead spirit. The weakest of these undead were at the 1st circle level. They were much stronger than those ghosts. The more he flipped, the stronger the sealed undead became. 2nd circle, 3rd circle. He reached the last 3 pages. Levi saw 3 level 4 undead with different forms. They were a headless swordsman undead spirit riding a skeletal warhorse, a girl undead spirit holding a broken doll, and even a scythe undead spirit. However, the aura of this scythe undead spirit was much weaker than the level 5 undead spirit that had escaped back to hell. Headless swordsman, vengeful spirit girl, scythe demon spirit. They all have powerful and strange abilities. If they have the opportunity, they can all advance to level 5. These were Madame Ghost's most important collections. The strongest was the Headless Swordsman, who was also the main artifact spirit of the Book of the Undead. He was already at the peak of level 4 and had mastered a powerful sword skill. If not for the fact that Madame Ghost was worried that the Book of the Undead wouldn't be able to hold on, she might have already helped him advance to a level 5 evil spirit. At that time, she would have a 5th circle wizard tool. The Vengeful Spirit Girl had a strange curse ability. As for the Scythe Demon Spirit, Levi had already seen its enhanced version. With a single slash, he shattered all his defenses and even severely injured him. If not for the fact that the scythe was of average quality and was shattered by the Crimson Dragon slash, Leon might not have been able to scare the other party away. Chapter 1017, Flatten the Forbidden Area, Book of the Undead. 6. Levi closed the Book of the Undead. Although it's a 4th circle wizard tool, its true power is stronger than some 5th circle wizard tool. Unless you encounter someone like Leon, who is the nemesis of undead spirits, with this wizard tool, you are almost invincible in the same realm. He had no intention of refining this book for the time being. He would think about it after he studied it thoroughly. Beside the Book of the Undead was a large pile of materials. Level 5 Soul Nurturing Wood, Level 5 Dark Ghoul Skin. These materials were extremely unorthodox. Levi knew them because the Book of the Undead mentioned these materials. Their function was to advance them to the 5th circle through refinement. At that time, there would be hundreds or even thousands of undead spirits. With the Book of the Undead in hand, he could incarnate the undead calamity and sweep through everything. Madame Ghost originally wanted to use these materials to advance the Book of the Undead to the 5th circle. However, these materials aren't complete. There's still a portion missing. They're all produced only in hell. This is troublesome. Levi kept the Book of the Undead for later disposal. This was the most valuable thing on Madame Ghost. Moreover, the Book of the Undead was similar to the Gargamel's Book of Seals. The difference was that the Book of the Undead could only seal spiritual creatures. As for the Gargamel, it could seal any creature, even a wizard. Therefore, it was different from ordinary transcendent creature spaces. The Book of the Undead could be brought into the Dark Tower. To make the trip to the Dark Ancient Tower smoother, Levi felt that he still had to refine it in the future. This way, his strength could also increase by a lot. Facing a 5th circle wizard in the Ancient Tower gave him more confidence. As for the shroud, it had already been torn. In addition, there was no appraisal, so Levi didn't know how to use it. He kept it. He would appraise it when he had the chance in the future. If it was valuable, he would keep it. If not, he would sell it. Using something as inauspicious as a shroud to make a wizard tool. He's courting death. Levi was in a good mood after counting Madame Ghost's spoils of war. Madame Ghost had dropped too many fate coins. It was enough for Levi to hide in the human world and the ancient saint plane for a long time. Levi found that Leon was the greatest contributor to the battle after reviewing the battle with Madame Ghost. He looked at the sleeping little guy in the Greenfield Immortal House. No matter what, I have to bring Leon in. He can be my backer. Levi could only think of 2 ways to bring Leon in. First, he would give Leon the key to the Dark Ancient Tower. When the time came to open it, Leon would enter. However, he had heard from Triss that after the Dark Ancient Tower teleported in, everyone would randomly appear on the first level. This meant that he would be separated from Leon. The dark ancient tower was vast and boundless. If Leon was lost inside or killed by someone else, he would not be able to bear such a loss. There was only the second method. He found a wizard tool similar to the Gargamel's Book of Seals. He used this wizard tool to temporarily seal Leon inside. After entering the dark ancient tower, he could remove the seal. Shadow Wolf Matthias. Levi muttered in his heart as his mind turned. It took him so long to kill a Madam Ghost. He had planned meticulously and used all his trump cards, relying on the Grand Array to barely do it. Shadow Wolf was a 5th Circle senior wizard. Actually, even 2 or 3 Madam Ghosts might not be his match. Without external help, it was very difficult to do. Forget it, what am I thinking? Levi, you're getting arrogant. You're starting to want to take the initiative to hunt 5th Circle wizards. Levi pushed away this dangerous thought. However, he still decided to pay more attention to Shadow Wolf's information. If there was a chance to take advantage of the situation, he could still give it a try. As for buying a wizard tool worth millions from a 5th Circle wizard? With his 4th Circle strength, he was telling Shadow Wolf. I'm stupid and rich. Come and kill me and drop fate coins. Shadow Circle did not have a good reputation. This branch leader wasn't a good person either. In the following days, Levi did not step out. The experience of cultivating in the ancient Saint Plain all day was like a turtle, quietly lying dormant. However, he would visit Rosa Witch every once in a while to help her do what she wanted in exchange for some information about the human world. People had to hide, but they couldn't go into seclusion and lock down the country. He had to understand the general trends of the world and cater to the trends of the times to continuously improve. In the blink of an eye, a new year arrived. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1147, Month of Beginning. The 46th Round Table meeting of the Twilight Knights ended perfectly. Of the current members of the Twilight Knights, only the Golden Lion Knight and the Divine Light Knight stayed in the Holy Temple. The Dark Moon Knight was training in the Nine Nations continent while the Blood Knight explored the forsaken land of the god. The Black Knight and Emperor Mew were in the Earth realm. Hog was in the realm of Crimson, looking for an opportunity to break through. Everyone was far away from each other, so the scenery they saw was different. Levi had also obtained more information through them. It was also this month, in the Gaia Kingdom, which used to be a forbidden area for specters. A figure approached from afar. She looked ordinary and was wearing a black robe. Under her calm face, there was a faint hint of madness. It was Mistress Cruel. Her eyes were red and filled with killing intent as she looked at the palace relic that had turned into scorched earth. She whistled. A slender dog form corpse puppet appeared. The ability of the craftsman sex death wizard was to create powerful corpse puppets. What was refined from humans and humanoid creatures were corpse demons. The others were all corpse puppets. The main ingredient of her corpse puppet was called the Soul Shepherding Hound. She had paid a huge price to obtain it. It was to avenge her son on this trip to the human world. These hell creatures came from the underworld. Its body contained the blood of one of the legendary guardians of the underworld, the three-headed hellhound. They could freely travel between the material plane, hell, and the underworld. They would bring the souls that should have entered the underworld source river to reincarnate but stayed outside back to the underworld. It's up to you. Mistress Cruel touched the head of the dog-like corpse puppet. The corpse puppet drooled as it affectionately rubbed against Mistress Cruel's leg. She wanted to use the corpse puppet to search for the lost souls of the Spirit Catcher Steeple members who were killed by the murderer before they entered the underworld source river. She would find them and use a secret technique to make them speak. This way, she might be able to find some clues. With her intuition as a mother, she felt that the murderer who killed Barzan and the murderer who killed Madame Ghost were the same person. It was Levi. If she could use the souls of these dead people to restore the situation, she might be able to locate Levi and capture him alive. She would refine him into a corpse demon. A smile appeared on her face. She wanted to refine Levi into Barzan. She wanted him to call her mom every day. The corpse puppet sniffed around, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the forbidden area. Mistress Cruel stood there without moving, quietly waiting for the result. 7 days later, in the wilderness of the forbidden area, the corpse puppet carefully came to Mistress Cruel's side and shook its head. Mistress Cruel's expectant gaze gradually fell flat. Why? She asked. The corpse puppet roared in a low voice and told Mistress Cruel the answer. The souls of the deceased didn't enter hell, nor did they pass through the underworld. They were all intercepted by a certain existence. I can't find them. I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry. Chapter 1018, The First Talent Brand is Born. 1. The Holy Brilliance Calendar, Year 1048, Month of Flowers. Dimension of the Ancient Saint, Emperor's Palace. Haha, it's done. In the mountain forest, Levi's triumphant laughter echoed. He rose from the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Radiant hues surrounded him, layer upon layer of armor materializing. Golden scales, golden witch body, icy wood body, heavy water barrier, earth dragon barrier, golden snake dharma idol, crimson emperor dharma idol, golden dragon heavenly shield. Beyond these 8 layers of protection, countless rocks and soil converged towards Levi, enveloping him in the sky above. In the blink of an eye, a spherical shape about 10 jong in diameter formed, its color akin to earth, composed of layers of compressed and solidified earth and stone. It was enhanced by spells, harder than luminant gold. Boom! Levi, sealed within the earth and stone, whispered softly. In an instant, the earthy sphere exploded. The shockwave of flying debris covered a radius of several li. The power of this explosion was truly intimidating. 9th layer defense, 4th circle spell, Earth Burst Barrier. Earth Burst Barrier, 9th rank, 1/150,000. Levi relaxed as he dispelled the protection. Before the battle with Madame Ghost, Levi had started preparing his 4th circle protective force field. But he hadn't succeeded in his research until now, nearly 2 years after Madame Ghost's departure. In that battle, as a 4th circle wizard, he was critically injured by a level 5 scythe demon spirit from another realm. It made him realize that his armor was still not enough. So, he diligently began researching his 4th circle protective force field. Levi chose the Ocean Faction's spell fusion for his 3rd circle protective force field, while for his 4th circle field, he opted for the Earth Faction. Of course, in naming, he followed the convention of his 3rd circle, using the term barrier. He named it Earth Burst Barrier. The reason for the name Earth Burst was because this barrier could indeed burst. In other words, it was both a defensive spell and an area attack spell. In terms of defense, the current 9th rank Earth Burst Barrier was already on par with the perfected 9th rank Heavy Water Barrier. As the top-tier 4th circle spell researched by Levi, the Earth Burst Barrier could be cultivated to the limit of the 11th rank. Once the Earth Burst Barrier reached perfection, its final defense should be no less than Levi's perfected 3rd circle innate talent, the Earth Dragon Barrier. Now Levi's spiritual force had reached 260 points, halfway to perfection. His spell power had reached an impressive 13,000 points. He took out the Fire Ouroboros. When I just entered the 4th circle, my spell power was insufficient to support the use of teleportation spells. Let's see if it works now. Triss had mentioned the greatest strength of the Ouroboros ring. It wasn't inherent attack or defense spells but rather rare teleportation spells. That's why it was considered a premium 5th circle wizard tool. Under normal circumstances, only primordial soul wizards could use teleportation spells similar to shrink to an inch or short distance spatial teleportation. Levi found a place with a wide field of view. The drawback of this teleportation, compared to the spatial teleportation of primordial soul wizards, was it had to be within the line of sight. Thus, the use of this wizard tool was also limited to a range. This field of view referred to the conventional kind, excluding the use of spiritual perception, transcendent insight, or similar spells. The teleportation location and Levi had to be in a straight line, with no obstructions in between. The maximum distance for teleportation was 1,000 miles, with the farther Levi could see, the farther he could teleport within that range. Levi ascended to the sky, where his vision was at its maximum. Even ordinary people with normal vision could see tens of li away under unobstructed conditions. With his current vision, he could see up to 1,000 li away. Of course, seeing here only meant visibility, not necessarily clarity of objects or details 1,000 miles away. But that didn't affect teleportation. Levi chanted the incantation. His spell power within instantly drained, leaving him empty. The next moment, before him, a blue light gate materialized. On the other side of the gate, a scene of a cliff appeared, with a crooked neck tree atop it. Levi stepped into it, and the light gate vanished in an instant. After a dizzying whirl, he had traversed 1,000 miles. Upon reappearing, he emerged from the blue light gate on the cliff, exactly where Levi had just seen. So that's how it works. If used properly, this is simply a deadly weapon, as well as an escape godsend. Below the primordial soul, no one can catch up to me. Levi was quite satisfied. Of course, with his current spell power, teleportation meant he wouldn't have the ability to use other spells. Fortunately, he still had knightly means, otherwise, going there would be handing himself over. When pursuing someone, with a blink, he could appear behind the wizard. Who could withstand the destruction sword chi? Not bad, another ace up my sleeve. Levi put away the Ouroboros ring and flew all the way to the Dusk Holy Temple. The temple was now situated where the once Black Lion city stood. Over the years, with the help of the ancient Dragon Empire, the temple had been quickly built. The temple stood aloof, beyond the jurisdiction of the ancient Dragon Empire. Likewise, the temple couldn't interfere with the affairs of the ancient Dragon Empire. Both were under Levi's direct control. Leveraging the abundant elemental power of the ancient Saint Plane, the current Andrew had reached the peak of a mid-level apprentice wizard. Chapter 1019, The First Talent Brand is Born. 2. It wouldn't be long before he became a high-level apprentice wizard. Levi estimated that Andrew had a good chance of becoming a first circle wizard before he turned 40. After all, being a child of the elements, a 1 in a million, was something Levi envied. As a child of the elements, with such abundant resources from the temple and occasional guidance from Levi, if Andrew couldn't become a third circle wizard before 100, it would be a waste of his talent. Thinking back to when Levi first entered the Endless Sea. No talent, no resources, no connections. He had nothing, relying solely on knightly means, proficiency panels, and his cautiousness, slowly making progress to achieve what he had now. It wasn't easy at all. Seeing Levi's arrival, the Divine Light Knight hurried over. "Commander! Where's Dinos?" "He's in seclusion, preparing to advance to the Blood Source realm." "I see." Levi had originally wanted to see the progress of Dinos's bloodline rune research, but since he was in seclusion, they could discuss it later. Among the first batch of knights who joined the knights, many had gradually entered the realm of level 3 knights. At the same time, over the years, there had also been a new batch of recruits who had been stuck at the threshold of Blood Awakening Knights. Perhaps in the near future, among these individuals, several Blood Awakening Knights would emerge. This would help complete the 18 Knights of the Round Table sooner. 7 days later, Dinos successfully advanced to the Blood Source realm. He felt the abundant blood chi within him, the golden lion blood chi circulating, making him resemble a golden-maned lion king. The blood chi formed magnificent golden lion mane that spread around his neck, resembling long hair fluttering behind him. So, this is the Blood Source realm. This power is completely different from before, too powerful, too cool. Dinos roared, breaking through clouds and rocks. The blood chi transformed into golden wings as he arrived at the Extreme Path Palace where Levi was. "Commander, sorry to keep you waiting," Dinos said. As he spoke, Andrew also entered the hall. "You two are primarily responsible for the research on bloodline runes and talent brands. Let's have a simple meeting. You can tell me about your research progress and any difficulties," Levi said. "I'll go first because Andrew mainly focuses on organizing and deciphering shielding runes for defense. So, I'm in charge of sword fighting runes for offense. This is the basic template of sword fighting runes that I've compiled. I feel that, given some more time, perhaps I can try to create some talent brands of the same level as cantrips used by wizards. It may not have much practical value, but as a starting point for the system, it should inspire the development of real talent brands in the future." Dinos handed over a book, which Levi scanned and nodded in approval. "Well done, let's start with the shielding and sword fighting research. If successful, we can gradually extend it to the other 4 major domains," Levi said. "As for my situation, it's similar to Dinos's. However, I conducted a small experiment yesterday and made a discovery," Andrew said, his face showing excitement. "Let's hear it," Levi smiled. Andrew took a deep breath and opened the armor on his right arm. There were bloody patterns on his forearm, crossing each other like circuit boards, with some nodes on top, appearing very complex. Finally, all the patterns formed a rather abstract dragon pattern. This was the Iron Dragon, the symbol of Andrew's breathing technique. The Iron Dragon's wings crossed, resembling a tattoo or engraving, etched on Andrew's forearm. Andrew smiled slightly, veins appearing on his face as the bloodline seed within him suddenly activated. Waves of blood chi flowed through his veins, surging from his limbs, and then continuously poured into his right arm, appearing on the Iron Dragon tattoo on his forearm. Upon closer inspection, the Iron Dragon tattoo was not a simple flat image. On his arm shield, the rusty bloodline runes formed an Iron Dragon with crossing wings, protecting his body. Andrew drew the longsword in his left hand and exerted his force. With a golden cross slash, he slashed towards his right arm. Now a grand knight in his cultivation, this strike could cleave through the kind of large shields wielded by ordinary people. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of impact, Andrew's longsword was shattered. The shadow of the Iron Dragon arm shield trembled slightly, showing cracks, but did not break. Seeing this, Levi's eyes lit up. Andrew dismissed the arm shield shadow he had just conjured, his face pale and devoid of color. This was a sign of depleted vitality. Levi gave Andrew some vitality-restoring potions he had developed. Not bad, not bad. How did you discover this? Levi asked curiously. Although the tattoo was too simple and crude, it was already close to the talent brand he envisioned. Its power was also not inferior to a wizard's cantrip. So he was somewhat surprised. A few days ago, I had been contemplating how to combine the deciphered bloodline runes into a talent brand that could unleash transcendent power, Andrew explained. Chapter 1020, The First Talent Brand is Born. 3. After pondering for a long time, unable to come up with any solutions, I realized my knowledge was too limited, my realm too low, and I couldn't even touch such a complex level. So, I decided to go to sleep. Coincidentally, I hadn't slept in a long time due to my research on bloodline runes, so I slept for 7 days and 7 nights, even getting the rare chance to dream. In my dream, I seemed to see an iron dragon with crossing wings, covered in rust. There seemed to be many spots of light on the iron dragon's body, these spots flickered rhythmically and orderly. It was like the notes of a wizard's spell model, and the spell runes that shimmered at these notes. At that moment, I suddenly had a bold idea. When I woke up, I recorded this idea. I tried to replicate the bloodline runes according to the form, posture, and spots of light of the iron dragon in my dream, then, I used blood chi as the driving fuel, with the bloodline seed as the driving core. A very simple transcendent ability was born. This transcendent ability, with power similar to a small wizard's cantrip, was not worth mentioning. However, I believe that as we decipher more shielding runes and continue to optimize them, eventually, this transcendent ability will be no less than a wizard's formal spell. Of course, with the blood chi level of a Grand Knight, it's obviously difficult to perform such a complex ability. If forced, it may lead to depleted vitality. So my next plan is to advance to an official wizard within 10 years and become a Blood Awakening Knight within 15 years. I believe, Commander, as you said, the path of talent brands is entirely feasible. Andrew spoke passionately, his eyes shining brightly. Levi thought to himself. Are you a reincarnation of Mendeleev or Descartes, or perhaps Kepler reborn? How else could you make research discoveries in your dreams? Did the Iron Dragon send you a dream? Actually, Andrew's approach had crossed Levi's mind before. Over 100 years ago, when Levi first encountered the spell model of the cantrip insect controlling technique, he realized the similarities between the notes of wizard spell models and the small figures on the night breathing technique inheritance diagram. The practice of the night breathing technique involved specific postures, movements, breathing rhythms, and secret medicines to enhance physical fitness and refine bloodlines. It taught knights to mimic colossal beasts, tapping into their bloodline power and laying the foundation. To harness these bloodline powers and extend abilities similar to innate spells from this foundation, knights needed to observe real beasts closely. They had to study their every move, posture, and the points of exertion when using their innate abilities. Then, they could manifest these patterns in the form of talent brands, granting knights their own innate abilities. This process was akin to the epiphanies experienced by some in the myths and legends of various civilizations, where individuals observed battles between gods and beasts or immortals and suddenly grasped some profound truth. In Levi's view, Andrew's realization was similar to such an epiphany. It was something encountered rather than sought after. This lad was definitely favored by fortune. Being a child of the elements was one thing, but having such insight as a knight was exceptional. Levi increasingly realized he had struck gold with Andrew. Though Levi had laid out many foundational theories and ideas, he was too busy to participate much in deciphering bloodline runes and constructing talent brands. He hadn't expected Andrew to achieve results so quickly. The founding purpose of the Dusk Holy Temple was precisely for this day. Levi created a secure and stable living environment for the temple, and in return, it contributed the collective wisdom back to him. Now, it seemed this model was gradually proving successful. After toiling for a century to establish the Holy Temple, Levi could finally see the fruits of his labor. All those efforts hadn't been in vain. However, one Andrew wasn't enough, he needed more talent like him. Talent. It's the core of any force's thriving development. Take the wizard civilization, for example, Klein, who quantified spiritual force and spell power, Rowling, who quantified bloodlines, Caslot, who quantified combat, Gargamel, the master of sealing arts, Franken, the pioneer of monster studies. Under the brilliance of Sauron, these entities continued to shine in their own right. With stars shining brightly, civilizations can progress. Sauron, as powerful as he was, capable of slaying gods, still had 18 fellow practitioners, each following different paths. That's the essence of collaboration and mutual learning, the true path. Reality wasn't as lofty as dragons, even in the transcendent world, even with true gods present. No one could be all-knowing and perfect. As wizards say, the truth can only be approached infinitely, but can never be fully grasped. At this moment, Levi truly understood why nations in his past life were so eager for genuine talent. Andrew, that lad, was naturally inclined toward research. It wasn't just because of his talent, but because of his heart's dedication to the cause. You've done well, but be cautious with these experiments. Using your own body as a test subject, mistakes could be fatal, Levi cautioned. Thank you for your concern, Commander, Andrew quickly replied. Dinos couldn't help but feel amazed. Is this what genius looks like? Is this what children of the elements are like? He felt like an outdated old man. Chapter 1021, The First Talent Brand is Born. 4. Andrew was both honored and surprised. If it weren't for the commander documenting all the foundational theories of those bloodline runes, and if it weren't for the refinements and supplements from all the seniors, I wouldn't have been able to figure it out. To put it simply, I was just lucky to receive guidance in my dreams. Don't be modest. Wait until the commander commends you. From now on, the research on talent brands will rely on you. Dinos patted Andrew's shoulder firmly. This is indeed a significant breakthrough. From now on, you can freely access knowledge up to level 3 in the first 2 floors of the Holy Temple. I hope it will inspire you, Andrew. Make the most of your strengths, your future is bright. Levi remarked. With thoughts by day and dreams by night. Dreams or not, Andrew must have put a lot of thought into it, it wasn't that simple. After you become an official wizard, go to the Dawn Holy Temple and get yourself a second circle wizard tool for protection, Levi added after a moment of thought. Thank you, Commander. Leaving the Extreme Path Palace, Levi returned to the Emperor's Palace and reviewed Andrew's research notes. After reading them, he gained considerable insights. With Levi's knowledge base and realm, he already had some ideas for constructing his own talent brand, it just needed time to make it possible. For someone of his realm, those simple talent brands were mostly useless, similar to the early effects of breathing techniques. However, if he could research some complex talent brands, they might complement his innate spells. In the future, when his vision was broad enough, his knowledge extensive enough, and his proficiency panel sufficiently evolved, he believed that innate spells and talent brands might even merge. He had chosen to make his innate spells part of the Dragon series for this reason. Of course, this was just speculation. He estimated that he would need to reach legendary wizard status at least before he could begin the Wizard Knight integration. 6 months passed like sand slipping through fingers, carried away by the wind. At the end of the year, during the month of the Northern Wind, after the revelation of creating a simple talent brand, Andrew hadn't made any new discoveries. Such things couldn't be forced. Transcendent research wasn't achieved overnight. At the very least, since Andrew created the talent ability Iron Dragon Arm Shield, the Knight system has expanded its transcendent domain. It's no longer just about brute force and toughness. Levi also offered Andrew a new approach, to observe similar creatures and their innate abilities. For instance, the ironclad lizard, a first circle transcendent creature, contains the bloodline of the Iron Dragon. Some of its abilities are likely similar to those of the Iron Dragon. By observing them closely, Andrew might gain insights. Levi had a small population of these ironclad lizards in the Sea Beast Park behind the Emperor's palace. He immediately had one sent to Andrew. With this, the embryonic form of a perfect transcendent civilization system had been established in the ancient Saint Plain. The ancient Dragon Empire maintained order and served as Levi's right hand, collecting resources within the plane for civilization operation and Levi's cultivation. The Dusk Holy Temple, on the other hand, constantly explored new aspects of the Knight's Path, acting as Levi's think tank. At the same time, another institution needed to be established, a department dedicated to the cultivation and propagation of transcendent creatures. By establishing a population on a small plane, a rich variety of transcendent creatures, covering most of the Knight's cultivation practices, could be created. These creatures could provide both cultivation and promotion secrets. Furthermore, studying transcendent creatures seriously might even lead to the creation of talent brands. The path of bloodlines came from bloodlines and returned to bloodlines. When at a loss for ideas, a stroll through the Sea Beast Park might just provide a breakthrough. Levi himself was considered a master of transcendent creatures. Therefore, he planned to find some individuals with talent and interest in this area to pass on his knowledge. He couldn't expend all his energy on this matter, he needed talents from all fields. In the year 1149 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, on the first day of the month of beginning, the 49th Round Table meeting of the Twilight Knights was held. During the meeting, a young figure appeared. It was Andrew. Although Andrew had not yet reached the realm of the Blood Awakening Knight, given his talent, Levi surely gave him special attention. This meant that if Andrew made any new discoveries, he could contact Levi at any time. During the meeting, Andrew discussed the results of his talent brand with the other seniors. These old folks looked at each other in amazement, gasping in awe and calling it terrifying. At the same time, they also felt pressure from the younger generation. They were inspired to work harder, striving not to be outdone by the younger knights. During the meeting, the Black Knight mentioned that he was now at the peak of a high-level apprentice wizard. With a bit more time, he would become a true wizard. As for the promotion potion for the first circle and meditation resources, he, as a level 3 knight, had already prepared them. With knights leading the way and resources at hand, the path of wizardry wouldn't be too slow. Chapter 1022, The First Talent Brand is Born. 5. At the end of the meeting, Nighthawk from the realm of Crimson spoke up. Commander, I've found a lead on elemental metal. 3 days ago, I attended an auction held by a nomadic wizard at the Flaming Mountain. There, someone was selling black flame meteorite iron, supposedly a 5th-level fire element metal originating from the Land of Darkness. However, that stuff was too expensive. Just a small piece of ore, about the size of a head, could only yield a small chunk of black flame devil iron, yet it sold for 60,000 ether stones. I couldn't afford it, but after the auction, I managed to locate the seller through the organizers. I mentioned I knew a big buyer, and if he still had some, I could facilitate a deal for you. Whenever you have time, you can come to the realm of Crimson. Based on his tone, he may have more than one piece. Levi nodded and replied. Well done, Hog. With your abilities, it was best not to get involved in bidding for valuable items. The wizarding world is too chaotic nowadays, with dark forces specifically targeting various gatherings to commit unjust robberies. Give me your coordinates, and I'll find time to visit the realm of Crimson. I'll personally speak with that wizard. Black Flame Devil Iron, similar to Blood Demon Crystal, was a special ore formed by the fortuitous coincidence of some powerful creatures falling in the Land of Darkness. Its fire element properties were unique, different from heavenly fire meteorite iron. Levi felt that his Death Ember breathing technique complemented this Black Flame Devil Iron well. However, as the Death Ember breathing technique was a physique type, Levi intended to forge a knight armor type divine weapon or, dare we say, divine armor. This could be considered quite extravagant. For elemental metals like Black Flame Devil Iron, adding a small piece during wizard weapon refinement could create a 4th circle wizard tool. The amount of Black Flame Devil Iron required to forge a knight armor might cost millions of ether stones in raw materials. Fortunately, Levi was wealthy enough then. As long as the seller had it, he had no fear of being unable to afford it. Crafting the divine weapon of the death ember breathing technique, after collecting the 4 divine armor, would significantly enhance his strength. After the meeting concluded, Levi left the ancient saint plane and flew towards the mortal realm. During this time, he obtained information about the wizarding world through messengers and the Rosa Witch. Peacock Kingdom, Flower City, Shining Tavern. Rosa Witch, dressed in her finest, radiant as fire. Levi, holding a cup of 100 flowers wine, savored its spicy sweetness as it flowed down his throat. I heard that the city lord of Flower City is also named Levi. Rosa Witch glanced at Levi, softly remarking. A stir of realization crossed Levi's mind. It seemed Rosa Witch had uncovered his true identity. He was indeed the Lord Levi from 100 years ago. Though he had kept it concealed, with the information network of the Shining Tavern and Rosa Witch, it was perhaps inevitable. Yet Levi no longer cared about this revelation of his identity. Once, he was too weak, fearing reprisal from the Church of Holy Light, which led him to hide his name. Now, with his strength, he wouldn't bother the Church unless they provoked him, which would be them giving him face. If the Church dared to provoke him, he would march straight to Heavenly Mountain and scatter the ashes of past saints. After over 100 years of concealment, it was time for Masterly to make a splash. He had realized that the Church was nothing but a paper tiger, relying on the power of their god from behind. Many wizards adhered to the initial agreement between Sauron and the gods, avoiding trouble. But some unscrupulous wizards, like that mysterious figure, only a 5th circle wizard, dared to openly seize the statue of the Lord of Storm. Would it be excessive for him to snatch a few sealing sacred objects from Heavenly Mountain? Moreover, the seal heritage of the Van Helsing family was still up there. As a collector, Levi would eventually retrieve it. Surely, the gods wouldn't use divine power or angels to punish him over such trivial matters, would they? If the gods had the leisure to do so, the War of the North Wind, which had been ongoing for years and was undermining the foundation of the Church's faith, would have ended long ago. In reality, the Church had only barely managed to halt the southward advance of the Blue Frost undead, without completely overthrowing the Blue Frost Empire. Although Levi didn't know what the gods were doing in the astral world, he could still deduce from events on Earth and the Great Expedition that there was definitely unrest in the astral world. Refocusing his thoughts, Levi smiled and said, "In this world, there may have been countless others named Levi." Haha, indeed. The reason I called you here this time was twofold. Firstly, Madame Triss had something to discuss with you, and secondly, we needed to discuss the location for the branch wizard tower of the witch's family, Rosa Witch said. Please, go ahead, Levi replied. Madame Triss asked me to give something to you, Rosa Witch said, and suddenly, a fiery red rose blossomed on her chest, with a small black pagoda at its center. The key to the dark ancient tower. Levi was puzzled. He already had 2 of these things, and now there was another one. It seemed Madame Triss was still thinking about sending him to the dark ancient tower. She really went to great lengths as a mother for Anya. Levi felt a pang of jealousy towards Anya. Why didn't he have a mother like Madame Triss to take care of him? Snap out of it and take it. This key was not disclosed to the witch's family and was obtained through her own means. Keep it low-key, Rosa Witch reminded him. Chapter 1023, The First Talent Brand is Born. 6. If the witch's family asks, just say you accidentally stumbled upon the key yourself. So, anything you find in the dark ancient tower will be yours, and you don't need to report it to the witch's family. Understand? This trip to the dark ancient tower, Madame Triss hopes that within your capabilities, if Anya is in trouble, you'll secretly help her. But if not, then don't interfere. And don't mention this to Anya. If she asks, just say it's helping out a friend, without mentioning Madame Triss. Ah, Madame Triss really went to great lengths for this son. Levi tucked away the key, smiling ruefully. All right, I understand. Parents do everything for their children. Anya and I are friends, and if he's in trouble and within my abilities, I won't stand idly by. Levi's words were sincere, not just because of the ancient tower key. Levi had come to appreciate Anya's character over the years, quiet, reliable, and even a bit naive and kind-hearted. In the dark ancient tower, he could easily be deceived by some unscrupulous individuals. Moreover, saving Anya would further put Triss in his debt. The favor of a respected and kind-hearted primordial soul wizard like Triss was priceless. Oh, and Madame Triss also instructed that the dark ancient tower will probably open within 15 years. Remember to activate and blood bind the tower. When it opens, you'll be automatically transported to the first floor. She also asked me to give you a part of the tower's map. When the time comes, you can use these maps to search for treasures. There's a greater chance of success and less danger in these places, and Anya and the witch's family team will likely be there. Thank you, Madame Triss is indeed very meticulous. Levi sighed. Next, he and Rosa Witch discussed the location for the branch of the witch's family. Finally, they settled on a nameless island in the outer sea region. This location was chosen because the elemental power of water was richer in the outer sea region, making it suitable for cultivation. Additionally, it would avoid some meaningless conflicts. Thus, the address for the witch's family branch was set on an unnamed island. This place isn't too far from the mainland, which is good, Levi said as he and Rosa Witch stood on the small island. Oh, Levi, did you know that Madame Ghost has died? Rosa Witch looked at Levi meaningfully. Yes, I heard. The Forbidden Zone was raised, and it seems she died quite tragically, Levi said calmly. Rosa Witch smiled meaningfully. It seems some god or saint has done what I've always wanted to do but didn't dare. Seems like an opportunity to pay a visit. I think so too. But, recently, I found out that Madame Ghost's senior sister, Mistress Cruel, has come to Earth. She's even more twisted and powerful than Madame Ghost. Rosa Witch seemed wary just mentioning this person. Levi's heart skipped a beat. Mistress Cruel was the most powerful one of the three disciples of the painful Banshee. It seemed that Rosa Witch had already known that Levi had dealt with Madame Ghost, so Levi could sense that her attitude towards him had improved since Madame Ghost's death. She now regarded Levi as an equal. Because Rosa Witch's strength was comparable to Madame Ghost's, the two had fought to a draw before. In the world of wizards, strength was always respected. Whether relying on Levi's personal strength or the mysterious organization behind him, it was all Levi's ability. After bidding farewell to Rosa Witch, Levi hurriedly returned to the ancient Saint Plane with the ancient tower key. Arriving at the treasury of the Emperor's palace, he looked at the three keys lined up side by side, feeling conflicted. By a twist of fate, he now had three keys. He was now considering whether to sell one. One for himself, another as a backup for Leon. As for the third one, he couldn't think of anyone suitable to give it to. Forget it, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. If I don't find a suitable candidate before the tower opens, I'll sell this one in the wizard world. In the days that followed, Levi began to prepare for his journey to the realm of Crimson. He had Hogg investigate, and it seemed that the owner of the ore was a fourth circle wizard. With his own strength, Levi should be able to handle the situation without being killed for the treasure. However, he still needed to be cautious. Fortunately, his skills in weapon refinement were not far from the fourth circle level. Before setting off, he began to focus on cultivating his weapon refinement skills, intending to upgrade the Tyrant 3 when the time came. 3 months passed quietly. It was the month of grass, a season when the grass grew lush and birds sang joyfully. In the ancient Saint Plain, within the Sea Beast Park, it was once again the season for transcendent creatures to mate and reproduce. On this day, deafening roars echoed through the mountains and forests. Probably another transcendent creature promoted from those released earlier. Levi sent someone to investigate. It turned out to be the iron-winged griffin he had acquired early on, which had unexpectedly advanced to become a lord of silver-winged griffins, a third circle being. Now, there were several griffins in the Beast Park, all acquired by Levi from dark wizards over the years. They had even begun breeding offspring. Levi felt that once the population grew larger, the strong from the ancient Dragon Empire and the Holy Temple might be able to form a Griffin Legion. Of course, what made Levi happiest this vibrant spring was his weapon refinement skill, which had also reached the 4th circle level. Levi, Weapon Refinement, 7th level, 1/50,000, Special Effect, Weapon Heart. In fact, compared to array formations and pharmacy, Levi had invested very little energy into weapon refinement. Firstly, because the effect of weapon refinement was not as significant as the other two skills, and secondly, Levi himself did not use wizard tools much, only creating alchemical creatures. However, with the special effect of Weapon Heart, cultivating this skill was relatively smooth sailing. After reaching the 4th circle, I can create alchemical creatures called Skywalkers, which can be brought to the Dark Ancient Tower in the future to wreak havoc. Levi was a little excited. He rummaged through the treasury and found 2 pieces of elemental metal. Luminant gold was no longer suitable for forging skywalkers. Coincidentally, he had obtained 2 pieces of level 3 elemental metal from some unknown dark wizard. These elemental metals were not qualified to be Levi's divine weapons, but they were more than enough to refine skywalkers. One was thunderstone, and the other was underground fire iron. With these 2 pieces, along with some luminant gold, Levi could create skywalkers. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Levi began his busy work in the alchemy workshop. Chapter 1024, Refined Skywalker. Year 1149 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, the month of flowing fire. In the alchemy workshop, Levi was busy. Now that he was a 4th circle array wizard and weapon craftsman, it was not difficult for him to refine a skywalker. In 2 months, the original Tyrant 3 had been completely unrecognizable. After Levi's original modifications and upgrades, the entire world was in chaos. Skywalker was born. From the first generation of corpse diggers to grave diggers to wanderers and now to skywalkers. From the changes in this alchemical creature, it could be seen that Levi's weapon refinement skills were constantly improving. Skywalkers were only 3 meters tall, smaller than the previous models. On one hand, skywalkers wanted to pursue flexibility and mobility, so they gave up some of the heavy parts. On the other hand, as Levi's alchemy knowledge increased and his wealth increased, he could now create lighter parts. Of course, the most important reason was that elemental metals were too rare. The larger the volume, the higher the consumption of elemental metals. Even if it was only a level 3 elemental metal, Levi could not afford it. As the saying goes, what was concentrated was the essence. Skywalkers were much more powerful than wanderers, be it in terms of destructive power or mobility. As the masterpiece of Wizard LeMay, it was known as the strongest in the sea, land, and air among the 4th circle alchemical creatures. Naturally, it did not live up to its reputation. Both of Skywalker's arms were equipped with highly compressed elemental alchemy cannons. The 2 types of elemental metals Levi used were fire and lightning. It relied on elemental metals to automatically absorb the corresponding elemental power. Levi had forged 2 types of alchemy cannons. One was the Inferno Emperor Cannon, and the other was the Thunder God Cannon. The Inferno Emperor Cannon could release fire elemental energy bombs that were comparable to a 4th circle combustion spell. The firing speed was extremely fast, and the effective range was up to 200 miles. It was enough to shatter the force field of an ordinary 4th circle wizard. Of course, because the individual mobility of the wizard world was too strong and had a variety of methods, it might not be as accurate as in his previous life. It was mainly used as a means of fire power suppression. The Thunder God Cannon was a medium and close-range attack. It shot out an explosive ball of lightning liquid energy with great power and had an effective killing radius of several miles. These 2 kinds of alchemy cannons could charge themselves when they weren't used. Although the charging time was very long, over time, he could save a large amount of ether stones. Not only the fire power system but the power system could also be automatically recharged. This was why high-level alchemical creatures used elemental metals. Coupled with the charging array, as long as it was not used for battle, the energy requirements of alchemical creatures were basically self-sufficient. Of course, if the battle lasted for too long, it would definitely consume additional energy. At this time, he could use the ether stones or phoenix to fill the gap. Apart from the alchemy cannons, Skywalkers were also equipped with a great sword on their backs. Levi called it the Flame Dragon Sword, which was as exaggerated as the door. It was both a sword and a shield. The great sword was mainly made of luminant gold, mixed with a portion of other elemental metals, and used as a weapon for melee combat. Other than that, Skywalkers were also equipped with a level 4 magnetic field which had the functions of defense, flight, traction, and so on. There were countless other small functions. It could be said that he could be treated as a 4th circle wizard. If he went all out, even a 4th circle veteran wizard could be killed. Not bad, you have more tricks up your sleeves. It's a pity that elemental metals are too rare. Otherwise, I could build 10 Skywalkers and they would be able to fight even a 5th circle wizard. However, the cost was too high. Levi calculated that the cost of a Skywalker was almost equivalent to a top-grade 4th circle wizard tool. 1 or 2 of these external objects were enough. Any more would be a waste. After all, apart from alchemical creatures, Levi also had puppets like the corpse demon. Money still had to be spent on improving one's own strength. Next, Levi found a place. Tyrant 4 and the blood-armored corpse demon fought once. In the end, the blood-armored corpse demon was suppressed by Tyrant 4. It seemed that a body of flesh and blood was still weaker than a body of steel. However, it was also because the blood-armored corpse demon's attack methods were inferior to Tyrant 4's. The blood artifacts that Levi had refined for it were all third circle. It's time to go. If we delay any longer, that person might sell all the black flame meteoric iron. This time, Levi only brought Tyrant 4 and Phoenix with him. As for the corpse demon puppets, he had left them at home to guard the ancient Saint Plane. The next day, he returned to the human world. A few years ago, he had gotten the coordinates of the portal to the realm of Crimson from the old man who was guarding the portal to the Endless Sea. Not long after, he arrived at this place. Now, the passage between the human world and the wizard world had been completely opened. The one guarding the portal was a middle-aged wizard wearing a robe of flames that was commonly seen in the burning school of thought. From the looks of it, he should be at the level of a beginner third circle. "Hello, I'm Ron, the gatekeeper. Please show me your identification." The three-circle wizard sensed Levi's powerful spiritual force and his expression changed. For some reason, he felt like he had seen Levi somewhere before. Levi smiled and handed him the pass that he had prepared beforehand. After there were no more questions, Ron let Levi pass. "This fourth circle wizard looks very young, and I've seen him before. Perhaps I've met him before when I was a guide." Chapter 1025, Realm of Crimson. Before Ron became a gatekeeper, he was a low-level civil servant who was responsible for guiding wizards to the wizard world. He had come into contact with too many people, and some of them were very talented. They quickly surpassed him in terms of wizard cultivation. They went from his junior to his senior. He had already calmed down when it came to such matters. Following a burst of light, Levi opened his eyes and looked around. It was as if there were 9 suns in the sky, shining down for all eternity. Everything he saw was red. The mountains and the earth were the same. 9 suns hanging in the sky, realm of crimson. Levi muttered, feeling somewhat shocked. The so-called 9 suns were not 9 suns. Instead, there were 9 super-large wizard cities that floated high in the sky, so high that all the wizards in the entire territory could see them. Each wizard city represented a top wizard force that was comparable to the 6 towers of the Endless Sea. And in the realm of Crimson, there were a total of 9 such top wizard factions. This meant that these 9 forces had all been born before, and there were even powerhouses at the level of Grand Wizard now. However, due to the regulations of the Congress, the Grand Wizard and Legendary Wizards were basically in the central realm. They held high positions and were responsible for competing with the other powerhouses who were spying on the wizard world. Therefore, there were very few Grand Wizards in the cradles of the various large guilds. Levi walked out of the sub-dimensional teleportation portal. "The last time I saw Wizard Ron who was guarding the door was 100 years ago. At that time, he was the one who divided us into the various schools. I'm already a 4th circle wizard, and he's only a 3rd circle wizard. It feels like a lifetime ago." Levi sighed inwardly. It was not that he looked down on them. He had the proficiency panel, and that was why he was able to soar to the sky like this. If not for the panel, with his talent as a Children of Chaos, he would at most be a 2nd circle wizard. Levi took out a slate. This was a map of parts of the realm of Crimson that he had obtained from the Rosa Witch, as well as an introduction to some forces. Compared to the Endless Sea, the area of the realm of Crimson wasn't big. However, the overall strength of the realm of Crimson wasn't inferior to the Endless Sea at all. In fact, it was even better than the Endless Sea. After all, the current Grand Council chairman, Edmund, was born here. Apart from that, there was also the dragon flame god, Lager. The power structure of the entire realm of Crimson could be called the 9 cities, 10 caves, and 24 mountains. The 9 cities were the 9 wizard organizations that floated in the sky. They formed the law enforcement organization of the realm of Crimson. 9 Cities Alliance. In the high sky, there was the purest and most advanced fire elemental power. Heavenly fire elemental power. For the burning faction wizards, this kind of elemental power cultivation was the best, and the spells they cast were also the strongest. However, so far, only 9 giant organizations had the ability to build such a giant city in the sky. If one looked closely, there seemed to be golden light spreading out around the giant cities, constantly radiating like the sun. In reality, those golden lights were all super large arrays built to absorb the power of the heavenly fire elemental power for cultivation in the city. Without this kind of conversion technique, it would be very difficult to absorb the rich heavenly fire elemental power even if one broke through the heavens. Those who could enter the 9 cities to train were either geniuses of the burning faction in the wizard world or rich and powerful. If there was heavenly fire elemental power, there would be the power of the earth fire elemental power. The power of earth fire elemental power was relatively inferior. 10 caves refer to 10 giant lava catacombs located in the heart of the realm of Crimson. There were 10 high-level wizard organizations that were second only to the 9 cities that were training there. The earth fire elemental power in these catacombs was extremely rich. Next, the 24 mountains were 24 giant volcanic clusters scattered across the realm of Crimson. It was also occupied by high-level wizard organizations. The power of the earth fire elemental power in it was slightly weaker than that in the 10 catacombs. Further down were the low-level and mid-level wizards. They would gather in the usual fire elemental areas. All these were relative. For the majority of the burning school of thought wizards, the 9 cities, 10 caves, and 24 mountains were all holy lands for cultivation. As long as one entered any one of them, it would be enough to glorify their ancestors. The place Levi was heading to was Flaming Mountain, one of the 24 mountains. This was a wizard city that was overseen by several primordial soul wizards. Under the wizard city, there were dozens of wizard markets of various sizes scattered in this volcanic cluster. Levi's destination was one of the markets. With Hog's identity as a knight, he could only wander around in such a loose wizard market. He definitely couldn't enter a real wizard organization. After he finished looking at the map, he knew that he was in Fire Crocodile City, a medium-sized wizard city under the 9 Cities Alliance. Under the Blazing Sun God Wizard's reform, the realm of Crimson had been transformed. Wizard organizations were all divided by wizard cities. A small wizard city was a low-level wizard organization. And so on. The large-scale wizard cities were all high-level organizations, just like the 10 caves and 24 mountains. Further up was the 9 cities that were detached from the world. After coming to the realm of Crimson, Levi's biggest feeling was the atmosphere here was completely different from the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea was more free and diverse, and it was very tolerant. This place, on the other hand, seemed to be more professional and focused. Please register, a staff member said as they walked out of the teleportation portal management office. All right. Chapter 1026, Fire Crocodile City Chamber of Commerce. Levi did as he was told and left. Although Fire Crocodile City was a medium-sized city, it was not weak. There was a 5th circle wizard guarding the place, which was also known as the Fire Crocodile City Master. Lord Wizard, is this your first time in Fire Crocodile City? A short wizard asked. Yes, I want to go to Flaming Mountain. Is there any airship flight over there? Or do you know where I can buy a complete map of the realm of Crimson? Levi sensed that this male wizard was a high-level apprentice wizard. He seemed to be a street gangster who made a living by being a guide for foreign wizards who had just arrived. There were many such people in the Endless Sea. He handed over a piece of ether stone, and the male wizard immediately showed a respectful expression. With his spiritual force, he could only sense that Levi's spiritual power was as deep as the ocean. He was definitely a 2nd circle or wizard lord, but he could not see clearly what level Levi was at. Thank you, my lord. Currently, there are no flights from Fire Alligator City to the Blazing Mountain. This Fire Crocodile City should be an important port city in the realm of Crimson. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set up a teleportation portal here. Flaming Mountain is also a big city. Don't they have flights there? Levi asked. There was originally one, the short wizard said with a bitter smile. However, after the temporary war between the dark and righteous wizards for 100 years, the air routes of Fire Crocodile City have also been severely affected. They have yet to fully recover. However, my lord, you can go to the Fire Crocodile Chamber of Commerce to take a look. It's the largest chamber of commerce in the city and often goes to the big cities to trade. I think they have the map you need. You can also spend money to get the people from the Chamber of Commerce to bring you there. When Levi heard this, he turned around and headed towards the Chamber of Commerce. Hog had followed the caravan to the Flaming Mountain. However, Levi felt that it would be too slow, so he planned to buy a map himself and rush over. The short wizard left the place happily. As soon as he reached the corner, a bald wizard in a red robe appeared in front of the short male wizard and blocked his path. This was an official wizard. "Kid, take out the money," he said with a cold smile. "I earned this." The short wizard looked reluctant. The official wizard released a powerful spiritual force fluctuation. The short male wizard's expression was ugly. Then, he handed the ether stone to him unwillingly and fled. The bald wizard muttered to himself as he looked in the direction where Levi had disappeared. This wizard might at least be a third circle. It seems like he's new here. He casually took out a piece of ether stone, which means that he does not lack money. That's a pretty good target. In the knowledge of the bald wizard and many of the burning school of thought wizards, as a powerful official wizard, it is the person's honor to ask for directions from a mere apprentice wizard. Under normal circumstances, no one would give these apprentice wizards money. In his opinion, Levi was just a fool with a lot of money. According to the customs of the Endless Sea where Levi was, even if it was just an apprentice wizard, as long as it was helpful to the person, they would still reward the apprentice wizard a little. This was a detail of the cultural differences between different schools and regions. There was once a paper published by a wizard from the Ocean School of Thought. He said that it might be because of the different characteristics of the elements. Comparatively speaking, the Ocean School of Thought's wizards were more gentle and tolerant, while the Earth School of Thought's personality was more steady and heavy. As for the Burning School of Thought and the Lightning School of Thought, they were more irritable and easily angered, while the School of Ice was more cold and indifferent. Of course, there was no scientific basis for this, but he had analyzed the crime rates of the various schools. Indeed, the wizards of the Ocean School of Thought and Earth School of Thought had the lowest crime rate, far lower than the Burning School of Thought and Lightning School of Thought. In the Endless Sea, the wizards of the Burning School of Thought and Lightning School of Thought were only 1% of the population of the Ocean School of Thought, but they accounted for 1/10 of the population of the Dark Wizards. As for the School of Death Wizards, they were nicknamed the Dark Wizard School by many schools. Some people called the death spell black magic, saying that it was a spell only demons could use. It couldn't be helped. Dealing with corpses and negative energy every day would inevitably affect a wizard's personality. Of course, this argument was quickly refuted by the Wizard Council. The Burning School and the Death School of Thought, led by the Blazing Sun God Wizard, both claimed that this was absolute discrimination. The crime was only related to the quality, psychology, morality, and environment of the individual. It had nothing to do with the objective existence of equality and neutrality. Then, the scholar who published this statement immediately retracted the paper. However, he still went missing and died unexpectedly. In Fire Crocodile City, the bald wizard disappeared from the street. At the Fire Crocodile Chamber of Commerce, Levi stroked his arm, his eyes calm and emotionless. "Hello, I want to buy a map of the Realm of Crimson," Levi asked. "If you don't have it, it's fine if you have the route to the Devil's Cave." According to Hogg, the Devil's Cave wasn't far from the Blazing Mountain. The reason why Levi did not mention Flaming Mountain was because he was worried that his true destination would be exposed and some people with ulterior motives would find out. He had just arrived, so he had to be careful. The person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce was a red-haired witch. She was dressed scantily, revealing her bronze belly and long legs. "Please wait for a day or two. There are too many wizards coming to the Realm of Crimson during this period of time. Only the 9 Cities Alliance has the right to publish the map of the entire territory. We are temporarily out of stock." This witch was a third circle wizard. She could perceive that Levi's spiritual force was far superior to hers. He should be a fourth circle wizard. In this Fire Crocodile City, he was definitely a strong fighter, so her tone when she spoke to him was especially respectful. Chapter 1027, Fire Crocodile Law Enforcers. "Is there any grand event in the Realm of Crimson recently?" Levi asked. If there was a grand meeting, he had to stay away from it to avoid being targeted by that mysterious force. Not really. Ever since the legendary wizard Luther of the Ocean School of Thought had fallen, our Burning School of Thought seemed to be able to attract new wizards with fire element affinity. After all, the legendary wizard was the face of a school, and most people were not optimistic about the Ocean School of Thought. The Lightning School of Thought is a new school that was founded later than the 4 traditional schools, and it has 2 legendary wizards overseeing it. When Levi heard this, he sighed inwardly. The fall of Deep Blue Sage was like a butterfly effect, causing many unexpected results. At this moment, a wizard with a feminine appearance and wearing a white robe arrived. He gave off the spiritual force fluctuation of a fourth circle. The moment he came in, he coldly said, "I bought a third circle wizard tool from your Chamber of Commerce a while ago. I only used it for 3 days and it's already broken. How will your Chamber of Commerce deal with such a defective wizard tool?" After he finished speaking, he took out a circular wizard tool and showed it to the witch. At the same time, he looked at Levi, who was beside him. Levi's expression was calm as he turned around and left. He found a hotel and stayed there. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask the weapon craftsman of our Chamber of Commerce. If it's really our quality problem, we'll give you a proper explanation." Fourth circle wizards were all big customers. The witch quickly sent a message to the weapon craftsman. After communicating with the weapon craftsman, she realized that the white-robed wizard had disappeared. "Really? Are you trying to make fun of me? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your cultivation is high?" She was feeling indignant. The wizard tool that the white-robed wizard mentioned just now was not sold by their Chamber of Commerce. The next day, while waiting, Levi cultivated silently in Fire Crocodile City. In his mind, in the Divine Ring Tower, another spiritual force Dew Star lit up. Levi's spiritual force had reached 274 points. "It seems like my spiritual force will reach perfection in 50 years, Levi muttered to himself. Moreover, on the Divine Ring Tower, the purple Divine Dragon's pattern became more solid and lifelike. This was the innate talent spell model of the Thunder Dragon Flash. Levi. Thunder Dragon Flash, Level 9, 1/150000. The Thunder Dragon Flash is also at Level 9. As expected of a fourth circle talent, it takes a long time to cultivate. After Level 9, the speed of the Thunder Dragon Flash increased. Its speed was already comparable to the Scarlet Shadow. After all, the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique was only at the second transformation of the Blood Source realm. The cultivation of innate spells is not something that can be done in a day. It needs to be slowly polished. This is the most important method for intermediate wizards. When I reach the peak of the 5th circle, I'll master the 9 great innate spells. Then, I'll pair it with my Path of Knights, rune language, and all the other things. My strength then should be ranked first among the 5th circle wizards. However, the difference between a 5th circle and a primordial soul is too huge. Even a 5th circle wizard with 9 talents would not be able to withstand a single blow from a primordial soul. Apart from innate spells, primordial soul wizards could also cast primordial soul spells. With just a raise of their hand, they could use the elemental power of heaven and earth. They are already like the immortals in my previous life. Primordial soul wizards could even create primordial soul wizard forms, and wizard forms possess incredible magical powers. These are all qualitative changes. I'm really looking forward to it. My primordial soul wizard form. What could it be? Later. After the Thunder Dragon Flash broke through, Levi's strength rune also successfully reached the level 8 realm. The runes had increased his strength by a terrifying 70%. Moreover, the Chariot rune was at the later stage of level 7. As for the Lover's rune that he had learned much later, it was still at level 4. Not bad, my strength has increased quite a bit. Being in a strange and new place, he really lacked a sense of security. On the 3rd day, Fire Crocodile Chamber of Commerce. 2 4th circle wizards arrived. They were wearing standard robes with patterns of fire crocodiles. They were obviously the law enforcers of Fire Crocodile City. Tell us the identities of the 4th circle wizards who have been here in the past few days. We have received news that a dark wizard has infiltrated Fire Crocodile City, said one of the law enforcement officers. The witch was shocked and quickly did as she was told. It seemed like this dark wizard had a powerful background since he had alerted a 4th circle enforcer. Was it the foreign wizard who wanted to buy the map the other day? Or was it the white robe wizard who was deliberately looking for trouble? She told the law enforcers the situation in detail. A 4th circle wizard. Middle-aged and slightly burly. He might be heading to the Devil's Pool Cave. An enforcer pondered. In the afternoon, Levi was cultivating in the hotel when suddenly, he opened his eyes and found that the owner of the inn was being questioned by 2 wizards. Not long after, someone knocked on his door. "Come in." Levi released the array. The two wizards looked at Levi. One of them said, "We are the law enforcers of Fire Crocodile City. We are also public officials under the 9 Cities Alliance. Please show us your identification." "This is my identity token. This is my Realm of Crimson entry pass." Levi handed over the entire set of documents to the two of them. He had asked Rosa Witch to let the Witch's family handle all these for him. As a giant organization under the Wizard Council, it was definitely not a problem. "So you're a friend from the Witch's family. Sorry to disturb you." The enforcer's expression changed slightly. He returned the documents to Levi and turned to leave. Fire Crocodile City. In a burning wizard tower, a middle-aged wizard in a gold-gilded crocodile robe walked out of the laboratory. Chapter 1028, Summer Cicadas Chirp. 2 enforcers were standing there waiting. "City Lord, we haven't found the Dark Wizard from the Blood Fire Demon Tower. We've checked all the 4th Circle wizards in the city. I suspect that he has already left the city." "Were there any other suspicious people during this period?" asked the City Lord. "There's a 4th Circle wizard from the Endless Sea, and he's an external aide of the Witch's family. His identity is fine, but I don't know what he's doing here." "Then forget it. That dark wizard might just be passing by. We just have to do our duty and report it. Our city is fine." The City Lord waved his hand and dismissed them. He returned to his wizard tower, set up the array, and took out a small red bottle. He opened the bottle, and a flame came out. A thumb-sized red cicada poked its head out of the fire. This red cicada seemed to be made of runes and flames. Its entire body was translucent, and if the apprentice wizard took a second look, his spiritual force would explode. This was because this was an Earth-level truth oddity. The Summer Cicadas Chirp. Even as a 5th Circle wizard, he was very excited at this moment. According to the illustrated guide of strange items that he had read, the Summer Cicadas Chirp was considered first-rate among Earth-level truth oddities. It was almost the same as the water dragon's song that had appeared in the Endless Sea a few years ago. Refining it had 3 main functions. Increase the power of fire elemental spells, increase the upper limit of spiritual force, and give birth to a 3rd Circle fire elemental innate spell. Of course, the prerequisite was that it had to be refined before the primordial soul was formed. After the primordial soul was formed, it would no longer have any effect. This truth oddity is in my favor. I've cultivated for 600 years. From a human youth, I've become an old thing in the wizard world. Although I've become a 5th Circle wizard, I've left behind many regrets. When I was at the 3rd Circle, I only grasped 2 innate spells and quickly advanced to the 4th Circle. Now that I'm at the 5th Circle, I'm at a disadvantage compared to those wizards who grasped 3 innate spells from the beginning. 3rd Circle, 4th Circle, 5th Circle. The easiest to achieve was the 3rd Circle talent. After that, it was rare for 4th Circle people to have 3 talents. After the 5th Circle, it was even rarer. Up until now, he already attained 5th Circle, but he had only grasped 2 3rd Circle talents, 2 4th Circle talents, and 1 5th Circle talent. If it was just a battle of magic, it would not be a big problem for the Fire Crocodile City Lord. The most important thing was that he had heard a rumor from a primordial soul senior some time ago. The latest unpublished and unconfirmed research showed that after reaching the peak of the 5th Circle and advancing to the primordial soul realm, in addition to the 6 basic talents, every additional 3rd Circle talent would increase the success rate of advancing to the primordial soul realm by 3%, 4th Circle talent by 4%, and 5th Circle talent by 5%. In other words, when a wizard with 9 innate talents advanced to the primordial soul wizard realm, the success rate was 12% higher than that of a wizard with 6 innate talents. For a primordial soul, every 1% increase in success rate was a huge victory. That's why a 12% increase in success rate was incredible. It was a pity that he did not pursue perfection back then and just muddled through like that. If he wanted to make up for it now, he could only rely on the legendary truth oddity that could give birth to talents. The Summer Cicadas Chirp was such a treasure. If I want to give birth to a 4th Circle innate spell, I'll have to obtain a sky-level truth oddity. In the current wizard world, to be able to obtain an Earth-level truth oddity, has already exhausted 600 years of my luck. If one wanted to obtain a sky-level truth oddity, they would have to go to the Dark Ancient Tower or some planes that no wizard had set foot in. With my ordinary 5th Circle strength, it's difficult for me to get involved. However, I'm already very satisfied. Next, I'll refine it to avoid any more trouble. Fire Crocodile City Lord immediately went into seclusion and opened the truth oddity. The red fire cicada flapped its wings and flew high, trying to get out of the wizard tower. He used an array to stop it. It's essentially just a cluster of dead objects with some intelligence, yet it wants to fly out of my palm. Do you think you're a glorious sun-level oddity? He snorted coldly and grabbed the cicada with a hand made of flames. He could not wait to refine it in his mind. With his fifth circle strength, it would not take him long to refine this earth-level truth oddity. When he sent the strange object into his mind, a strange and hoarse cicada cry sounded. Fire Crocodile City Lord, you have really been blinded by a strange object. You can't even see the main body hiding inside. Ha ha ha, your body is mine. A strange laughter sounded in his mind. An illusory blood-colored figure crawled out of the cicada's abdomen and appeared in Fire Crocodile City Lord's consciousness. He looked at the fiery red mental power crystal of the Fire Crocodile City Lord and the soul hovering on it. Fifth circle talent, Blood Shadow Soul Seizing. You're the Blood Demon Tower Master? Didn't you self-destruct? How can you possess a body? Is this an ability that only the soul has? Fire Crocodile City Lord's soul cried out in fear. Ignorant wizard! There are thousands of spells in this world. There will always be some that a country bumpkin like you can't think of. The blood-red figure pounced on the soul of the Fire Crocodile City Lord and turned into a blood-red demon. It opened its bloody mouth and crazily devoured the soul of the Fire Crocodile City Lord. The Fire Crocodile City Lord did not want to be outdone and tried his best to counterattack. Give up struggling. I was already a 5th Circle senior wizard 30 years ago. Your spiritual force and soul are far inferior to mine. I'll let you know that there's a gap even between 5th Circles. If it wasn't for the 8 talented enforcers from the 9 Cities Alliance, do you think you could destroy my Blood Fire Demon Tower with your strength? Chapter 1029, Blood Vampire and Red Eye Ambush. My demonic tower guarded the Blood Chrysalis Pond for 10,000 years just to wait for this truth oddity to appear. And now, you want to get your hands on it? A bunch of sanctimonious guys. The law enforcers of the 9 Cities Alliance probably don't know that you've hidden this truth oddity, right? What righteous wizard? Bah, black and white can't be distinguished. You and I are on the same path. Ah, Blood Demon Tower Master, you are really despicable and cunning. You knew that you were no match for that enforcer, so you deliberately self-destruct in front of him. You hid your soul in the truth oddity with a secret technique to lure me to take you away. You seized me when I was unprepared. Fire Crocodile City Lord shouted unwillingly. You're right. Unfortunately, it's too late. Die. 4th Circle Talent, Blood Demon God Devourer. This was accompanied by the terrifying chewing sound at the soul level. The Fire Crocodile City Lord's soul was being eaten bit by bit, and his struggle was getting weaker and weaker. In the Wizard Tower, the Fire Crocodile City Lord had a serene expression. Little did he know that in his sea of consciousness, it was a thrilling battle between the souls of the 5th Circles. In the evening, the Fire Crocodile City Lord suddenly opened his eyes. His appearance and temperament were no different from before. However, that strange smile revealed that he was no longer the original City Lord. My Blood Fire Demonic Tower's ancestors were, after all, an organization that had given birth to a soul. My life is rather hardy. A red fire cicada appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, my 3rd circle talent is already full. After refining it, other than an insignificant increase in spiritual force, there won't be any substantial improvement. He stretched out his right hand, and blood-colored flames flowed within it. A small black tower floated up and down. Fortunately, I was already prepared. This blood chrysalis pond that nurtured summer cicadas' chirp was originally brought out by the ancestor of the Blood Fire Demon Tower from the 5th level of the Dark Ancient Tower 10,000 years ago. It's not complete. Everyone thought that the summer cicadas' chirp was just an Earth-level truth oddity, but they didn't know that it was from the 5th floor of the Dark Ancient Tower. This summer cicada's chirp has a chance to evolve into its true form, a sky-level truth oddity. Cry of the cicada. From summer to winter, from the fire attribute to the mutated frost attribute. This trip to the Dark Ancient Tower is the time for my luck to change. With the cry of the cicada, I'll be able to do it when I reach the peak of 5th circle. Ice and fire meet and shatter the crystal. After breaking it, it will form the primordial soul. In the darkness, cackling laughter rose and fell. The next day, Levi went to the Fire Crocodile Chamber of Commerce and got the map as he wished. He looked around and found that Fire Crocodile City seemed to be quite far away from the Flaming Mountain. Hog was quite good at running. However, with Li Wei's normal flying speed, he estimated that he would arrive at the Flaming Mountain in about 7 days. After leaving Fire Crocodile City, Li Wei found a remote route and hurried on his way. His gaze gradually turned cold, and towards the end, it was filled with killing intent. He calmed himself down and arrived at an uninhabited mountainous area. The mountain range here was also red, and it was covered with plants that looked like maple trees. He descended from the sky and into the red forest. Not long after, 2 flames appeared here, and 2 figures appeared in the flames. They looked around and swept their spiritual force around. One of them was the white-robed wizard who had appeared at the Fire Crocodile Chamber of Commerce that day. He was a 4th circle wizard. There was also a 4th circle wizard who had never appeared in Fire Crocodile City. From the looks of it, they should be partners. Blood Vampire, is that fat sheep from the Endless Sea really a 4th circle wizard? Why did we lose him? Red Eye, you're questioning my judgment. We didn't lose him. He must have used some kind of breath control technique to hide here. Blood Vampire, Bulo, snorted coldly, let me use an area of effect spell to force him out. However, let me make it clear first. I was the one who discovered him. I'll split the profits with you, 60% for me and 40% for you. I understand. Let's take this person down first. Red Eye Roche smiled and continued, I have a feeling that the kid must have sensed that we were following him and used an escape spell to escape. As he spoke, a red light flashed in Roche's eyes. This was the 3rd circle innate spell he cultivated, the Red Flame True Eye. Although this spell was not good at actual combat, it could see through illusions, bewilderment formations and some concealment methods. If that fat little sheep was still here, he shouldn't be able to escape his eyes. Let me try and see if he escaped. With a thought, blood flames swept out, covering a radius of several miles, or even dozens of miles. 4th circle talent, Boundless Blood Sea. The attack power of his spell was average, but its range was very wide. In the next moment, behind Bulo, the void rippled, and a figure quietly appeared and let out a sneer. Be careful. Roche's expression changed, and his red flame true eye shot out 2 lines of fire toward that figure. The figure did not dodge. Before the line of fire could touch him, a golden snake rose into the air and protected him. The line of fire bounced off and reflected into Roche's eyes. Ah, my eyes! Roche covered his eyes and cried out in pain. Obviously, he did not expect this person to be able to reflect his spell attack. Even though it was only a part of the attack power, it was the most vulnerable part of the human body. He endured the pain and put down his hands, his eyes bleeding profusely. On the other side, Bulo sensed danger and his expression changed drastically. The blood flames quickly retracted and surrounded him, forming a protective force field. At the same time, his white robe was also shining. It was obviously a 4th circle defensive wizard tool. Break! Puchi! The sword chi of the Crimson Dragon swept across. The Crimson Emperor Dragon was at level 15. In addition to the recent breakthrough in his strength rune, his strength had increased greatly. This was an ordinary force field. Li Wei did not even need to use his Flame Dragon's true form and Bulo's protective force field could be easily broken. The 4th circle wizard tool below was pierced after resisting the sword chi for a moment. It was obviously of ordinary quality. What? At this moment, Bulo and Roche's expressions changed drastically. The power of one attack had broken through 4th circle force fields and a wizard tool. A 5th circle wizard? Impossible. This spiritual force fluctuation is even inferior to mine. Bulo couldn't understand. This person is actually a dual cultivator of body refinement and magic. Blood Vampire, you've done me a lot of harm. You can keep this little fat sheep for yourself. Although he was blind, he still had his spiritual force. After seeing the body refining runes on Levi, Roche, who was called over by Blood Vampire to work together, was stunned. A 4th circle body tempering dual cultivator was a genius. To a certain extent, he was even rarer than children of the elements. Was Blood Vampire crazy? After squatting for half a day, he found such a difficult opponent. He was really courting death. Roche quickly turned into a streak of fire and was about to disappear. The next moment, a fierce figure descended from the sky. The broadsword roared and shattered the flames. Tyrant 4. Behind the tyrant was Phoenix's 100-foot-long flaming wings, which looked extremely dashing. At the same time, the Thunder God cannon exploded, and the electric net covered a radius of several miles. Roche's body went numb. At this moment, other than fear, he felt regret. The target was indeed a fat sheep, but the problem was that it was too fat. It was fine if they were dual cultivators, but there was also such a powerful alchemical creature protecting their path. This was definitely a proud son of the heavens who had come out to train. On the other side, Li Wei carried the dying blood vampire to Roche, who had been beaten up by Tyrant, and grabbed him again. I will only ask the next question once. Want to live? Or do you want to die? The Excalibur slowly appeared behind Li Wei. Alive. I want to live. Roche hurriedly said. Me too. Don't kill me. I'm from the Bloodfire Demonic Tower, know the whereabouts of a truth oddity, I don't want to die. Li Wei was calm. These wizards were really heartless. In this aspect, they were not as good as those simple-minded, well-developed noble knights in the human world. Knight, turn the tables. Wait a minute. Did you just say truth oddity? Chapter 1030, Fusion. Deep Blue Body. 1. Realm of Crimson. Red Leaf Mountains. Levi took 2 captives and found temporary shelter, concealing it with an array. These 2 individuals had already sworn oaths under Excalibur. Unless they wanted to be struck down by the Excalibur, the probability of sudden betrayal was low. But low didn't mean non-existent, this kind of contract was ultimately inferior to the domineering Scarlet contract. So Levi kept his guard up, ready to act if necessary. If they dared to make a move, his 9-layer defense would activate, showing them what despair truly meant. The reason Levi wanted to keep them alive was twofold. On one hand, he wanted to find out about the forces behind them. On the other hand, he felt that he needed some workers for the array of the 7 kings of hell. Wizards were obviously more suitable for the task than transcendent creatures. Speak up. Are both of you from the Bloodfire Demon Tower? Who ordered you? Levi asked, his expression dark. I'm not from the Bloodfire Demon Tower. I'm a nomadic wizard brought here by a blood vampire. He said you were an easy target, a foreigner, and that he could quietly get rid of you here without the other side noticing, said Roche with red eyes. Don't accuse me. I just thought this friend looked extraordinary and wanted to make friends, the blood vampire hastily explained. So you're not sent by the Bloodfire Demon Tower? Levi frowned. Levi had dealt with the Bloodfire Demon Tower organization back in the Endless Sea. There was a 4th circle wizard named Bloodflame Demon Wizard who had created a Red Robe Association and tried to rob Levi, only to be annihilated by him. Later, Levi learned about the existence of the Bloodfire Demon Tower, a 5th circle dark wizard organization, from the things left behind. Unexpectedly, he came to the realm of Crimson and was targeted by members of this organization. Fate was indeed unpredictable. Friend. Oh no, Senior, there's really no need for me to lie. You can inquire in Fire Crocodile City or the surrounding cities. The Bloodfire Demon Tower organization is no more. I'm now a nomadic wizard, and I'm also striving to turn over a new leaf. I'll be honest with you, before I even got involved in this, I had already planned to leave the realm of Crimson after this job. I'll find a peaceful volcanic island in the Endless Sea and open a small weapon-making shop to spend the rest of my days. The blood vampire spoke. Don't go causing trouble in the Endless Sea. Once I'm done with my business, I can offer you both a chance at redemption. If you behave well in the future, you might even regain your freedom, Levi smiled, his expression pure. The blood vampire and Roche exchanged glances and said, as long as you don't send us to the 9 Cities Alliance. The 9 Cities Great Prison is not a place for humans. Now, tell me about the truth oddity. If you dare to lie to me. I happen to have some transcendent creatures in heat, and I don't recommend you experience what beast feels like. Levi's tone suddenly turned icy. Hearing the threat in Levi's words, the blood vampire quickly said, I saw it with my own eyes, it's absolutely correct. Some time ago, an enforcer from the 9 Cities Alliance, along with the City Lord of Fire Crocodile City and several other 5th Circle wizards, launched a joint attack on our Blood Fire Demon Tower. Our tower master, the Blood Demon Wizard, was forced to self-detonate. While I escaped in the chaos, I passed by a forbidden area of our organization and saw the City Lord of Fire Crocodile City capturing a red fire cicada. At the time, I didn't know what it was, but later I investigated and found out that it was the legendary truth oddity, the summer cicada's chirp. My strength is weak, and I was only concerned with my life, so I don't know what happened afterwards or whether the City Lord got the oddity, but I heard that the City Lord has been in seclusion during this time, presumably refining it. The blood vampire recounted everything truthfully, constrained by the oath under Excalibur. He couldn't deceive Levi. Levi recalled the information he had gathered about the truth oddity. Indeed, such an oddity existed. But from the information's function, this oddity seemed similar to the water dragon's song, also bestowing a 3rd circle talent. Levi already had a full 3rd circle talent now, so he didn't need it. Instead, the increase in the limit of spiritual force was most useful to Levi. But to offend a 5th circle righteous wizard for this was not worth it. Moreover, the city master of Fire Crocodile City, as a burning faction wizard, might have already refined it. Seeing Levi's expression unchanged, the blood vampire thought Levi looked down on an earth-level oddity, feeling anxious inside. "Hand over all your storage bags," Levi said. The blood vampire and Roche both wore pained expressions and reluctantly handed them over. Levi checked and found that the ether stones amounted to only a few 100,000. Everything else wasn't worth much. In the end, after calculating, as 4th circle wizards, they weren't as wealthy as Rex. "Where's your money?" Levi asked. The blood vampire gestured to his torn white robe. "I used it to buy materials for making this 4th circle wizard tool. Although it's broken now." "You're still a 4th circle weapon craftsman." Levi's interest was piqued. "Yes." Levi was pleased. It seemed that this blood vampire was indeed talented. Having a skill like that and yet choosing to engage in such risky dark wizard activities was truly baffling. Getting something for nothing was certainly enjoyable. Next, Levi used spells and restrictions to bind the two individuals. After ensuring everything was secure, he placed them into the bug house. "Leon, keep an eye on them. Don't eat them." Chapter 1031, Fusion. Deep Blue Body. 2. In the bug house, Leon nodded solemnly. Then, the eerie face stared at the blood vampire and Red Eye. Both of them felt their hearts sink. "What on earth is this thing? I have no idea. It's terrifying. I feel like my soul is trembling instinctively. It looks at us as if we're food, wanting to eat us but not daring to. But leaving the realm of Crimson is a good thing. This person is definitely a prodigy of a major power. If we make it into his favor, when he advances to the 5th circle or even the primordial soul in the future, we, as his underlings, might rise to prominence too." In the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1149, the month of the furnace, Levi successfully arrived at Flaming Mountain. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene before him. All he could see ahead was an endless expanse of black volcanoes. The volcanoes were of various shapes, crafted by nature in all its splendor. At the highest volcano, magma churned and bubbled incessantly. A large wizard city stood at its edge, absorbing the surging fire elemental power from outside the city's array. Next to Levi was Red Eye, who had undergone a transformation. His eyes had recovered, and he now stood respectfully by Levi's side, dressed as a servant. Having originated from Flaming Mountain, Red Eye was familiar with the area. "This city is built on the volcano. Wouldn't it be submerged if the volcano erupts?" "Lord, you may not know, but the core of the entire volcanic group, the fire elemental land, is all suppressed by the wizard's arrays of Flaming Mountain's primordial soul. So, although the power of fire element leaks out for thousands of miles around, there won't be an eruption." "How many primordial souls does Flaming Mountain have now?" "On the surface, there are 3, all from the Fire Bull wizard family, clan leader Redhorn, Lady Greenrobe, and the red-haired ghost child. Speaking of which, the most talked about aspect of Flaming Mountain is the relationship between these 3 primordial souls. Redhorn and Greenrobe are husband and wife, and the ghost child is their child. They are all primordial souls. This is rare even in the wizard world. Indeed, Redhorn is probably the ruler of Flaming Mountain. Outsiders think Redhorn is the strongest, but in reality, the true authority figure of the Fire Bowl family is not clan leader Redhorn, but Lady Greenrobe. She's not a local, but comes from a big wizard family in the realm of Divine Wind, a rare wind-fire dual cultivation primordial soul. Lord, I noticed your previous techniques weren't just from one school of meditation, right? I was just fooling around. Others have advanced the meditation arts of two major factions into primordial souls. I can't compare. That's still pretty amazing. Daring to pursue both schools of meditation is already extraordinary. Alright, stop flattering me. Just show me the way. The master and servant arrived, weary, at one of the small markets and found lodging. Levi arranged to meet with Hogg through the tea time round table to discuss their next steps, only to find no response after messaging him. Hogg's already at the peak of level 2. Maybe he's in the midst of advancing. Let's wait a few days. While waiting, Levi stowed away Red-Eye and wandered the scattered wizard markets nestled among the volcanoes. Making a rare visit to this place, he decided to take the opportunity to purchase some specialty resources. The next day, Levi stood before a wizard stall. The stall owner, a second circle male wizard, sensed Levi's presence and hurriedly asked, "What can I do for you, Lord?" Even on Flaming Mountain, being in the fourth circle was considered powerful. Levi's gaze fell upon several beast eggs on the stall, each larger than an ostrich egg. "I'll take these eggs." As an expert in transcendent creatures, Levi immediately recognized them as dragonfinch eggs. He had a retired dragonfinch in his sea beast sanctuary, constantly showing signs of mating with Levi. He intended to buy these eggs to soothe it and strengthen the population. These eggs were obtained from the nest of second circle transcendent creatures, and each one is priced at 5,000 ether stones. It's a bit pricey. 5,000 ether stones could buy a second circle wizard tool. How about this? I'll take all of them for 5,000. No one really wants these besides transcendent biologists, as wizards lose everything after all the effort to nurture them. The wizard hesitated for a moment, then agreed, "All right, 5,000 it is." 5,000 ether stones was a huge sum for an ordinary second circle wizard. Placing the eggs into Alice's ring, Levi was in good spirits. For years, he had been trying to establish a breeding base for transcendent creatures, believing that the more specimens and populations he had, the better. Given the density of the ancient Saint Plain, it would take a long time to saturate. As it turned out, men also enjoyed shopping, as long as they had money. 7 days later, Levi had spent 2 million ether stones. Not only had he spent all the money confiscated from Red-Eye and the Blood Vampire, but he had also taken a considerable amount from his own tens of millions level reserve. Of course, the harvest was also quite good. Dragonfinch, Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard, Magma Serpent, Inferno Bird. 8 kinds of fire-based transcendent creature eggs or younglings. In addition, Levi also found a piece of fire elemental metal the size of a human head, level 3. He could use it to refine Tyrant 4 again in the future. However, all these expenses were relatively small. What really cost him was knowledge. In addition to cantrips, he bought hundreds of spell models from 1st to 4th circle, and even a few 5th circle spell models. This knowledge was the most important goal of his shopping spree. Chapter 1032, Fusion. Deep Blue Body. 3. After all, once he left this place, it would be difficult to purchase burning faction spells on a large scale again. Among them was a 5th circle model, precisely the advanced spell Levi was currently studying as a follow-up to his 4th circle sun-splitting strike, solar aggregation. Basically, Levi collected all the burning faction knowledge circulating in the market of Flaming Mountain that he didn't already have. Only 8 million ether stones left, it's really too extravagant. But, knowledge is priceless. Investing in knowledge can't go wrong, Levi comforted himself. With 8 million left, he decided not to spend any more for now. After completing his transactions with the seller, he planned to purchase some weapon making and alchemy knowledge to bring back with him. The Burning Faction wizards were particularly skilled in weapon making, and the headquarters of the Alchemy faction was actually located within the Burning Faction. It was one of the 10 halls, the Alchemy Hall. Next, Levi secluded himself at home to quietly cultivate. 3 days later, Hogg and Levi got in touch. At the tea-time round table, Hogg looked apologetic as he spoke, "Commander, I had a sudden urge a few days ago. I felt the time was right for advancement, so I went into seclusion. Now, I've become a blood knight. No worries, congratulations on your successful promotion. Arrange a meeting with that person for me. Once things are settled here, I'll head back, Levi said. All right. The next day, in a larger wizard market, inside a tavern's private room, Levi was already waiting there, deep in thought with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes to see a figure entering the room. The person was a wizard dressed in crimson robes, wearing a mask. With a fourth circle wizard's cultivation, judging by his spiritual force, he should be nearing perfection, or at least a senior fourth circle practitioner. Are you here to buy black flame meteorite iron? The man asked calmly. That's correct. If you're sincere about trading, let me see your goods first, Levi smiled. I don't have any on hand right now, but I know where to find black flame meteorite iron, the man replied. Levi's expression darkened immediately, and he chuckled coldly. When you contacted my friend earlier, you claimed to have stock. Please, calm down. Black flame meteorite iron is a 5th level fire element metal. If I had any extra, I would have sold it at an auction. There would be no need for you to buy from me, the man said nonchalantly. After a moment of silence, Levi spoke. It seems the location of the black flame meteorite iron isn't simple. To be honest, I recently discovered a lost and ruined secret realm where I found the black flame meteorite iron, and there's quite a lot of it. However, that secret realm has been invaded by black beasts from the land of darkness, some of them even being 5th level black beasts ruling over it. The black flame meteorite iron ore was found near the lair of these black beasts. Due to the large number of black beasts in the secret realm, after obtaining a small piece of meteorite iron, I came out early and used the auction as an opportunity to release some clues, hoping to attract demand like yours to join my team and explore the secret realm together. In that secret realm, the largest black flame meteorite iron mine is occupied by a 5th level black beast. During this time, I've found some demanders like yourself, all of them 4th circle practitioners, including some array wizards. When the time comes, we'll use arrays to kill those black beasts. After that, the black flame meteorite iron mine will be up for grabs. What do you think? Levi's expression shifted as he listened. I think it'd be better for you to find 5th circle wizards, Levi said bluntly. A few 4th circle wizards, they might not even know how they died. It seems you're some sheltered wizard who's not experienced in the real world, the wizard retorted. You don't know how tough it is out there, exploring secret realms. When exploring secret realms, you look for wizards of the same realm. Why would you seek higher realm wizards? Even if you can relatively safely obtain treasures with their help, will they share with you? Do you naively believe that mere contracts can restrain wizards of higher realms? Levi pondered inwardly. At 160 years old, he had only explored secret realms twice. One of those times had left him with psychological scars. Apart from himself, everyone else either died or was close to death. So, he didn't really understand some of the unspoken rules of exploring secret realms. Unless absolutely necessary, he wasn't fond of risking his life for riches. But for most ordinary wizards, seeking resources beyond their status often required taking risks. So, how many people have you found now? Levi asked. I've already found 5 assistants, all 4th circle wizards. We just need one more, and we can form a 4th circle array to trap the black beast. I can tell you're fairly new to the 4th circle. If it wasn't for a wizard who had promised to come with us but had some sudden business, I wouldn't usually consider someone of your strength, the masked man said arrogantly. After the joint kill, it's every man for himself, right? Levi clarified. Exactly. All right. I'm in. Good. Hunting down a 5th level entity isn't as terrifying as you think, as long as you have the courage. Enough said. Leave me your contact information, prepare yourself, and we'll set off in 3 days. Levi exchanged contact information with the wizard and then returned to his lodging. How did it go, Commander? Smoothly. Hogg inquired. Not bad. Now that you've advanced to Blood Source, do you plan to stay here or return to the mortal realm? Levi asked. I want to explore a bit here first. If the temple needs me, I can always go back. I'll follow your lead. Chapter 1033, Fusion. Deep Blue Body. 4. Then you should stay here, but still, be cautious. The wizard world is much more dangerous than the human world. Over the next 3 days, Levi had been adjusting himself. I haven't dealt with black beasts before, but it seems there are plenty of them in the dark ancient tower. This is a good chance for me to get some practice, see how capable these people are. If they can really hunt down 5th level black beasts, then I'll join them for a bit. If not, I'll just slip away. Levi had no intention of facing 5th level black beasts alone. It was said that black beasts, to adapt to the harsh environment of the Land of Darkness, had strength far surpassing the average transcendent creature of the same realm, nearing that of wizards in the same realm. The next day, inside the inn, Levi noticed that his golden dragon heavenly shield was shining even brighter. He glanced at his proficiency panel and saw that his bloodline divine weapon had advanced to level 2. Defense has slightly increased. But that wasn't all. With a thought, Levi emitted a chill, and his body began to turn woody. He transformed into a sturdy, ice-cold tree. His second body tempering technique, Frostwood Body, had also reached the 4th circle level. Mastering just one body tempering technique should suffice. Without hesitation, Levi merged Frostwood Body tempering technique with Metal Poison Body tempering technique. At the same time, the golden toxic swarm within him began to devour the Frostwood Body, emitting an eerie, rustling sound like termites gnawing on wood. The next day, Levi found that the golden toxic swarm inside him had turned into a strange deep blue color, exuding a mysterious cold aura and vitality, making it unpredictable. In a moment of thought, a figure identical to Levi in deep blue emerged from his body, facing him. This figure had no emotions or thoughts. It was still composed of toxic swarm, but its surface was covered in even more complex body-refining runes. Levi could sense that after multiple mergers, the strength of this body-tempering clone had become even stronger. Even an ordinary senior 4th circle wizard might not be its match. The deep blue body-tempering clone. Let's call it the deep blue sage body-tempering technique from now on. This technique is capable of reaching the realm of primordial soul wizards. In the wizard world, it's undoubtedly the top-tier body-tempering technique. But, it's not enough. I need to continue searching for other body-tempering techniques to merge with. Perhaps, I'll become the first Grand Wizard level body-refining wizard. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Deep Blue Sage Body Tempering Technique, Level 8, 25,124/100,000, Special Effect, Deep Blue Body. Deep Blue Body, possesses strong defense, resilience, strength, shape-shifting, stretching abilities, strong resistance against thunder and frost elemental attacks, and strong resistance against negative energy erosion. Come back, Deep Blue, Levi said to the Deep Blue Sage clone, though it was more like talking to himself since the clone had no consciousness. The Deep Blue Sage turned into smoke and surged back into Levi's body. After a moment, he returned to normal. 3 days later, Levi was practicing his breathing technique when suddenly the letter in his hand began to burn, revealing writing on it. It was the coordinates of the secret realm provided by that person. Levi looked at his arm, and his current danger perception was fluctuating within normal ranges. 3rd time entering the secret realm. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. The scorched black desert. This was a desolate area in the eastern part of the Flaming Mountain. In fact, not only humans, but other creatures were also scarce here. Occasionally, some low-level fire elemental transcendent creatures passed by, quickly disappearing into the vast desert. In the center of a certain part of the desert, there was a pitch-black crater. The crater emitted blazing flames and exuded terrifying heat, along with the smell of sulfur. Around the crater, 3 4th circle wizards were sitting cross-legged. After dividing the area with protective arrays, they rested and meditated. When Levi arrived, the 3 men turned their attention towards him. One of them, wearing a mask, was the wizard Levi had met the other day. His name was Eamon, but it probably wasn't his real name. He had been the leader of that expedition. Eamon said, "Gentlemen, this was Lord Gerald, the final member of our secret realm exploration team. Lord Gerald, this was Fire Wolf Quill, a 4th circle array wizard, crucial to our mission. To recruit him, let's just say it had cost me quite a bit," Eamon said with a smirk. And the other was Fire Crow Bob, a powerful external wizard from the Fire Bull family. "Nice to meet you both," Levi smiled. "Eamon, we were going after a level 5 black beast this time. Your choice for the last member seemed a bit casual." Fire Wolf glanced at Levi, sensing Levi's much weaker spiritual force than his own, and couldn't help but transmit his voice. Gerald specialized in body tempering. If the level 5 black beast went berserk, we could let him handle it for a while. Besides, if it weren't for your array needing 7 people to activate, we wouldn't need so many people. The more people, the greater the likelihood of something going wrong. I had used some weaker 4th circle wizards to fill the numbers. When we killed the level 5 black beast, we would start cleaning up, leaving the others behind. In the end, it would just be the 2 of us sharing that black flame meteorite iron, wouldn't it? Eamon replied via voice transmission. Fire Wolf Wizard understood the logic and didn't say much more. The Fire Crow Wizard, on the other hand, remained silent and meditated alone. Seeing that neither of the 2 men had paid him any attention, Levi hadn't bothered to disturb them and had quietly waited for the others to arrive. Chapter 1034, Fusion. Deep Blue Body. 5. The other 3 wizards also arrived one after another. Among them were 2 witches who looked identical, dressed similarly. They seemed to be twins, always hand in hand. The other one was a male wizard, dressed in a blue robe, with a calm demeanor. It seems we're a bit late, Eamon. Would you introduce us, the busty witch among the twins said. She was the elder sister, while the other, with a flatter chest, was the younger one. Eamon hurriedly acted as a mediator and introduced everyone to each other. Levi only learned then that the male wizard in the blue robe, like himself, also hailed from the Endless Sea and was named Marquis. When Levi was introduced as a body-refining wizard, Marquis glanced at him. Now that everyone's here, under the leadership of Fire Wolf, we'll practice the array. Once we're proficient with it, we'll proceed, Eamon said. Besides me, does anyone understand arrays? Fire Wolf asked casually. After a moment, no one responded. In that case, I'll assign randomly. He smirked inwardly. As a 4th circle array wizard, coupled with his nearly perfected spiritual force and 2 4th circle talent spells, he was already unbeatable. As long as they succeeded in slaying the level 5 black beast this time, the rewards would undoubtedly be rich. Apart from him and Eamon, the spiritual force levels of the other 5 were all ordinary 4th circle, probably mastering at most 1 innate spell. What needed attention were the twin sisters. He learned from Eamon that the twin sisters were also somewhat famous in the Flaming Mountain area, known as the Holy Flame Twins. The elder sister practiced the Azure Flame meditation art, while the younger one practiced the Purple Flame meditation art. When their flames combined, they could unleash a terrifying white sacred flame. They had once killed a senior 4th circle dark wizard. Another noteworthy individual was the external wizard from the Fire Bowl family, who had caught the attention of the Primordial Soul faction, indicating his extraordinary abilities. As for Gerald and Marquis, from the information available, both hailed from the Endless Sea, one belonging to the Ocean School of Thought and the other a body-refining wizard, both appearing to be ordinary 4th circle. Unless they had some hidden cards, the 2 of them together wouldn't be his match. Moreover, being outsiders in this place, they probably didn't have any influence, making them the easiest to manipulate. Next, the 7 of them spent a full 3 days practicing the formation. Levi pretended not to understand the formation to avoid drawing too much attention to himself and becoming a target for others. Finally, when they had mastered the formation, Eamon looked at the fire pit and said, "The entrance to the secret realm is inside a small fire pit. Be safe, my friends from the Endless Sea." With that said, Eamon leaped into the fire pit, transforming into a stream of flames. Fire Wolf then waved several red array flags and casually entered. The Holy Flame Twins embraced each other and spun around in a strange posture as they entered. The Fire Bowl Wizard transformed into a giant fiery bird and followed suit. It all had a taste of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their unique abilities. Finally, only Levi and Marquis remained. "If you have no means of entry, you can come with me," Marquis said as his robe transformed into a blue water sphere, enveloping him. "No need, thanks," Levi replied. "Fair enough. Gerald, this exploration only has the 2 of us outsiders. So, if anything unexpected happens inside, I hope we'll be collaborators and both make it back safely to the Endless Sea," Marquis said cryptically. Levi smiled faintly but didn't respond. It seemed that everyone entering here had mentally prepared themselves to be betrayed by their teammates. This was the exploration of the secret realm, and everyone knew that their teammates were likely harboring ulterior motives, all villains in their own right. After Marquis entered as well, Levi's deep blue body armor covered him. He jumped pretentiously. With his current physique and resistance to fire elements, this was entirely unnecessary. Before long, as Levi descended, the temperature rose steadily. Even his third circle wizard force field wouldn't hold out for long. However, with the protection of his deep blue body, he felt as comfortable as if he were bathing in the sea, without any discomfort at all. At the bottom of the fire pit, Levi saw a crack opening in the pitch-black rock wall, shining with light. This was the entrance to the lost secret realm. From Eamon's description, it seemed similar to the forsaken land of the god, invaded by black beasts. All of Levi's protective force fields were activated as he stepped into the crevice. Looking around, he saw cracks in the sky and lifeless earth. Occasionally, some strange plants grew, but he couldn't tell if they were medicinal herbs. In the distance, black mountains stretched endlessly, disappearing into the horizon. According to Eamon, this secret realm was a medium-sized one, possibly a resource point of some wizard organization that was abandoned due to the invasion of black beasts and depletion of resources. As soon as Levi appeared, he heard the sounds of battle not far away. His deep blue body emerged as he withdrew his other force fields. He looked towards the fight where a group of black crows vanished under the terrifying innate spell of Fire Wolf. "Gerald, hurry up! In this secret realm, there are many black beasts. We can't afford to split up, or they'll pick us off one by one. And as for the black flame meteorite iron, none of us will get it," Eamon called out. Levi hurried over, his right arm suddenly extending dozens of meters, revealing a giant deep blue sage-colored claw. Chapter 1035, Fusion. Deep Blue Body. 6. One black beast at the peak of level 1 was grabbed by the void, crushed, leaving only a pile of frozen corpses emitting a chilling aura. Levi looked down at the corpse, emanating an unsettling black aura, both flesh and bone tainted. No need to check. The corpses of these black beasts contain corrosive power that's hard to purify. They're unusable for both alchemy and weapon refinement. Fire Wolf frowned and shouted ahead. Levi knew well that the corpses of these black beasts were unusable. He just felt that the corrosive power of these black beasts was somewhat similar to the feeling he got from the bone wizard tool used by that mysterious member of the godly organization. That mysterious organization might be from the land of darkness, and they've already begun to master the technique of using the corpses of black beasts for weapon refinement, Levi thought to himself. In truth, Levi believed that his purification elixir could remove this kind of corrosive power. But it wasn't worth it. The current cost of purification elixir was too high, and using it to purify the corpses of black beasts would be more trouble than it was worth. Perhaps in the future, when the cost decreased and he encountered materials from higher-level black beasts, it would be worth a try. "You've made good progress with your body tempering technique," Eamon remarked. "It's all right. Hopefully, I won't slow everyone down," Levi smiled awkwardly. The 7 of them united, battling in this desolate wilderness. "It's really unlucky this time. We've just entered and encountered this flock of black death crows. Although individually they're only level 1, the problem is there are too many of them. Every time, there are hundreds, even thousands," Eamon complained. Levi killed the incoming black death crows while keeping an eye on the surroundings. With their strength, wiping out this flock of crows was only a matter of time. Right now, it wasn't even a warm-up. Caw, caw. Accompanied by the departure of a level 2 black death crow leader, the other crow group scattered. Finally, the wilderness fell silent. On the ground lay the bodies of hundreds of crows. "Let's take a break," Eamon said, looking at the other 6. Levi saw them drinking a potion and beginning to meditate. After a short rest, they resumed their journey. As they walked, the Holy Flame twins suddenly waved their hands, and a fist-sized black ore appeared. "Black flame meteorite iron," Levi murmured to himself. "Eamon, whoever finds these things gets to keep them, right?" the elder twin sister chuckled, while the younger sister remained silent. "That's right. These ores can only yield small pieces, not worth much. It's still far from being refined into wizard tools. As long as everyone follows my command, I guarantee that our harvest this time will exceed your imagination," Eamon said, seemingly unconcerned about the twins taking the ore. Knowing that raw ore could appear along the way, everyone became extra vigilant, including Levi. However, their luck didn't hold. They never encountered such a stroke of luck again. Before long, a level 3 black winged snake descended from the sky, only to be incinerated by the elder twins' blue flames before it could approach. How much longer until we arrive, Eamon? Marquis asked. Almost there. The lair of the level 5 black beast is in the heart of the Black Mountains ahead. When we arrive, the 6 of us will distract the black beast for a while. Once the fire snake sets up the array, everyone swiftly enters and uses the array to kill the black beast. Otherwise, even if we exhaust all our resources to kill it, it will not be worth it, Eamon explained. Levi remained silent, silently following behind. As they neared the Black Mountains, stronger level 4 black beasts began to appear along the way. A black tiger with 2 heads roared, leaping over the Holy Flame twins and heading towards Marquis at the back. Marquis activated his blue force field and quickly retreated. Seeing this, the tiger pounced towards Levi. Levi's expression changed, and with a single thought, layers of ice condensed in front of him, forming an ice wall. Crack! The ice wall, formed by the cold aura of the deep blue body, shattered as the tiger broke through. Seizing the opportunity, Levi ran forward. Die! Eamon threw a flaming dagger, piercing into the tiger's body. With a deafening explosion, the tiger's body shattered, emitting a final wail before dying. Eamon remained calm and said, "Let's go quickly. Don't waste energy on these things." Levi looked at the tiger corpse lying on the ground, untouched by anyone. Silently, he took out an empty storage ring and placed it inside. After all, it was still a level 4 creature. It might come in handy later. Seeing Levi's actions, Fire Wolf and Eamon exchanged a glance but said nothing. An hour later, after being delayed by various black beasts, they finally reached the Black Mountains. "I'm not sure if there are any other level 5 black beasts besides the lair, so let's try to avoid fighting nearby. After killing the black beast, quickly dig out the black flame meteorite iron and leave. Our array can only be used once, and we don't have the strength to deal with a second level 5 black beast," Eamon said sincerely. "Understood." Everyone nodded in agreement. Safely passing through the Black Mountains, they arrived at an abandoned mine. Levi glanced around and guessed that this mine was probably used to extract luminant gold or mithril. It seemed to have been a resource point for the wizard organization in the past. With bated breath, they entered the dark tunnel. After walking for who knows how long, accompanied by the sound of trickling underground water. Chapter 1036, Fusion. Deep Blue Body. 7. They arrived at a mining hall, where the accumulated water had submerged the area. The seemingly bottomless water emitted unsettling noises, making Levi uneasy as he gazed at it. It appeared that Eamon hadn't misled him, there were indeed level 5 black beasts here. The black beasts are in the water, and so is the iron ore. "Get ready to fight, everyone," Eamon declared. "Fire Wolf, we're counting on your array. I won't have any problems. Just make sure you all keep up. Remember, if we don't kill the black beasts, we won't get anything, and we might even lose our lives here. So, think twice before making any moves," Fire Wolf added. Eamon took the lead, charging into the water with a sun-like flame appearing in his hand. Third circle talent, Sun Flame Explosion. Boom! Before the fireball hit the water, a massive tentacle emerged from below, swatting the fireball away and causing it to explode in mid-air. The explosion illuminated the mining hall, revealing various black beast corpses scattered along the shoreline of the underground lake, some even with the decapitated bodies of wizards. Next, 800-meter-long tentacles emerged from the water, each adorned with a grimacing human head, likely belonging to wizards who had perished there before. "Everyone, hurry up! Don't hold back, or we'll all die here!" Eamon roared, directly engaging 3 of the tentacles. Meanwhile, the Holy Flame twins released their green and purple flames, giggling as they fought against 2 of the tentacles. The remaining 3 tentacles were confronted by Levi, Marquis, and the Fire Bird, each taking on one. Levi's deep blue body collided with a tentacle, sending him flying into a crevice in the rock wall. As expected of a level 5, just one tentacle can send me flying, Levi thought. However, as he was struck, all his defenses were activated, neutralizing the attack. This reassured Levi that the conventional attacks of these level 5 black beasts couldn't break through his defense. With a roar, he drank a potion and charged back into the fray. On the other side, Fire Wolf's expression was solemn as he quickly set up the array. Without the array, the 7 of them, all 4th circle wizards, would eventually show weaknesses and be defeated one by the black beasts, leading to their ultimate demise. "Hurry up, Fire Wolf!" Eamon urged. "All right, take your positions, form the array," Fire Wolf commanded. Array items flew out from his body, embedding themselves around the edges of the water. Then, the other 6 followed the original plan, entering the array one by one. In the next moment, 7 white beams of light intertwined in the mining hall, forming a large white net that covered the entire lake. Simultaneously, the bodies beneath the 8 tentacles were also exposed. Everyone's expression turned shocked at the sight. They all assumed it was some sort of giant octopus-like black beast. However, they discovered that the body of the black beast was a humanoid creature clad in jet black armor. The armor was composed of chunks of black flame meteorite iron ore. "This beast has fused the ore into its body. Quick, attack with all your might." Eamon's expression shifted. Terrifying flames began to spread across the white giant net, scorching the black beasts trapped within. However, the damage caused by the ore was extremely limited. "If you hold back again, we'll all die here," Fire Wolf said coldly. In the next moment, Levi's right hand transformed into a deep blue drill, adorned with mystical runes that shimmered. Boom! With a deafening sound, the armor began to show signs of wear. "Are you all just going to watch?" Eamon looked at the others. The Holy Flame twins spun rapidly, intertwining their azure and purple flames to form pure white holy flames. The holy flames transformed into a giant white axe. Boom! Under the impact, the armor continued to tremble. The Firebird Wizard summoned a feather-shaped wizard tool. He whistled, and the feathers ignited, charging forward like a raging river, beginning to slice through the tentacles. Behind Marquis, a cyan shadow of a giant toothed shark emerged, sweeping forward. Seeing everyone using their trump cards, Fire Wolf and Eamon breathed a sigh of relief. Fire Wolf manipulated the array to attack the black beast, while Eamon held a fiery red sphere in his hand, which appeared out of nowhere. The fluctuation emitted by the sphere caused the faces of all the wizards except Fire Wolf to change. A 5th circle wizard tool. In an instant, Eamon's face turned pale, then returned to normal. The sphere expanded to a diameter of 100 meters, resembling a blazing sun, with countless lava debris inside, looking incredibly heavy. Boom! The sphere descended. A smile appeared on Eamon's lips. Die! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The armor on the black beast's body shattered completely, revealing the desiccated corpse of a woman inside. The 8 tentacles began to dissolve and struggle in the blaze. Seizing this opportunity, everyone's attacks surged forward. These 7 were not to be underestimated, even a level 5 black beast would sustain heavy injuries from their assault. Atop Fire Wolf's head, a sea of flames hovered and crashed onto the black beast. Finally, under the relentless assault, particularly from the 5th circle wizard tool, the black beast ceased struggling and met its end in a tragic demise. The 7 4th circle wizards, accompanied by 2 perfection level adepts, plus the array and 5th circle wizard tool, had indeed slain a level 5 black beast. Levi couldn't help but marvel at the world of wizards. Talents were everywhere. He immediately began collecting the black flame meteorite iron ore, as did the others. Next came the individual prowess of each wizard. Eamon and Fire Wolf exchanged a glance. In the next moment, lines of fire shot out from various parts of the cave, forming an impenetrable cage of flames, enveloping everyone except Eamon and Fire Wolf. "Are you two resorting to desperate measures already? If the Fire Bull family finds out about my demise, you should know the consequences," the silent Fire Crow wizard spoke, eyeing the new 4th circle array with a cold tone. "Fire Crow, you're overthinking it. You're just an external wizard, they won't care," Eamon chuckled. "What if the Fire Bull family learns of the level 5 elemental ores here? If I die, my servants will immediately disclose this location to them. Can you two escape then?" Fire Crow suddenly grinned. Didn't we sign a confidentiality agreement? Don't try to deceive me." Eamon's expression shifted slightly. "Whether I deceive you or not, you'll find out soon enough," Fire Crow said calmly. "Well then, let's lay our cards on the table. The Red Bone Wizard is already on his way here from the Flaming Mountain. You two better not do anything foolish," the Holy Flame twins giggled. "The Red Bone Wizard? The nomadic wizard who's a 5th circle perfection." "Exactly. Forgot to mention, my sister and I now serve Lord Redbone together. The Holy Flame twins were confident. No more nonsense. Kill them all. We've already torn off the mask. What more do you want? Fire Wolf, seeing Eamon hesitate, immediately rebuked. Instantly, the flames of the cage contracted, forcing the five into a corner. They could only resist with protective force fields, while Eamon, with a determined expression, immediately unleashed his innate spell, launching a terrifying attack toward them. Both of you from the Endless Sea, have you disclosed our affairs to others? Eamon attacked while asking. If I let you two out, will you join forces to kill these people, and then owe me a life and death contract? I won't harm you anymore and will even share some of the Black Flame meteorite iron ore with you. Only by joining forces can we escape from the Red Bone Wizard's clutches. You two foreigners, do you think Eamon will let you go? Now that the array is broken, we have a chance. Fire Crow hurriedly spoke. Indeed, we're all on the same front now, the Holy Flame twins added. Marquis hesitated, asking via telepathy, Lord Gerald, what should we do? The next moment, he saw Gerald's body suddenly emit array items, which then entered the flame cage. Immediately after, the flames of the cage extinguished abruptly, causing Fire Wolf's expression to change dramatically. He's an array wizard. Eamon, kill him first. As flames soared, filling the mining hall, amidst the radiance emerged a sturdy figure clad in crimson scales. The golden snake dance, heaven-burning crimson emperor, and the gigantic beast Dharma idol overlapped around him, with divine dragons of 4 colors shimmering in succession. Apologies. I'll take everything. Chapter 1037, Invincible Might. 1. Unknown Secret Realm. In the abandoned mining hall, the crimson-scaled man extended his right hand. At some point, a fiery crimson longsword had found its way into his palm, with a crimson dragon hovering over it, exuding a majestic aura. Marquis was somewhat dazed at this moment, clearly not expecting things to turn out this way. By now, the fourth circle array meticulously arranged by Fire Wolf had already been extinguished. In Eamon's right hand, the fiery red sphere reappeared. Why was your fourth circle array broken so quickly? Eamon asked as he cast his spell. Even a fourth circle wizard shouldn't have been able to break my array so quickly. Unless, this person had detected our plan from the start, so they were prepared long before. Fire Wolf's mind was filled with killing intent. Meanwhile, Levi's crimson dragon swung, accompanied by an unparalleled brilliance. Fire Wolf was the primary target. As a fourth circle array wizard, he was the most likely among them to thwart Levi's plans. Around Fire Wolf, streams of light flowed incessantly, forming hexagram array patterns. From within emerged a colossal flame demon shadow towering hundreds of meters high. The flame demon spewed flames from its mouth, blocking the sword energy. Seizing this opportunity, Fire Wolf began setting up a new array. Eamon, create an opportunity for me. Just delay him for a while, and I can set up an array to trap him. Together, we can kill him. Fire Wolf said. On the other side, Eamon, with a serious expression, watched as the fiery red sphere in his hand expanded once again. I'll trust you one more time. This fifth circle wizard tool, even with my spiritual force, only has the power of 3 strikes. If this attack fails, then it's time to retreat. With Fire Wolf there, he should be able to hold him off, Eamon muttered to himself. His biggest trump card was this fifth circle wizard tool. He knew Gerald was formidable, so he didn't even consider using his innate spells. From the outset, it was all about unleashing the strongest move. A massive magma fireball streaked across the sky, surrounded by scorching heat and light too intense to look at directly. The Holy Flame twins and other wizards, like Fire Crow Witch, were now too preoccupied to collect the meteorite iron. They all employed their skills, trying to escape from this fifth circle onslaught. On the other side, Fire Wolf was preparing another fourth circle array. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, with a vast phoenix wing that blocked out the sun. It was Tyrant 4 and the pilot Phoenix. The Inferno Emperor Cannon and the Thunder God Cannon lit up simultaneously. The wings behind them fully spread out, shooting out flames from every feather. Fire Wolf's protective force field barely withstood the Inferno Emperor Cannon and the Thunder God Cannon, but he was struck by the feathers and fiery bird claws conjured by Phoenix. What a powerful alchemical creature! Is he from the Alchemy Hall? Fire Wolf's fourth circle wizard tool barely resisted this fierce attack. However, he couldn't deploy another array, only able to engage in combat with Tyrant. On the other side, the fireball exploded, causing extreme chaos. In the blaze, the force field around the fire crow which flickered briefly before being destroyed, along with her wizard tool, melting away. Even as a member of the burning faction, she was fragile in front of this fifth circle spell. The Holy Flame Twins flew out a scroll, which unfurled to reveal a strange blood-red skeleton that lifted them, shielding them from the attack. Interesting. You little brats, prepare to die, the blood-red skeleton sneered. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Holy Flame Twins hugged tightly, their chests pressing against each other, merging into a white flame amidst the entanglement and rotation. The flame rushed directly towards the top of the mining hall, accompanied by a deafening rumble. Before long, a passage burning with white flames formed, but the presence of the Holy Flame Twins vanished without a trace. Damn it, two of them got away. Eamon cursed inwardly, using the fiery red sphere to shield himself. The sword energy pounded against the sphere, causing it to wail continuously. Eamon cast a reluctant glance at the mine pit before turning to flee, disregarding the fact that his teammate Firewolf was still entangled with the alchemical creatures. There was so much black flame meteorite iron ore left, enough to refine into 3/5 circle wizard tools. The value of these raw materials alone was worth at least 2 to 3 million. Eamon's heart was bleeding. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous foreigner would turn out to be so powerful? Up until now, he still couldn't understand what kind of technique the terrifying sword energy attack belonged to. It was beyond the scope of a body-refining wizard. On the other side, Marquis also emerged from the water. He looked miserable but surprisingly didn't die, indicating that he may have a chance of survival. The Holy Flame Twins had escaped. The Fire Crow Witch was dead. Gerald seemed to be engaged in battle with Eamon, who possessed the 5th circle wizard tool, chasing them outside. Firewolf was entangled by Gerald's alchemical creatures, unable to extricate himself. He hesitated. Should he go help Gerald kill Firewolf and Eamon? Or take advantage of their distraction, collect the black flame meteorite iron ore, and make a quick getaway, seizing the opportunity? The answer was obvious. Driven by greed, he had forgotten that he could escape because Gerald had broken Firewolf's 4th circle array. He also forgot the words of mutual assistance he had spoken with Gerald before entering the mine. In the explosion just now, the ores had been blasted into pieces and sunk into the bottomless lake. Marquis spent a lot of effort collecting all these ores. He deliberately left some ore scattered on the shore and at the bottom of the lake, which was only 1/3 of the total amount. In his shell-shaped storage bags, the remaining 2/3 of the ore piled up like small mountains. Chapter 1038, Invincible Might. 2. Damn it, with so much ore, selling it could fund my cultivation for a long time. It looks like that red bone wizard at the 5th circle perfection might come here. When that happens, everyone here will probably die. I need to leave this place immediately and return to the Endless Sea. I'm never coming back to this dump again. Marquis transformed into a blue light, ready to leave. But he found that Gerald, who had just chased after Eamon, had already returned. What bad luck! Suicide? Wasn't it good enough for him to be a lackey for me? Levi lamented inwardly. Originally, he could have spared Eamon, but since the other party didn't cherish the opportunity, he had to let it go. Marquis, seeing Levi return unscathed, felt hesitant and fearful. So soon? Even if he's powerful, shouldn't Eamon with the 5th circle wizard tool take longer to be captured? Could it be that Eamon has already slipped away? As his thoughts turned, Marquis said, Lord Gerald, I didn't expect you to be a 4th circle array wizard. I was able to escape today thanks to your help. When you return to the Endless Sea, you can find me at the Ocean Abyss Alliance. No merit, no reward. I don't want the black flame meteorite iron ore anymore. It's all yours. After saying that, Marquis quickly left. Levi remained silent, watching Marquis's retreating figure. He maintained his force field, clearly wary of Levi. Levi extended his hand. In his palm, a red fire dragon coalesced. Boom! Fire dragon tribulation. With a terrifying explosion, Marquis's force field was directly shattered, leaving him half dead. Lord Gerald, what is the meaning of this? I am a wizard of the Ocean Abyss Alliance, Marquis threatened weakly. You took something you shouldn't have, Levi said indifferently. Then he extended his giant hand and directly grabbed Marquis, taking his storage bags. I despise freeloaders the most. He was extremely angry inside. Up until today, Levi had amassed nearly tens of millions of ether stones through hard work, hunting down dark wizards. He had taken numerous risks and even acted as a bait to enforce the law. Marquis, this scoundrel, dared to steal the fruits of his labor. I don't want any of these. They're all yours. I still have some assets in the Ocean Abyss Alliance, and you can have them all. Please don't kill me, I beg you. We're both from the Endless Sea, so we're practically fellow countrymen. There's no need for us to kill each other in this foreign land. It was my mistake just now, and I apologize to you. Pfft! Levi's longsword pierced through Marquis's skull, shattering it. Trash, don't even qualify to work for me. Levi collected the spoils from the man's body. After Marquis's death, the shark-shaped cyan tracking mark on him was swallowed by Leon before entering Levi's soul. Dealing with wizards backed by powerful forces required ruthless measures. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. Even the use of Excalibur wouldn't guarantee safety. If they sought help from some primordial soul elder to forcibly erase the contract, they would definitely seek revenge on Levi later. Compared to them, nomadic wizards like Red Eye and Blood Vampires were relatively easier to deal with. As Marquis's soul was devoured, his remains turned into fate coins to summon Owens. Levi ruthlessly squeezed out every valuable thing from Marquis's body. On the other side, Phoenix and Tyrant 4 were suppressing Fire Wolf. Although Fire Wolf was powerful, he had already used 2 fourth circle arrays, which greatly depleted his energy. With no one giving him the opportunity to set up arrays, he couldn't fully unleash his strength. You hit it quite well. You pretended not to know how to set up arrays when you started, making us relax our guard. Then, when we were killing that black crow, you deliberately drank the potion to create the illusion that your strength was average. Afterward, picking up some rubbish along the way to deepen our stereotype, making us think you were just a country bumpkin. You're really cunning. Fire Wolf said darkly. He knew he would undoubtedly die today, feeling deeply resentful and regretful. He felt that it was his own carelessness that had led to all this. Can't even handle my alchemical creatures, yet still want to play dirty tricks like that. Levi's Excalibur oath sword appeared behind him. This Fire Wolf was quite strong, much stronger than the black-eyed crow from before. His spiritual force should be over 400. Under this sword, sign the contract according to my terms, and you'll live. Otherwise, you die. Levi said calmly. I, Fire Wolf, have been on the wizard's journey for 800 years, with children of chaos talent. How could I become your slave? Wishful thinking. If it weren't for my carelessness, it would be you dying today. Fire Wolf suddenly recited a spell, his body expanding into a giant figure made of fire. His spiritual force and soul intertwined, starting to overflow. The 452 droplets of liquid spiritual force in his mind rolled and exploded. Let's die together. The liquid spiritual force of the fourth circle wizard all exploded. Within Fire Wolf's mind, all spell models and talent models lit up. Various spells were cast, crackling like fireworks, and a colorful array of attacks came crashing towards Levi, unavoidable. His pride wouldn't allow him to become Levi's slave. So, even if it meant burning his spiritual force and life with a secret technique, he would take Levi down with him. Just to prove that his death today was merely due to carelessness, not because he was weaker than Levi. Chapter 1039, Invincible Might. 3. Boom. In an instant, Levi's 9-layered defenses all lit up. Just tearing through Levi's 5 layers of defense, the explosion dissipated silently. You. Fire Wolf's blurry remnant soul revealed a resentful expression. Even his most sublime strike couldn't penetrate the enemy's defense? How ridiculous! His final pride and dignity were ruthlessly crushed by the unmoving figure before him. Despicable! Despicable! It's all because of my children of chaos talent hindering my path as a wizard. If there's a next life, even if I'm only given a double affinity talent, I would have the confidence to enter the primordial soul. With a sucking force, this resentful remnant soul was directly sucked away by a strange bug, swallowed whole. Thinking about another life? In the next life, you'd still be Leon's piece of crap. Levi put away Leon, feeling regretful. This Fire Wolf and Eamon were ruthless indeed. After hundreds of years of hard practice, they willingly gave up like this. Don't like being a lackey, huh? Without hardship, how can you taste the sweetness of success? Better to be alive than dead. This understanding is far from that of red-eye and blood vampires. Levi collected the things exploded by Fire Wolf without checking, then went back to the bottom of the lake in the mining hall. He collected the remaining black flame meteorite iron ore, including the remaining parts of the black beast's corpse. After doing all this, Levi quickly flashed his hermit rune and flew towards the entrance. When he reached this side of the entrance, Levi was about to step out. His hand was sweaty, and he felt alert. There's someone waiting outside. Could it be those red bone wizards, or maybe people from the Fire Bull family? Anyway, whoever can give me this feeling must be a fifth circle wizard. Levi thought for a moment and immediately turned back. He randomly chose a direction and flew towards the depths of the secret realm. His intuition told him that someone outside might have arrived long before, but he hadn't come in to save trouble or for fear of ambushes inside. Since there was only one exit in the secret realm, he could just wait there. No matter who won in the end, they would have to come out eventually. He might have even set up an array outside and arranged manpower. Then, he would capture all those who explored the secret realm in one fell swoop. If it were Levi, he would probably do the same. With that in mind, Levi plunged into the Black Mountains. Finding a place, he carved out a shelter, set up a concealment array, and rested to meditate. Red Bone Wizards are fifth circle perfection, and anyone who can be called perfection is no longer just a simple fifth circle senior. Their spiritual force is close to 1000 points, far exceeding mine threefold. My hermit rune is completely ineffective against them. The gap in the realm is too vast. Forcing my way through is definitely not an option. If what the Fire Crow Witch said is true, the Fire Bull family will probably send fifth circle wizards too. If the two sides clash, I might have a chance. And, there should be other 5th level black beasts in this secret realm, another force I can exploit. Levi schemed inwardly. He wasn't in a hurry, with his strength, a few tricks would be enough to escape. Thinking this, Levi took out the spoils from exploring the secret realm and began to count. First was the fiery red sphere, undoubtedly a 5th circle wizard tool. Its power was considerable, capable of killing black beasts, mainly relying on this tool. I'll identify it later. Levi continued searching in Eamon's storage bags. This darn thing still has a large chunk of black flame meteorite iron ore inside. Levi couldn't help but curse under his breath as he collected the ore. With this much black flame meteorite iron ore collected, refining a heavy armor wouldn't be a problem. If I refine light armor, I could still have some left to refine a 5th circle wizard tool. With this black flame meteorite iron and the 5th circle wizard tool, Levi estimated he had already earned several million. He suddenly felt that spending so much money at the Flaming Mountain Market wasn't such a big deal after all. All my spending can return with my talent, Levi felt a bit smug inwardly. In addition, in Eamon's storage bags, there were over 500,000 ether stones, some spell knowledge, and a red book with a quaint style, depicting a majestic aerial city. The Book of Noen. Levi probably perused it. After finishing, he felt excited, seemingly happier than obtaining a 5th circle wizard tool. Artifact-making inheritance, and its high level. Noen City was one of the 9 celestial cities, comparable to organizations like the Witch's family. Noen City excelled in artifact-making, ranking high among the 9 cities. The Book of Noen recorded hundreds of wizard tool designs and corresponding runic knowledge. Among them were 9 4th circle wizard tools, 3 5th circle wizard tools, and a soul artifact design. This level of knowledge, especially that soul artifact, is truly priceless. Where did Eamon come from to possess something like this? Levi couldn't help but be astonished. With doubt lingering, he continued his search, eventually finding a compilation by Eamon herself titled Eamon's Memoir on Weapon-Making Insights. After flipping through some experiment logs, Levi had his answer. Eamon was once a wizard in Noen City, part-time as a 4th circle weapon craftsman. Through fortuitous circumstances, he obtained the Book of Noen and the 5th circle wizard tool, possibly through theft or robbery. Chapter 1040, Invincible Might. 4. In any case, he left Noen City and secluded himself in the wizard market on Flaming Mountain, afraid to return. In the Book of Noen, Levi discovered a 5th circle wizard tool called the Secret Fire Sphere, identical to Eamon's. He was delighted. It seems I don't need to go for identification. With his current weapon-making knowledge, he quickly understood how to use the secret fire sphere. The wizard tool solidified over 23rd and 4th circle spells, along with 2 5th circle spells. Its functions were straightforward. One was a 5th circle attack spell called Solar Aggregation, and the other was a 5th circle defensive spell called Stellar Halo. Solar Aggregation is the advanced version of my 4th circle spell, Solar Strike. When perfected, its power should surpass even the world-burning Flame Snake. Overall, this 5th circle wizard tool was relatively ordinary compared to Levi's Fire Ouroboros. After all, the latter could teleport and was a familial heirloom, possibly unique in the world. Meanwhile, the secret fire sphere was a standardized wizard tool produced in Noen City, nothing extraordinary. Even so, it could easily fetch 1 to 2 million ether stones at an auction. Eamon really hit the jackpot. I hope Fire Wolf doesn't disappoint, Levi muttered as he searched through Fire Wolf's storage bags. There were over 700,000 ether stones, 2 4th circle wizard tools, and knowledge of spells. Finally, in Noen's storage bags, Levi found a book. It was clearly an inheritance book. He looked at the cover, where a crimson single eye blinked at him. Book of Cipher. He quickly pulled another book of cipher from his storage bag. These 2 book of cipher looked identical in format and style, except Levi's was much smaller than Fire Wolf's. There were also slight differences in the crimson single eye on the covers. Levi's book had a left eye, while this one had a right eye. It seems like the book of cipher has been divided into 2 parts. I previously obtained the upper volume, and this one should be the lower volume. Otherwise, where did Fire Wolf get his knowledge of arrays? Levi glanced through it. As he suspected, this book of cipher contained knowledge of arrays ranging from 3rd to 5th circle levels. Of course, it also contained lower-level array knowledge, but none of it overlapped with what Levi had obtained before. Levi compared the 2 books. Suddenly, the book of cipher from Fire Wolf's possession split open a large mouth and swallowed Levi's book whole. In a sudden turn of events, Levi's expression changed slightly. He had already mastered all the arrays in that book, so being eaten wasn't a big deal, but there was something eerie about this book. The book of cipher burped, and its blood-red single eye unexpectedly transformed into a pair of eyes. One large and one small, the eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, were curiously sizing up Levi. Levi flipped through the book of cipher again and found that the knowledge from both books had been fully integrated. "Are you the artifact spirit of the book of cipher?" Levi asked. The blood-red eyes closed, ignoring Levi. "There should be another book of cipher. Without a doubt, it contains knowledge of high-level arrays. This book has been artificially split into several parts and scattered throughout the wizarding world. If he hadn't come here himself, Levi might have thought it was just an ordinary array inheritance book. Now, it seemed that this book, or rather, its creator cipher, was not ordinary. In addition to array inheritance, there were also some array items on Fire Wolf, such as array flags and array swords, all of which Levi gladly accepted. Next, Levi cleaned out Marquis and the Fire Crow Witch's storage bags. Marquis was quite poor, not even having a 4th circle wizard tool. Perhaps it was destroyed in the recent battle. He only had 200,000 ether stones, a pauper indeed. The Fire Crow Witch, on the other hand, had nearly 600,000 ether stones and some spell knowledge from the Fire Bull family. Finally, Levi found a blue book on Marquis. Introduction to the Sea Clan's Body Tempering Technique. The Sea Clan's Body Tempering Technique? This guy doesn't seem like someone who practices body tempering. Levi glanced at the introduction of the body tempering technique and suddenly realized something. Levi glanced at the introduction of the body tempering technique and suddenly realized. In the wizarding world, body refining wizards were few and far between, and among them, those at the level of primordial soul were even rarer, numbering only a few dozen across all schools of magic. However, the Ocean Abyss Alliance had several such individuals. This was because they started teaching the basics of body tempering to apprentices from the very beginning, and it was mandatory education for all members with an affinity for water elements. Even those of mixed Sea Clan heritage had to learn. And this mandatory education program was precisely what Introduction to the Sea Clan's Body Tempering Technique entailed. This technique was modeled after the practices of the Sea Clan, enhancing a wizard's physical qualities and melee abilities, while also unlocking some of the bloodline abilities of mixed Sea Clan wizards. After graduating from apprentice wizard status, the Sea Clan's body tempering technique was no longer compulsory. Only those who demonstrated talent, perseverance, and determination in body tempering would continue to receive the next level of the technique. Therefore, Levi had only obtained the introductory volume for apprentice wizards, with subsequent volumes covering low-level, middle-level, and even high-level techniques. So that's why Salmon became a body refining wizard after joining the Ocean Abyss Alliance. He must have exceptional talent in body tempering, Levi mused to himself. Unfortunately, the higher-level stages of the technique are closely guarded secrets of the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Unless one joins them, learning is impossible. Otherwise, I'd be curious to see if my Deep Blue Sage body tempering technique is superior to the Sea Clan's. Chapter 1041, Invincible Might. 5. After tallying up all the spoils, Levi withdrew his attention, sensing the lingering danger. In the mountains, the occasional roar of black beasts sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, at the entrance of this lost secret realm, on the side of the bottomless lava pit, a seductive figure in a red robe sat cross-legged. Beside her, the Holy Flame twins stood obediently. "Lord Redbone, should we go in and take a look?" the elder twin asked. "No need. Going in might only give them a chance to escape. By staying here, they can't elude my sight," the red-robed witch replied with a smile, her teeth eerily crimson. And so it went. A day passed. Redbone remained focused and calm, showing no signs of impatience. The Holy Flame twins spoke, "Lord, what if they were killed by the black beasts in the secret realm?" Redbone pondered this possibility. It was indeed plausible. Otherwise, the battle should have ended by now, and the victor would have left immediately. "Wait for 3 more days. If they don't come out, we'll go in. The black flame meteorite iron is invaluable to me, and I won't allow anyone else to obtain it," she said coldly. "I wonder how the battle inside is going? That darn fire wolf and Eamon actually schemed against us. If not for the endless sea body refining wizard who happened to break their array, we might not have seen you again, Lord," the elder twin pouted, speaking with a pitiful tone. If they could break Fire Wolf's array, they must be a 4th circle array wizard. A combination of array wizard and body refining wizard is rare. Redbone's gaze shifted slightly. The next day, just as Redbone continued to wait, she suddenly looked up. "Someone's coming. It's also a 5th circle, from the Fire Bull family," Redbone said. "Oh, Lord, should we go in?" the twin asked. "Let's go in first." Redbone leaped into the air and flew in, followed by the twins. Before long, a 5th circle wizard with a leaf-patterned face descended. His spiritual force was vast, comparable to Redbone's, and he had a continuously growing and withering leaf-shaped wizard tool beneath his feet. "It seems someone I know just went in. Why is she here too? This is troublesome." The 5th circle wizard, Raphael, who was under Lady Greenrobe's command, frowned. Upon hearing from the Fire Crow Witch's minion that there was black flame meteorite iron here, he hurried over. After a moment's thought, his force field shimmered, and he entered the secret realm. A green leaf fell onto the lava floor at the entrance, disappearing into it. The long-dormant secret realm once again became bustling. Inside the secret realm, deep within the Black Mountain Range, Levi opened his eyes. The sense of danger is getting stronger. That person must have entered. If this 5th circle wizard is meticulously probing with spiritual force within the secret realm, staying still here will eventually expose me. But if I move around, it's even easier to be detected. I need to think of another way. Soon after, under the guidance of the Holy Flame twins, Redbone arrived at the mining hall. However, the hall had already collapsed, buried under rubble. With a snap of her fingers, a crimson octagram summoning array appeared in the void behind her. Then, a 100-foot-tall pink skeletal undead appeared. Redbone was actually a strong practitioner of the School of Death. "Remove these," Redbone said casually. With a breath, the red-pink skeleton exhaled, and a strange red wind blew, carrying the sound of children's laughter. Looking closely, it was a myriad of small skeletons busily carrying stones, bustling around in a comical yet eerie manner. Heave-ho, heave-ho. They worked diligently. In no time, all the piled-up boulders were removed. On the ground, various spell fluctuations indicated the intense battle that had erupted here. Apart from that, everything was gone, seemingly obliterated by terrifying flames. "It seems Fire Wolf and Eamon won," then they used combustion spells to destroy the evidence and left. Red Bone said. Lord, I don't think it's certain. That outsider, although a wizard from the Endless Sea, from his performance, he also seems to use burning faction spells. It's possible he emerged victorious in the end, the elder twin said. As a body-refining wizard from the Ocean School of Thought, dabbling in array magic is one thing, but also practicing the burning faction. Red Bone was slightly astonished. If it were dual cultivation in other factions, she could understand. But practicing both water and fire, or even ice and fire, was hard to comprehend. As the saying went, fire and water were incompatible. As far as she knew, someone had tried this dual cultivation method of water and fire before. They barely reached the fifth circle, but their spiritual force crystallized, and due to instability, they exploded. So even if some geniuses succeeded later, very few dared to attempt dual cultivation of water and fire. What do we do now, Lord? The Holy Flame twins asked. I'll lend you to a wizard tool temporarily. It's called King's New Clothes. After putting it on, you can conceal your presence. Under the fifth circle, it's impossible to be detected. If the fifth circle wizard doesn't investigate carefully, it's also difficult to notice. After putting it on, you must not move, let alone fight. You will hide at the exit of the secret realm. I will search the entire secret realm and find them. Chapter 1042, Invincible Might. 6. Regardless of who it is, they will try their best to escape to the exit. I'll give you another fifth circle summoning scroll. You can instantly summon Madame Red out, let her capture them alive. If it's not possible to capture them alive, then kill them. We must obtain the Black Flame Meteorite Iron. Red Bone said. Understood, Lord, the elder sister said, spreading her hands. Red Bone extended her bony hand with red nails and placed something on the sister's palm. After a while, the sister looked at her empty hand and asked, Lord, did you give me something? Red Bone's lips curled up into a smile. If you could easily perceive it, what's the point of calling it the King's New Clothes? After you arrive there, just recite the following spell. But this garment can only be worn by one person. The elder sister chuckled. That's fine. The Holy Flame twins embraced and spun around, like two beautiful snakes entwined with each other, eventually transforming into a witch with hair of both blue and purple colors. Her breasts, one large and one small, looked particularly strange. Lord, we're off. Please be careful. There might be fifth-level black beasts inside, the Holy Flame twins said. Red Bone watched the departing figures and began a thorough search. A powerful spiritual force, even stronger than Sorit's, suddenly surged, covering an area of several hundred miles. Disturbed by this spiritual force, a blind level 4 black beast stealthily attacked Red Bone. It opened its gaping mouth, ready to devour Red Bone. However, behind Red Bone, suddenly split open, flesh and blood flew, countless ribs turned outward, like a black hole, emitting terrifying suction. The long black beast was instantly sucked into it without a sound. A moment later, Red Bone opened her cherry-like mouth and stuck out her tongue. Black skeletons spewed out from her mouth, falling to the ground, spinning around and chattering. Let the cat and mouse game begin. I must find that person before Raphael does. After a while, since no one was leading the way, Raphael took some time to find the mining site. Red Bone has been here. His spiritual force spread out, sensing everything. At the same time, he extended his hand, a mini hurricane brewing within it. The green leaf wizard tool under his feet shattered into countless tiny leaves. Wind. As he recited the spell, these leaves were swept into the sky, spreading in all directions. Haha, Red Bone, it seems I'm going to surpass you, he said. He already regarded the Black Flame Meteorite Iron as his own. As for the tragic death of the Fire Crow Witch, it had long been forgotten. The Black Mountains. Levi's figure kept advancing deeper. He could feel that as he delved further, the sense of danger grew stronger. This indicated that there should be fifth-level black beasts lurking in the depths. He was now certain that someone had entered here. Because amidst the rubble of the blasted mining site, he had set up a simple cantrip array. Once the array was destroyed, he would sense it. I wonder if it's one fifth circle wizard or two. He needed to find a place where fifth-level black beasts nested and hide himself within. Compared to wizards, these transcendent creatures' perception abilities were weaker, and they were not as cunning and astute. After a while, accompanied by an increasingly intense intuition of danger, Levi arrived at the heart of the mountains. From afar, he could see a group of black beasts floating in the sky, resembling some kind of giant whales. Among them were 300-meter-long beasts with astonishing momentum, obviously fifth-level black beasts. Above the group of whales was a grim crack in the sky, possibly the land of darkness. The corrosive power of darkness began to intensify here. Levi's deep blue sage armor covered him, countering most of the erosion. Thank goodness I assembled the deep blue body, otherwise, it wouldn't be pleasant to stay here for long with my flesh. This erosion was the terrifying aspect of the land of darkness. So generally, only primordial soul wizards would dare to traverse the dark void and travel between planes. Levi concealed himself with hermit runes and silently infiltrated the ground, turning into a blood fog. He remained hidden until he reached a distance he couldn't get any closer. The next day, Levi opened his eyes. They're here, that was fast. In the distance, a figure approached, with green leaf patterns on the forehead. It was the wizard Raphael. I've set up a trap spell at the exit. So far, no one has gone there. It seems he must be hiding in the most dangerous central area, trying to use the black beasts to cover his tracks. The group of whale black beasts ahead was too large in number, and with 3 fifth-level ones, Raphael didn't dare to provoke them casually. Before long, the figure of the wizard Redbone also appeared here. Raphael, nice to see you're safe, she smiled. Redbone, you're here for the Black Flame Meteorite Iron too, right? Raphael said. Redbone nodded. The kid who got the meteorite iron is quite clever. He's hiding here, trying to scare us off with the black beasts. I've noticed too. How about we work together? Let's drive away those black beasts together. After that, we'll split the Black Flame Meteorite Iron and other loot in half. How does that sound? Raphael suggested. Redbone thought for a moment and said, that's acceptable. They continued to explore forward, getting closer to the group of whales. Suddenly, a figure emerged from underground. He was clad in blue armor, his palm striking out a scarlet divine dragon. Its attack direction was none other than the hovering group in the sky. Chapter 1043, Invincible Might. 7. Boom! Fire erupted around the group of beasts. Such a commotion woke up many sleeping black beasts. They all looked towards the culprit, the tiny figure that was now running away. The giant beasts emitted wail songs as they flew through the void, quickly catching up, their imposing presence terrifying. Redbone and Raphael had already seen what the person was up to. Their fifth circle spells were ready, terrifying waves brewing as they launched towards Levi. But the next moment, a blue teleportation portal appeared beneath the figure's feet. Oh no! He has a teleportation scroll! Raphael exclaimed. Redbone's expression changed too. She extended her hand, conjuring a huge white bone claw, reaching towards Levi. However, it was too late. Thousands of miles away, Levi stepped out of the teleportation portal. He looked at the silhouette of the giant beasts in the distance. The spells cast by Redbone and the others hit the center of the beast group, killing many smaller beasts and driving the 3 giant beasts into a frenzy. He smirked, his crimson cloak billowing as scarlet power surged. Swish! He turned into a bloodlight and flew towards the exit of the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 2 fifth circle wizards quickly turned back to chase, throwing spells behind them as they pursued. Giant whales fell occasionally. The speed of the giant whales certainly couldn't match that of Redbone and the others. However, with the thunderous 5th circle spells echoing throughout the mountains, more and more black beasts began to emerge. This inadvertently slowed down Redbone and Raphael. Realizing this, Redbone transmitted to the Holy Flame Twins. Twins, the man is heading towards the exit of the secret realm. Get ready to use the summoning scroll to deal with him with Madame Red. As a 5th-level undead spirit, Madame Red was one of her proudest summoned creatures and also the reason for her title Redbone Wizard. She had killed more than 1 fifth circle wizard, and there was no way that person would escape. After transmitting to the Holy Flame Twins, Redbone breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky filled with cracks, it seemed that more black beasts were descending. The crystal wall of this secret realm has cracked. That kid used a teleportation scroll, instantly thousands of miles away. Then he activated some kind of extremely fast escape method, seemingly burning his own life. So much so that she and Raphael couldn't catch up with him temporarily. I don't believe that you can keep using this life-burning escape spell forever. Another group of black beasts rushed towards them. Die! Red Bone slapped out, and the white bone giant claw tore through everything in front of her. Whether it was fourth circle or third circle, they were all killed in seconds. This was the terrifying strength of fifth circle perfection. Raphael found himself surrounded by a group of black beasts, countless green leaves turning into blades under the force of the hurricane, raining down on the black beasts. In the mountains, a black wind howled, and from it flew a black giant bird. The bird's eyes were fierce, with a comb on its head and white patterns on its wings, emitting a cackle sound. Another fifth-level black beast. Raphael's expression darkened as the black beast came towards him. Damn it! He wasn't afraid of not being able to defeat the black beast, but he didn't want to waste time being delayed by it, letting Red Bone get the upper hand. Red Bone was overjoyed to see Raphael being delayed by the fifth-level black beast, and she quickly headed towards the exit. On the other side, under the influence of the Scarlet Shadow, Levi's speed was unprecedented. He was flying at full speed now, occasionally encountering some low-level black beasts that were too reckless. He didn't dodge or evade, directly crashing into the black beasts, which were killed instantly, turning into blood fog and bone fragments. Soon, he arrived at the exit. With the arrangement of a fifth circle wizard, there must be an ambush at the exit, but I can't worry about that now. As long as it's not personally arranged by a fifth circle wizard, I can force my way through. At the exit, the assembled Holy Flame Twins watched the blood light flying towards them. Attack! In an instant, they tore off the king's new clothes, and the Holy Flame Twins split apart again, turning into twins. They spun quickly, tearing open the scroll. A giant pink skeleton creature, towering 100 meters high, spanned the exit, blocking Levi's path. A fifth-level undead spirit, and even stronger than the Scythe Demon Spirit. All the protective force fields around Levi lit up. The Crimson Emperor Dragon coiled behind him, with the golden snake wrapping around its body. Horns grew from his head, and his body expanded enormously. In the void behind him, the shadow of the Nine Swords Azura appeared. The Crimson Dragon slash, like a world-destroying flame sword, was held in Levi's bloodline Dharma body. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened, covering everything. The giant dragon warrior, the furious dragon lord, the bloodline Dharma body, and the nightmare descend. At this moment, Levi's attack power reached an unprecedented peak. The level of battle in the mine earlier was just a warm-up for him. Annihilation. He swung his sword. A black sword chi stretching 1,000 meters tore through the void, endless flames engulfing it, turning into a long river rushing relentlessly, washing away everything in front of him. The Holy Flame Twins felt the unparalleled power of the attack, their hearts filled with uncertainty and fear of death. Fifth circle. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The pink skeleton was directly shattered. Countless bones flew around, reassembling into a humanoid skeleton in the distance. It looked at its rapidly reforming body, clearly puzzled. Its giant claw reached out towards Levi again. But it was blocked by a small creature, a humanoid insect with a human face. It looked extremely ferocious, howling as it gnawed at the pink aura on its body, causing it to instinctively feel fear. The pink flames in its eye sockets flickered, and it seemed to hesitate for a moment. Levi's cold eyes stared at the Holy Flame Twins, a fierce killing intent brewing within him. But with the powerful protection of the undead spirit, he couldn't kill them for the time being. There was also a fifth circle wizard behind them, who could catch up at any moment. He no longer wasted time, his blue arm stretched out, grabbing Leon's tail and stepping into the exit. As soon as he emerged, Levi found himself in a realm surrounded by green leaves and gentle breeze. This wasn't an array, but rather a trap of some fifth circle spell, comparable to a fourth circle trapping array. These old guys are really cunning. Just wait, one day I will settle all of this. He took a deep breath, and the Golden Snake Divine Palace and Crimson Emperor Divine Palace emitted a dazzling light, activating the breathing technique explosively. Unmatched sword chi tore through the barrier. He quickly broke free and turned into blood light, flying out of the fire pit. He recited an incantation in his mouth, and at the same time, each item of the array was swiftly inserted into the surroundings of the fire pit, clean and neat. Then, he chose a direction and left without looking back. Flying for who knows how far in one breath, even with top-tier endurance, using Scarlet Escape for so long, his Scarlet power was running low. With his remaining spell power, he activated Thunder Dragon Flash in an instant, enveloped by a purple Divine Dragon, turning into a Thunderlight and disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, at the exit of the Secret Realm, Redbone looked at Madame Red and the Holy Flame Twins, her expression dark. Didn't catch him. The younger sister trembled, silent, while the older sister, with trembling courage, said, "He's too strong. He might be a fifth circle wizard hiding his true power." Useless. Fifth circle my foot, he's just fourth circle. Redbone, with Madame Red in tow, had just stepped out of the entrance to the Secret Realm when they were trapped by a green barrier. Damn Raphael! Madame Red tore apart the spell trap, while Redbone soared into the sky. "You stay here and stop Raphael. I'll go after him," she commanded, and Madame Red nodded, obediently waiting aside. As soon as Redbone burst out of the fire pit, beams of light lit up around her, forming an indestructible cage. Fourth circle array, demon cage. I hate array wizards. Redbone violently tore apart the array. As the array was destroyed, all the array items suddenly trembled. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed Redbone. This was a small modification Levi made to the demon cage, triggering automatically upon destruction. Such an attack naturally couldn't harm Redbone. She emerged unscathed, her face twisted with anger. She didn't pursue further. Looking around, the kid was long gone without a trace. Chapter 1044, Fourth Divine Weapon, Indestructible Armor. 1. In the vast Gobi Desert, at the exit of the fire pit, Redbone stood here, her face cold and no longer as calm as before. She put away Madame Red. It was pointless to block Raphael now. Before long, Raphael's figure also appeared here. "Redbone, does our previous agreement still stand?" Raphael asked. "What's up? If you've obtained the Black Flame Meteorite Iron, should I get a share?" He chuckled. "I didn't get it," Redbone said flatly, already too lazy to argue with Raphael. "Really?" He frowned, clearly not believing her. "Believe it or not, the kid escaped," Redbone said. "A fourth circle wizard managed to escape right under your nose?" "I find that hard to believe," he remarked. "As if you caught him. You were the first to spot him, and you," Redbone sneered. Raphael's face darkened, indicating that Redbone had indeed failed. Before long, Raphael's figure also appeared here. "Redbone, does our previous agreement still stand?" Raphael asked. "What's up? If you've obtained the Black Flame Meteorite Iron, should I get a share?" He chuckled. "I didn't get it," Redbone said flatly, already too lazy to argue with Raphael. "Really?" He frowned, clearly not believing her. "Believe it or not, the kid escaped," Redbone said. "A fourth circle wizard managed to escape right under your nose?" "I find that hard to believe," he remarked. "As if you caught him. You were the first to spot him, weren't you?" Redbone sneered. Raphael's face darkened, indicating that Redbone had indeed failed. "Interesting. Even a genius wizard from 9 cities like us, children of the elements, would find it hard to escape from both of us. This kid is something else," Raphael said with a wry smile. "Holy Flame Twins said he's from the Ocean School of Thought in the Endless Sea. How about we team up again, go to the port and intercept him? Aren't you from the Fire Bowl family? Use your connections to contact the teleportation portal management and check the recent arrivals from the Endless Sea," Redbone suggested after some thought. "You believe he's from the Endless Sea just because he said so? I observed the battle traces over there. He seems more like from the Burning School of Thought. Plus, to avoid being caught by us, he might intentionally avoid going to the Endless Sea. Besides, I'm not a primordial soul wizard. I don't have the energy to access the entire teleportation portal's entry and exit records." "You know how strict the 9 Cities Alliance is about these things," Raphael replied. Upon hearing this, Redbone couldn't help but furrow her brow. Since the war between the dark and righteous wizards, the wizard world had descended into chaos, with personnel movements becoming extremely frequent. Additionally, due to the destruction of the Central Realm's legendary wizard tool, the Heart of Skynet, the registration of wizard identities could no longer be managed as uniformly as before. Until now, she had only learned from the Holy Flame twins that his name was Gerald, a body-refining wizard from the Ocean School of Thought, and an array wizard. Nothing else. Gerald was most likely an alias, making finding him as difficult as climbing the heavens. Are you going to inform the Fire Bowl family about this? Redbone suddenly asked. She was a nomadic wizard, solitary, with only herself and a few subordinates. But Raphael belonged to Lady Greenrobe. Whether I do or not is my affair. It's just 5th level elemental metal, something Lady Greenrobe wouldn't care about, Raphael sneered. No one else was aware of his actions this time. Naturally, he intended to keep all the black flame meteorite iron for himself. Upon hearing Raphael's response, Redbone breathed a slight sigh of relief. She didn't want too many people to know about this matter. Even among primordial soul wizards, 5th level elemental metal wasn't easy to come by. With such a large quantity of 5th level metal, even primordial soul wizards might be slightly interested. If they joined the competition, she would have even less hope. Let's go, from now on, it's every man for himself, Raphael waved his hand, and the green leaf wizard tools gathered at his feet. He turned into a streak of green light and disappeared from there. Redbone glanced at the Holy Flame twins, who were bowing their heads. The twin sisters dared not to raise their heads to look at her. I never said I wanted to kill you. Don't act like you're about to die. Redbone whispered softly. The elder sister lifted her head, pulling her younger sibling down with her to kneel. Thank you, my lord. It's all our fault this time, we messed things up, the elder sister sobbed, like a porcelain doll that cries at a mere touch. It's not entirely your fault, Redbone said softly as she summoned her beloved summoned creature, Madame Red. A petite pink skeleton appeared in her palm, bowing its head in silence. What's wrong? Even a 5th circle senior wizard isn't necessarily your match. How could you fail to capture a mere 4th circle? Redbone's tone softened slightly as she asked. The little skeleton gestured back and forth with its hands, mute like a mute. You're saying that person's pet frightened you? What kind of pet? Redbone inquired. The small skeleton gestured again. An ugly, big bug. Redbone suppressed her emotions, sighed, and said helplessly, let's not dwell on it. She withdrew the pink skeleton and then turned to the Holy Flame twins. You two, take this token and go to the Endless Sea. In the Star Sea, in the Nether capital, there is an old acquaintance of mine, a wizard named Wildbone. Tell him to find his senior sister and bring her here. I need her help to find someone's whereabouts. Once the task is done, I will reward her. As a wizard of the School of Death, Redbone had heard of the famous Painful Banshee, who excelled at questioning the dead. As the most favored disciple of the Painful Banshee, Mistress Cruel should also be capable. Since she wasn't close with Mistress Cruel, she needed an intermediary. Coincidentally, the reclusive Wildbone wizard in the Endless Sea was an old acquaintance with an unusual relationship. It was better to let that old guy make the trip. The Holy Flame twins nodded repeatedly. Yes, my lord, we will surely accomplish the mission perfectly this time. Nonsense. If you can't even pass on a message properly, you might as well just die in the Endless Sea. Redbone threw a red ribbon with 2 cute skull heads drawn on each side, one pink and one black, to the twins. Chapter 1045, 4th Divine Weapon, Indestructible Armor. 2. Then, the aloof witch left the area, leaving behind the Holy Flame twins, who sat on the ground with legs crossed. It's all because of that guy, making us look bad in front of the Lord, the busted twin sister complained. The younger sister remained silent. She thought that if it weren't for that person, neither she nor her sister might have made it out alive. But I wonder if this Wildbone wizard could be the Lord's old flame? This token doesn't seem like Redbone's style, the elder sister said, looking at the bow with curiosity. Suddenly, the pink skull on the bow spoke up, hurry up and go, stop dawdling here. This startled the Holy Flame twins. They quickly got up, spun around in a whirlwind, and left the area. On the other side, Raphael returned to the Fire Bowl family and pondered. Regardless, let's assume he's an outsider. In that case, he should try to leave the realm of Crimson during this time. If only I knew someone at the Teleportation Portal Management, from the Ocean School of Thought, 4th Circle Body Refining, with these conditions, I can narrow down the search range. Come to think of it, I actually know a manager of the teleportation portals, but he oversees the channels to the mortal realm. The possibility of that guy coming from the endless sea is the highest. But he might also travel through the mortal realm to reach the endless sea. Either way, let's give it a try. The Fire Crocodile City Master once opened the trading channel to the Flaming Mountain for his Fire Crocodile Chamber of Commerce. He gave me a lot of trouble back then, but now, I'm asking for a small favor. He shouldn't refuse. With this thought, Raphael quickly sent a message to the Fire Crocodile City Master. The next day, after waiting all night with no response, Raphael's face darkened. Just as he was planning to find an opportunity to pay a visit another day. Finally, there was a response. It said okay. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Whether it works or not, let's give it a try. He didn't hold any hope of finding that guy. Let's continue preparing for the trip to the Dark Ancient Tower. If I can break through the primordial soul in my lifetime, that would be the end game. I won't live for 10,000 years. Fire Crocodile City. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the Fire Crocodile City Master, who had been possessed by the Blood Demon Tower Master, was in meditation. Lord, here is the list of wizards who have been transported from the mortal realm to Fire Crocodile City in the past decade. A subordinate entered and handed a slate to the Fire Crocodile City Master. Most Fifth Circle wizards did not have the qualifications to access these lists. But the Fire Crocodile City Master was different. He was essentially a civil servant under the Nine Cities Alliance, responsible for maintaining order in this port city. You may leave. After the subordinate left, the Fire Crocodile City Master browsed through the list on the slate. There weren't many wizards who had been transported from the mortal realm to this side, apart from a few wizard talents. Soon enough, he found a name. Levi, Ocean School of Thought, 4th Circle Body Refining Wizard, External Wizard for the Witch's Family. It seems this person is probably the one Raphael is looking for. Why would a 5th Circle Perfection Wizard like him want to find someone like Levi, unless there's something important or secretive about him that Raphael is concerned about? Well, I'll just reply to him to avoid him coming knocking on my door. Revealing my identity as the Fire Crocodile City Master poses a risk, and I can't afford to offend Raphael for the time being. He thought. With this thought, the Blood Demon Tower Master immediately replied to Raphael, "Apologies, no such person found." After sending the message, the Blood Demon Tower Master looked at the list and muttered to himself. If that person returns from here to the mortal realm, I'll find an opportunity to kill him and see what valuable things he's hiding. The Flaming Mountain Range. Red Tower Mountain. This mountain was named after the Red Bone Tower at its summit. The Red Tower was the Wizard Tower of Red Bone. Inside the tower, Red Bone finished her meditation. Beside her, a pink little skeleton sat meditating in a mimicking manner. "Do you think Wild Bone will be heartless enough not to help?" Red Bone asked. The little skeleton tilted its head, unsure how to respond. "That guy has been planning the Dark Ancient Tower for a long time. He'll definitely enter this time when it opens. Maybe I'll even run into him inside. If he doesn't help me this time, well, then I won't be polite about it." Humph. 1 month later, on the edge of the Flaming Mountain, somewhere thousands of feet underground. A figure was sitting cross-legged in a shelter, meditating. It was Levi. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Finally healed. Overall, this exploration of the secret realm was without much danger. With my strength and pre-planning, I can't beat wizards below the primordial soul level, but I can escape. Whether it's Red Bone or another 5th Circle, they're even stronger than Sorit and Blue Dragon Lady, probably having practiced for 600 or 700 years or more. The spiritual force range of a 5th Circle wizard was from 500 to 1000 points. The gap between their spiritual force and spell power was significant. After the 5th Circle, innate spells began to take shape. Even a regular 5th Circle, even if perfected, only had 6 innate spells compared to the 9 of a full 9-circle wizard. Also, with the differences between 5th Circle wizard tools and other variables, the gap between 5th Circle wizards was even greater than Levi imagined. With his current strength, he felt he can handle 1 or 2 blows from Sorit without harm. But facing those 2 5th Circles, he feels like even his 9-layer protection would be instantly shattered. Chapter 1046, 4th Divine Weapon, Indestructible Armor. 3. Their attacks might only be around 3 to 400 Ka. Normal 5th Circle, Senior 5th Circle, Perfected 5th Circle, those who master 7, 8 or even 9 and 8 talents. I still need to be careful in the future. Just because I killed a Madam Ghost doesn't mean I can relax. Even though they are all 4th Circle, Red Eye and Blood Vampires are 3rd rate, Holy Flame Twins are 2nd rate, while Fire Wolf and Eamon are 1st rate. As for me, I should be beyond 1st rate. I could call myself the strongest gatekeeper under the 5th Circle. Levi analyzed the gains and losses of this battle and found it quite fruitful. Apart from the meteorite iron and loot, he also learned more about the strength of 5th Circle wizards, which would help him in his future trip to the Dark Ancient Tower. My injuries have healed, it's time to leave this place. Levi left the shelter and flew towards the direction of Molten City. Molten City had a teleportation portal leading to the Earth Realm. After careful consideration, he decided to go to the Earth Realm first and then return to the human realm from there. Fire Crocodile City was too far away, and if the enemy found out, they could easily guess that Levi came from the human realm. His safety in the human realm would be further compromised. As for other realms of non-believers, if he went to the Endless Sea, his primary identity as a body-refining wizard of the Ocean School of Thought exposed by Levi might lead to the enemy setting up an ambush there to continue pursuing him, risking being discovered. Considering all options, the Earth Realm seemed most suitable. After all, there were Saint Ape Knights, Goddess Knights, and Black Knights there, so he wouldn't be completely in the dark. Considering that continuing to let Nighthawk stay here might involve him, 3 days later, Levi, accompanied by Nighthawk, successfully arrived in the Earth Realm. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Endless Sea. Star Sea. Nether Capital. The aftermath of the auction incident in the Sea Capital years ago gradually subsided. With stricter enforcement by the Star Tower, the security in Nether Capital had improved significantly. Inside a wizard tower in the city, Anya left the table filled with models and experimental data. He couldn't hide his excitement. 4th Circle talent, achieved. Just now, he finally mastered his first 4th Circle talent, also his 4th innate spell. The Armor of Verdant Bronze. As mana surged, a verdant aura enveloped Anya, eventually condensing into a sturdy and majestic green armor. The Dagger of Auras Bronze, the Sword of Azure Bronze, the Patrol of Crimson Bronze, the above 3 3rd Circle talents focus on offense. The Armor of Verdant Bronze emphasizes defense, versatile in offense and defense, standing invincible. Anya remembered Levi's admonition. Spells are unpredictable, there's no absolute offense without defense, only defense won't go wrong. So he chose defense as his first 4th Circle talent spell. In a dozen years, the Dark Ancient Tower will open, and now my strength should be enough to protect myself in the tower. It's a pity Levi can't go. Otherwise, with 1 offense and 1 defense, our collaboration would be unmatched. That Phantom Witch would probably be stunned. Anya felt content. Indeed, Silent Ones often had hidden depths. I wonder what strength Levi has now and where he's traveling. Lonely as snow. Little did he know, Levi had already obtained 3 keys to the Dark Ancient Tower and was pondering which to take along. Young master, they're calling you over at the witch's family to prepare for the combat array rehearsal. The butler's voice came through. Anya sighed. Coordinating with these women is so dull. And I'll be the only warlock in the witch's family team. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Anya left the house. The streets were bustling with activity. 2 witches swirling around each other caught people's attention. There, hugging and kissing in the middle of the street. Twins, probably practicing some special spell. These 2 were none other than the Holy Flame Twins. Anya glanced at them. Their strength surpasses mine. I'm still not strong enough. I need to master the 2nd talent before entering the Ancient Tower. On the other side, the Holy Flame Twins met with the Wild Bone Wizard in a black wizard tower. In the Wild Bone Wizard's home, black clouds loomed, filled with undead skeletons, resembling a haunted house. He looked at the butterfly bow in his hand, memories flooding back. This woman always troubles me. Oh well, it's been a long time since I visited those 2 senior sisters. A trip to the mortal realm might be a good idea. Star Sea. The teleportation portal could lead to the realm of all things. On this day, the teleportation portal shimmered brightly. A blue-robed witch with a troubled expression appeared. Soon after, 1 wizard after another emerged from the portal. These wizards varied in strength, mostly consisting of low-level wizards and apprentices, but there were also a few third-circle wizards among them. After registering, they made their way to a private room in a tavern in Nether Capital. "Melina, what do we do now?" asked a third-circle wizard. "We'll stay in the Endless Sea for now instead of returning to the realm of all things. When my father served as the deputy minister of the breeding department, he made many enemies due to his strong personality. It's safer for us to stay in the Endless Sea than in the realm of all things. Let's find a place here and start anew," Melina said softly. At the mention of her father, her eyes welled up. Her father, a fifth circle wizard, should have had a bright future ahead, but 3 years ago, he died during the Thousand Spirits Day. Chapter 1047, Fourth Divine Weapon, Indestructible Armor. 4. The outlaw not only stole many rare creatures from the transcendent creature breeding base but also killed her father. In just 3 years, Melina had experienced what it meant to be abandoned by the crowd. "Alright, let's start over. Let's establish a new organization in this endless sea and continue our work here," she said. Agreed. Everyone was passionate and eager for the new life ahead. Melina's hope was reignited. Some of them were disciples of her father, while others were employees of the breeding base. Regardless of who they were, they all shared a love for transcendent creatures. They just wanted to find a place free from intrigue, power struggles, and treachery. A peaceful life with transcendent creatures, deepening the bond with their spiritual beasts. "I know a transcendent biologist who is a senior teacher in the appraisal department at the Starfire Wizard Academy. The Endless Sea hasn't been very peaceful lately, so you all stay in the city for now. I'll go find him, perhaps he can provide us with some help and guidance," Melina said. "Understood." Starfire Wizard Academy. Newt finished his class, feeling troubled. He worried about Rose, trapped in the jar. If it weren't for these cursed nightmares, he planned to have a grand wizard wedding with Rose and invite their friends. "Professor Newt, someone is looking for you outside the school." Newt went to the door and found a witch standing there. "Melina? Didn't you return to the realm of all things?" Newt asked. Melina smiled bitterly. "Newt, let's find a place to talk." After hearing Melina's words, Newt couldn't help but say solemnly, "You have my condolences. This is truly unexpected. I came here to thank you for your guidance before. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find the whereabouts of the 10-winged Sky Sea Dragon King and advance my spiritual beast to a 6-winged Sea Dragon. I also wouldn't have been able to advance to the third circle so quickly. There's another matter. I want to find a quiet place to establish a small school of spiritualism organization, but I'm not familiar with the rules and customs of the Endless Sea. I'd like you to enlighten me." Newt listened attentively and then said, "Establishing a small wizard organization in the Endless Sea shouldn't be too troublesome procedurally, given your financial resources as a third circle wizard. However, I don't recommend it." "All ears." Newt pushed his glasses up and said, "Firstly, the Dark Wizard factions in the Endless Sea are deeply rooted. Over the past century of the Dark and Righteous Wizard Wars, hundreds of small wizard organizations have been wiped out. Although the war has temporarily ended, the situation hasn't improved much. Especially in the Outer Sea region, it's practically dominated by dark wizards. The Inner Sea region and the Star Sea are a bit better, but with your level of power, you won't be able to establish a wizard organization here." Melina listened, feeling somewhat disheartened, and remained silent. Newt cleared his throat and continued, "I have 2 suggestions for you, Melina. You can consider them based on your circumstances. Firstly, you could join the Starfire Wizard Academy. Although the Academy currently doesn't have a department for spiritualism, the Academy's ideology is inclusive and open-minded. It's likely they will establish one in the future. The second option is to go to the human realm. With the convergence of the heavenly spheres and the Dark Wave revival, the elemental power in the human realm, though not as strong as in the wizard world, is enough for wizards to practice and gradually move away from the realm of the last days. As far as I know, many places in the human realm are beginning to show signs of transcendent creatures, which would be highly advantageous for the development of your school of spiritualism. Moreover, apart from the church, there are only a few major organizations with branches there, and the number of wizards is extremely low. This means less competition, and similarly, because of relatively scarce resources, dark wizards rarely cause trouble in the human realm. It's a place more suitable for the establishment of your emerging organization." "The human realm?" That's something I hadn't considered. After all, many wizards, like my father, have struggled to come from the impoverished realm of the last days to the wizard world. I never thought I'd return there one day. Thank you, Sir Newt. I'll go back and think it over. Earth Realm. The dojos of the four major traditional schools. The Ocean School of Thought, located in the Endless Sea, forced wizards to settle on islands, with the combined land area possibly not even equal to 1% of the ocean. The Burning School of Thought, found in the realm of Crimson, consisted mainly of scorching deserts, volcanic clusters, and catacombs, with a harsh climate unsuitable for habitation. The Storm School of Thought's realm of Divine Wind, shrouded in perpetual storms, was equally inhospitable. Only the Earth realm resembled the Seven Kingdoms continent of the human world the most. Here, the land stretched endlessly, with mountains, rivers, snow-capped peaks, lakes, dense forests, and oceans, providing a variety of terrains. The entire Earth realm was situated on a continent known as Midland. Thanks to these unparalleled geographical conditions, the Earth realm was the most suitable place for human survival. Every year, the Earth realm would send the largest number of wizard apprentices to the wizard world, more than all the human realms and other realms of the unbelievers combined. Therefore, it was also the most valued place by the Wizard Council. On the continent of Midland, there were thousands of human kingdoms, large and small. Chapter 1048, Fourth Divine Weapon, Indestructible Armor. 5. Behind these human kingdoms, there often lurked the presence of wizard organizations. They provided shelter for humans, while humans produced and gathered basic resources for them. However, with the outbreak of the Dark and Righteous Wizard War, the sporadic conflicts in these countries gradually evolved into widespread chaos. During this period, countless humans were injured and killed. To protect the future soil of the wizard world, the Congress allocated the most troops and resources to the continent of Midland. Eventually, the war between dark and righteous wizards here was basically quelled. Now, after the fires of war, there was a resurgence of prosperity as humans and wizards together rebuilt their homes upon the ruins. On the westernmost edge of the continent of Midland lay a desert, where red sands blanketed the earth, earning it the name Red Soil Continent, a land of drought and scorching heat. Here, oases dotted the landscape sporadically. On one such oasis, spanning thousands of miles in circumference. 3,000 years ago, a mortal named Armor King Tychula established the Tyra Kingdom here. Today, the kingdom, after the turmoil of war, had gradually returned to normalcy. At the heart of the Tyra Kingdom stood a towering white tower, revered as a sacred site by the kingdom's inhabitants. It was the Tower of Singing Sands. It was said that the ancestor of the Tower of Singing Sands, a powerful third circle wizard, had aided King Tychula in establishing the kingdom. Afterward, he erected a wizard tower here, founded a wizard organization, and passed down his legacy for 3,000 years. On this day, two rugged swordsmen dressed in casual attire strolled down the streets of the Tyra Kingdom. It was Levi and Hogg. They had arrived at a port city in the Red Soil Continent a month ago and had stayed hidden for a while for safety reasons. Once they confirmed it was safe, they contacted the Black Knight and his companions. Emperor Mew and his wife were far to the south of the continent of Midland, distant from Levi and his companions. The Black Knight, currently training as an apprentice wizard at the Tower of Singing Sands, was much closer. The Black Knight had a triple affinity for earth, fire, and wind, and was practicing the earth action. He was likely still striving to become an official wizard. Levi used the Hermit rune to make himself look similar to Hogg, appearing as an ordinary human swordsman. He had previously investigated and found that the strongest man in the Tyra Empire, the Tower Master of the Tower of Singing Sands, was only a third circle wizard. He had come here to meet the Black Knight and didn't want to attract attention from the local power player. In a dilapidated tavern, they encountered the Black Knight. "Commander, what brings you here?" "We're just taking a stroll," Levi replied. In reality, they were fleeing from those who wanted to kill them and seeking refuge here. But as the commander, it didn't sound good to say so. He had to maintain a friendly demeanor while still commanding respect and authority among his team members. "Still haven't become an official wizard yet?" Levi asked. "Almost there. Once I become an official wizard, I plan to leave the Tower of Singing Sands. It's located on the fringes of the Midland continent, with scarce resources and a rare lineage of wizards. The entire wizard tower, except for an aging third circle wizard, consists mainly of low-level wizards lacking vitality. But it's safe. Currently, I'm just an apprentice wizard, but in this country, apart from the Tower Master, I am the second strongest, the Black Knight chuckled. Alright, it's good to explore other lands, Levi said. Yeah, I'm staying here for another reason. From my observations, there are many knight families in the human kingdoms of Midland Continent. These families may have originated from knights who migrated here from the mortal world for various reasons. In some kingdoms, there are even tales of legendary knights. Commander, should we establish a small branch of the temple here to recruit more outstanding knights to strengthen our organization? We'll conduct regular selection and trials, forming a group of excellent individuals and bringing them to our headquarters for the oath ceremony. To maintain secrecy, apart from us formal members, no one else will know about the temple's existence until after the oath ceremony. I'll establish a small knight mutual aid organization in the legendary knight's name, the Midland Knights. This way, we'll have two fronts advancing together. Eventually, one day in the future, the Midland Knights of Midland Continent will grow under the nurturing of this land and become an indispensable force for the Dusk Holy Temple. After contemplating for a moment, Levi responded, "This idea is feasible. Relying solely on the mortal world, progress may be slow. The mortal world has experienced the doomsday era for too long, with shortages of secret medicines and the path of knights withering away, turning into historical dust. Although Midland Continent is known for wizards, it surprisingly retains some soil and heritage of knights. Let's make use of it. The name Midland Knights is also good." "Indeed, I agree. So, I'll stay here as well, and together with the Black Knight, build the Midland Knights. Anyway, with our strength, we can't do much for the commander in the mortal world," Hogg chuckled bitterly. "Agreed. Opportunities in Midland Continent are more abundant than in the Endless Sea, of course, the competition is fiercer too. But you'll grow faster here. The Saint Ape Knight and the Goddess Knight will also stay here. The four of you will form the Midland Squad, with the Black Knight as the team leader, and establish the organization. Provide more excellent blood for the Dusk Holy Temple." Chapter 1049, Fourth Divine Weapon, Indestructible Armor. 6. If we could encounter knights with wizard talents, that would be the best. As for children of the elements, I doubt we'll have a chance. They've probably been snatched up by various wizard organizations big and small. But if you happen to come across any, contact me immediately. Understood, Commander. At this moment, both the Black Knight and Hogg were visibly excited, evidently full of hope for the future of the Midland Knights. Next, Levi gathered the Saint Ape Knight and the Goddess Knight to the round table and convened an impromptu meeting. The impromptu meeting marked the birth of the Midland Squad and outlined the development plan for the Midland Knights for the next decade. Before leaving the Tyra Kingdom, Levi gave the Black Knight some ether stones. To him, these were just a drop in the ocean. However, as the initial funding for the Midland Squad, they were sufficient. Now, it was up to them to make their own way. If we could find more research-oriented geniuses like Andrew, the development of the Dusk Holy Temple would be much smoother, Levi concluded, ending the meeting. Levi headed eastward across the Midland Continent. To the east lay the sea. There, were sub-dimensional portals leading to the Outer Sea region and the Ocean School of Thought's Endless Sea. During this time, although his danger perception occasionally gave slight warnings, they were all within normal fluctuations. He had basically escaped the crisis and now had the leisure to explore Midland Continent. "I rarely come here. I should buy some knowledge of the Earth School of Thought to take back. It's a pity that I was in such a rush to leave the realm of Crimson last time and didn't have time to purchase knowledge of alchemy." Although Midland Continent was not as vast as the Endless Sea, it was still much larger than other sub-dimensional portal locations. Here, Levi encountered races such as dwarves, elves, and halflings, which were relatively rare in other places, broadening his horizons. Stopping and exploring along the way, he found himself wandering through wizard markets without realizing it. In the year 1149 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of harvest arrived. In the central part of Midland Continent, there was an empire thousands of times larger than the bordering kingdom of Tyra, the Modo Empire. The capital of the empire was the city of Sauron. In the city stood a statue of Sauron. Levi stood before the statue, gazing into the wise eyes of Sauron. "It's my first time in Sauron City," a white-robed wizard with grey hair approached Levi, leaning on his staff. Like Levi, he was also a fourth circle wizard, but it seemed that his time was running out, as there was a faint aura of death around him. Yes, Levi smiled. Why is the city named after Sauron? It is said that Sauron founded the Congress here originally. Later, when the Central Realm was discovered, the Congress moved there. After 300,000 years of changes, the people here still commemorate Sauron. I see. I'm a fourth circle wizard of the Modo Eye. May I ask where you're from? The White Robe Wizard inquired. The Modo Eye was a high-level wizard organization behind the Modo Empire and served as the guardian of Sauron City. However, it was not among the top-tier organizations like the Nine Cities or the Six Towers. The towering wizard tower atop the Montenegro mountain range in the distance was the headquarters of the Modo Eye. I'm just a nameless nomadic wizard traveling around, Levi replied with a slight smile. I have some spells that allow me to sense age, and it seems you're quite young. Do you have any intention of joining a high-level organization? The White Robe Wizard asked. He wasn't here to be Levi's tour guide, rather, he was passing through Sauron City and noticed this young fourth circle wizard, thinking of recommending him for membership in the organization so he could also receive some rewards. Sorry, but I currently have no intention of joining any organization. I'm just here to admire the legacy of Sauron and then leave, Levi chuckled. The White Robe Wizard shook his head in resignation and left. Levi continued to explore discreetly throughout the Midland continent, purchasing local herbs and knowledge. During his travels, he inadvertently reached a new year. In the year 1150 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, on the first day of the month of beginning, the 160-year-old elder Levi convened the 50th Round Table meeting. The Black Knight successfully advanced to the realm of official wizardry and left the Tower of Singing Sands. The Midland Squad had selected a secret base and begun recruiting knights on a small scale. Their base was located at the southern end of the Midland continent, where Emperor Mu and the Goddess Knight were doing quite well. Moreover, due to the hospitable climate, there were many human kingdoms in the south. As for the central region of the Midland continent, although it was better, there were too many middle-level and high-level wizard organizations, which were not conducive to the clandestine development of the Midland Knights. Seeing their enthusiastic efforts, Levi felt reassured letting them handle it. Meanwhile, Levi wandered around various places in the Midland continent, spending nearly 3 million ether stones before satisfactorily using a teleportation portal to return to the mortal realm. Thanks to the gains from the exploration of the secret realm, even after spending so much, Levi's ether stone reserves were still above 7 million, enough to prepare for his upcoming journey to the ancient tower. Back in the mortal realm, Levi hurriedly made his way towards the ancient Saint Plain. In the Inferno Hell, a poison fire corpse demon sat amidst the sea of flames. Master, you're back. I'm back. Nothing happened while I was away, right? Levi asked. Nothing. Levi nodded. He released Red-Eye and the blood vampire from Alice's ring and admonished them, as I mentioned before, I'll provide you both with employment. Here is where you'll work from now on. As guardians of this grand array, you can avoid unnecessary detours. Don't try to play tricks. My contract is not like ordinary contracts. Focus on guarding here, and each year, you can receive some resources for cultivation from me. It's better than engaging in illegal activities outside, right? Follow the rules of the Congress, be a law-abiding wizard, and don't disappoint the late Sauron. Do you understand? We understand, Master. We'll definitely mend our ways and start anew. Rest assured, with the two of us guarding the gate, no one can enter, the blood vampire and Red-Eye assured. If there's any situation, contact me promptly. Levi waved his hand, returning their wizard tools and the trash from their storage bags to them. Thank you, Master. Watching Levi disappear, the blood vampire and Red-Eye also found a place in the Inferno Hell and sat down, looking at the silent poison fire corpse demon. He's stronger than us even though he's just guarding the gate. Is he really a fourth circle wizard? The blood vampire exclaimed. Who cares? This place is quite good anyway. It's the era of the Dark Wave revival in the mortal realm. His strength far exceeds that of an ordinary fourth circle wizard. He's definitely not an ordinary person, he must be a representative sent by the Lord of the Wizard World to the mortal realm. We've inadvertently seized an opportunity. In the future, he might become a great figure in the mortal realm. By then, the two of us will also be esteemed elders. Being a nomadic wizard is nothing compared to being a head figure in a great organization. Yeah, you're right. This array looks extraordinary. Even if a fifth circle wizard comes here, we won't benefit. Back at the Emperor's palace, Levi began forging divine weapons. Time flew, and 6 months passed. On this day, in the alchemy chamber, a brilliant light emanated. A heavy black knight's armor, after Levi dripped blood onto it, integrated into his body and appeared in front of the Death Ember Dragon's seed. The fourth divine weapon, since it's a physique type, let's call it the indestructible armor. Chapter 1050, Twin Dragons Playing with Pearls. Emperor's Palace. In the secret room. Indestructible armor, thought Levi. The Death Ember Dragon seed shone brightly, and pitch-black flames surged out of Levi's limbs and blood vessels. Boom! Black demon flames rose and Levi bathed in it, giving off the evil and arrogant aura of a dark wizard. Beneath the raging flames was a rough, heavy knight's armor made entirely of black flame demon iron. As a rare level 5 elemental metal, the density and hardness of black flame demon iron were much higher than ordinary iron or even luminant gold, resulting in its extremely heavy weight. This knight's heavy armor had consumed 5,000 kilograms of pure black flame demon iron. This was not an ore, but the final essence extracted. With so much black flame demon iron, it should be enough to forge 3/5 circle top-grade wizard tools. If he cut corners and used fewer materials, he could make 5 or 6 of those standard wizard tools. However, Levi gave all his cards to the divine weapon. Divine weapons could grow and advance with him. He won't lose out by investing in it and he won't be tricked either. Indestructible armor. The main functions were as follows. First, defense. Needless to say, as an armor-type divine weapon, it definitely had a defensive function. Moreover, because it was made of level 5 elemental metal, even if Levi did not solidify any 5th circle defensive spell, its defensive strength was far higher than most 4th circle defensive wizard tools. With this calculation, Levi's armor had reached the 10th level. This could no longer be described as a turtle. This was a 1,000-year-old turtle. The second was to strengthen his physique. The indestructible armor, which was designated as a divine weapon by the Death Ember Dragon seed, could amplify the physique boost of the Inferno Dragon breathing technique. Its effect was significantly improved, and along with the increase in physique, Levi's self-healing ability was even more exaggerated. He even felt that as long as his head was still there, without any external interference, it would not take long for his body to grow back on its own. Of course, even he did not dare to try such an exaggerated experiment. The third was the Black Flame Void. The Black Flame Demon Iron contained a unique fire elemental power, which had mutated with Levi's Death Ember Dragon, giving birth to a unique flame. Levi called it Black Flame Void. Black Flame Void was extremely powerful and could burn the enemy. Once the flames come into contact with the enemy, it would be like maggots in the bones that could not be shaken off or extinguished. It could also suppress the enemy's self-healing ability. It could be called a reduction divine skill. These 3 abilities combined to form Levi's most expensive and possibly most powerful divine weapon. The Crimson Dragon Slash he used was only level 4 Heavenly Fire Meteoric Iron, while the Scarlet Shadow was level 4 Blood Demon Crystal. Although the 2 materials for the Golden Dragon Heaven Defending Shield were both level 5, the amount of materials used was not as luxurious as the current indestructible armor. Scarlet Flame Longsword, Scarlet Cloak, Golden Dragon Round Shield, and Black Demonic Armor. The appearance of the 4-piece set made Levi quite satisfied. Although a wizard's spellcasting and robe are more elegant, for a man, the most handsome one is still mine, Levi commented in his heart. The Crimson Dragon Slash in his hand stretched out. The Crimson Emperor Dragon Flame and the Black Flame Void intertwined and fused. Boom! As the secret room collapsed. The reinforcement array that Levi had set up. It cracked open, and the Emperor's palace above the secret room shook. It can explode? Fortunately, I only used a trace of it. Otherwise, it would have caused an experiment accident. Levi's layers of force field were removed, and he walked out of the smoke unscathed. If it's like this, I can develop it. I can fuse the Crimson Emperor Dragon Flame and the Black Flame Void to create a terrifying explosion to destroy the enemy. What should I call this move? I might as well call it Twin Dragons Playing with a Pearl. Levi left the secret room and went to the open space. This time, he stood on the ground and pointed his sword at the sky. Twin Dragons Playing with Pearls. The two special flames converged on Levi's crimson dragon slash, turning into two fire dragons, one red and one black, that intertwined. Accompanied by crackling sounds, an extremely unstable feeling came. Levi suddenly slashed out with his sword, sending out a destruction sword chi. As the pitch-black sword chi rushed into the sky, the red and black dragons trembled violently and soared into the sky. The sword chi continued to weaken as the distance increased and it finally disappeared. However, the flames continued to react and fuse. With a bang, it exploded. Art was an explosion. Black and red flames that were hundreds of meters in diameter exploded. The shockwave covered a radius of several miles. Within the radius of the attack, rocks and plants were turned into ashes. A terrifying wind blew against Levi's force field, but it was not broken because it was far away. Levi tested it out, and the explosive power was 160 Ka. The Crimson Emperor Dragon Flame is a level 4 flame. The Black Flame Void was formed by the combination of the power of the peak level 3 Death Ember Dragon and the fire elemental power contained in the level 5 elemental metal. It could be considered a level 4 flame. The fusion of two completely different level 4 flames could actually produce such a terrifying explosive reaction. Without buffs, its power has reached an astonishing 160 Ka. This is already the attack power of a 5th circle spell, even though it was at the lower level. Let me try again to see if there is any change in power after transforming. In the next moment, a horn grew out of Levi's forehead, and his body expanded. Runes flashed, and a nightmare descended. After all the major forms were stacked, he used twin dragons playing with pearls again. As the fireball exploded in the sky, the power this time was a little stronger than the last time.